morning, everyone. I'd like to call our meeting to order and thank everyone for being here today. I'd like to turn to Mr. Schoen. Do we have a quorum to start? Very good. Thank you. I'd like to ask everyone to join us in our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone. Just want to remind everyone that our meeting is being recorded. The public can access our meetings on the State Board MSDE website through our vendors' town hall streams and YouTube. As you know, the public can make comment here either virtually or in person. We're using Microsoft Teams, and if for some reason you have problems with Microsoft Teams, we ask you to dial back in with your phone, and you can make your comment that way. The meeting videos, agenda, and materials are posted online. We turn to a special part of our schedule where we have an opportunity for the public, our guests, to make comments. We will invite you based on your registration. We will first hear from our virtual guests, and then they will be followed by our in-person guests. You'll be given 3 minutes to make your public comments. We ask you at the end of the 3-minute period, when the time expires, to complete your sentence but not to make any additional comments. Please address your comments to the entire board. Board members will not respond to your comments, but we do take your comments under advisement. If you have any material, documents or whatever, that you'd like to share with the board, if you would provide those to Dr. Lawson, who will make sure that the board will receive copies. Again, we welcome everyone. We're going to now turn to our virtual public commenters, and again, welcome. We're going to first recognize Mr. Buzzy Hedelman. Mr. Hedelman? See.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. Thank you, President Crawford and board members, Mr. Chaudhary and MSDE staff. You have my written statement. In brief, the Office of Communications has frequently failed to respond to my inquiries, and Mr. Chaudhary has failed to respond to many emails. The most recent example is an inquiry to Ms. Rakowski on September 6th on social emotional learning, on September 12, and again, September 22. I wrote that I had not received an acknowledgement or response. I copied President Crawford, Mr. Chaudhary, and Dr. Lawson. Then yesterday, midday, I sent in a written statement about this. Then last night at about 9 p.m., I received a partial response from Dr. Lawson. Also, I still have not received a response to my inquiry of August 22 on tutoring. I am not alone in these experiences. Other persons tell me that Mr. Chaudhary and the Office of Communications sometimes fail to respond, but these people choose not to say so publicly. I appreciate that Mr. Chaudhary meets with innumerable persons, yet there is little evidence of ongoing transparency and substantive engagement. When it comes to transparency and building public trust, the AIB is far outperforming MSDE. In drafting its comprehensive implementation plan, AIP has held a series of open meetings with questions and answers in real time. On the other hand, MSDE, although gathering input since last November, has not, to my knowledge, engaged publicly on specifics of its strategic plan. The board deserves credit for hiring Mr. Chaudhary and can, of course, and shouldn't micromanage. But the board has a duty to require high standards of transparency and responsiveness, and the board should set an example. I ask you to probe the pattern of lack of responsiveness. Are inquiries to the Office of Communications recorded and tracked? Is there a written protocol for response to inquiries? Mr. Chaudhary, I understand he cannot personally respond to all emails, but is there a process for acknowledgement and, as appropriate, timely referral and response? I hope the board itself will model responsiveness and transparency by responding to these questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Brenda Brooks. Ms. Brooks?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Everyone has a copy of my letter. I had emailed it to Mrs. Necessary about a couple of days ago. My subject is about the cafeteria food. I may know some of the answers to some of my questions, but I never really fully got the answer from your department or anybody that's relating to the cafeteria food. I'm not going from word for word. I'm just going over general because you had 3 pages and I only have like 3 minutes. So I feel that the cafeteria food has too much chemicals in it, and you have people that's not qualified to work in the cafeteria. Some cannot read, some cannot cook, some cannot do the math and the recipe. And basically, they don't know how to clean, basically. And to me, in order to be qualified to work in cafeteria, you definitely should know how to cook, read, and do math. But the food itself has too much chemicals in it in itself. And for one, I could not believe that strawberry milk, some counties still serve it. Prince George's County still have it. And I wrote to your office and they said that it's up to each county. Joan Shorter is head of the nutrition department for Prince George's County. And I cannot understand when last month I saw where that, well, young lady did a PowerPoint on the Black and brown student with the lowest, more like on the board when it comes to scores. And I said, could it be because of the chemicals in the food or what? We need to find that out. And one word what point out to me was adverse neurocorrective behavior. Basically, I'm pronouncing it wrong, but you have the paper. And it says his outcome in children and they become hyper and they really are restless with this type of chemicals in this food. And to me, strawberry has no real strawberry in it. It's nothing but chemicals, maybe milk. So why are we still serving that? And why is it that the major corporation, they give us discounts, but look at all the sugar, sodium, and fats that's in the food that you serve our kids. I mean, on the 3rd page, I'm jumping around. I mean, let's think about it. You have for the chicken and waffles. Why are we serving that to our kids? That has so much sodium in it, fats, and that tends to make our kids unhealthy. And there's gonna be a health problem at the end. And what about the cold cut sandwich that the kids love? Why can't we cut back on a lot of that sodium, sugar, and salt. And sugar. At one school, this manager, she was putting extra sugar in the applesauce. And how did I know? I used to work there.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Thank you so much.
You're quite welcome. I'm sorry I went over my 3 minutes.
That's quite all right. You're fine. Have a great day. Thank you.
You too, and again, I'm sorry. Thank you.
At this time, we'd like to recognize Mr. Delvin Champagne.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Welcome. How are you?
Thank you. First, I want to say bonjour, comment ça va, and salute from Theodore Kennedy French Immersion School, Specialty Magnet School here in Prince George's County. We have a great school. Our school was founded in 1985. We're the second oldest fully dual language immersion French immersion school in the nation. We're a 2014 National Blue Ribbon Department of Education school, and also we most recently a Maryland State PTA School of Excellence. So I wanted to start with that. The reason why I'm calling is because of before and after care. We know that the early childhood education licensure for inspection is different for before and after care than it is for normal school day. All of last year, our school was without before and after care because of a field inspection by the early childhood education licensure process. We addressed some of the issues. Our building does have issues that we've addressed, but this year we have the same issue. A few great families have left our school for private school because we can't offer them before and after care. We hope that the board could possibly assist us with expediting before and after care process, give a waiver, an exemption, an exception to the process, because parents are back in school, back at work now, and they need desperately before and after care. One other point that I wanted to make is that several years ago, Dora Kennedy has always been a high performance school in part in reading test scores. But several years ago, they changed some of the criteria for the point system for the stars, and we've always been 5 stars for our school. But they added a survey several years ago, and it was a last minute survey. It was not well publicized, and our response rate was low, and so it impacted our points to our 5-star Merlin report card. We went from 5 stars to 4 stars, and I wrote about this to several of the administrators, Mrs. Jennifer Judkins, Miss Dara Z. Panzar, Miss Ellie Mitzer, Miss Marcia Sprinkle, some of your leadership, and no one has responded to my email in regarding that process. And so those are things that we desperately need to know.
Thank you
about the aftercare and before care.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Susie Scott. Ms. Scott, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning, members of the board. Maryland students are failing. While we will not see the data for the reading and math assessments until 2023, you have released the science data, and it is abysmal. Only 30% of Maryland students in grade 5 were proficient in science, and only 35% of grade 8 students were proficient in science. This is totally unacceptable. What is your plan to address this failure? Do you think the reading and math scores, when they are released, will show proficiency by the majority of Maryland students? I hazard to guess they will not. So What do we get from this board and from our local education agencies? Excuses. And the number one excuse is COVID. Quoting the Maryland School Superintendent from an article from WTOP.com in August when the science data was released to the public, quote, "We had a horrible Omicron December and January. We still had quarantines. We still had masking and other things," unquote. Later on in this board meeting, the agenda shows you will be continuing to hammer the COVID narrative that you like to use for cover for your absolute failure to educate the students in this state in the most basic subjects. You have lost your focus on the mission of public education. You are instead caught up in your social justice campaigns for diversity, equity, and inclusion. You have adopted an ideological agenda that does not serve our students' educational needs. Academics and the mastery of basic skills in reading, math, and science have taken a back seat in your blueprint for education. Instead, you are focused on social engineering our students to enter the global New World Order. A mainstay of children's education in a bygone era were folktales and fables. These pithy stories taught universal life lessons to us. Are these stories still being utilized in our classrooms? I sure hope so. The tale that comes to my mind would be The Emperor's New Clothes by Hans Christian Andersen. Do you remember the story? Two swindlers pull a massive fraud on the emperor, who is obsessed with the latest fashion. The fraudsters tell the vain king and his obsequious court that they will tailor an outfit that only the wise can see and appreciate. Nobody in the king's court will tell him he is in fact naked. It takes an innocent boy to shout out the truth. The emperor has no clothes. The veil has fallen off the illusion that this board is concerned with a quality education for all students. This blueprint you tout and proclaim as the fundamental transformation of education is a deception. We don't need a fundamental transformation of education. We need to get back to the fundamentals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, I'd like to recognize Ms. Richard Trapia. If I mispronounced your name,
Hello.
please help me.
Good
Forgive me.
morning. My name is Richa, and I'm a ninth grader at John F. Kennedy High School.
Can you speak up just a bit? We can barely hear you.
All right.
Welcome.
All right. Good morning. My name is Richa, and I'm a ninth grade student at John F. Kennedy High School. Students who successfully complete algebra, geometry, and other accelerated math courses in middle school should be able to use them towards the math requirements for their high school graduation. The current requirement is that high school students take 4 years of math courses. I'm in ninth grade, which means by the end of high school, I'll be taking AP Statistics, which I don't really need for my chosen career path. My ambition is to become a historian and an advocate for Asian studies and representation, for which I don't need an AP Statistics course. This class will limit my opportunities for taking an alternative class, which I do require for my chosen career path. Ironically, the only reason I'm ending up with AP Statistics course is that I was able to take and excel in both algebra and geometry through the magnet program in my middle school. High school graduation credit requirements, however, these overall math courses, they do not count if you take them in middle school. And why is that? Is it because we're not learning? Or is it because we don't remember what we learned? Studies show that people who do well in those classes in middle school and high school and onward do well generally in their future. So clearly both learning and retention are happening. So I believe we should get credit for these courses in middle school towards high school graduation, credit that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. We'd like to now turn to Ms. Sarah Winfield.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. My name is Sarah Winfield. I'm a mother to a 4th and 1st grader at Dora Kennedy French Immersion, or DKFI, located in Greenbelt in Prince George's County. And I'm testifying today so that MSDE may help us get before and after care at our school. This has been a challenge to parents. In fact, at back to school night, one parent chatted that they lost their job because there's no before and after care. When I started to ask questions over the summer about why we could not support before and after care, I was told I could not be informed of the specific reasons that the school was failing MSDE inspections, but that they were minor. Meanwhile, as of the 5th week of school, there's still no before and after care. All of this counters MSDE's stated value of equity and excellence for every Maryland child, especially those who have been historically underserved. DKFI is a majority minority school, and we have about 30% of our students qualifying for free and reduced priced meals. And all of our students perform well. We are an equitable school. I'm here on behalf of DKFI, a school with a terrific community of kids, teachers, and staff. And I am asking for the resources and political will for you to support our school becoming safe and healthy enough for us to pass MSDE inspections and support before and after care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, we'd like to turn to our in-person guests. I'd like to recognize Mr. J. Keith Scroggins. Welcome, sir. Please come up. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Board President Crawford, Vice President Dr. Getty, State Superintendent Chowdhury, and distinguished members of the State Board of Education. My name is J. Keith Scroggins, and I serve as the manager for volunteers and policy for the One Love Foundation. One Love is an organization focused on ending relationship abuse and creating a world with healthy relationships. One Love targets students from ages 11 to 18 years, as well as college-age youth, with our dynamic videos, lesson plans, and workshops, all of which are free to educators. One Love began because in the early morning of May 3rd, 2010, Yardley Love, a fourth-year student at the University of Virginia, was killed by her ex-boyfriend just weeks before they were to graduate. Her family realized that they had taught Yardley the dangers of drinking, driving, and drugs, but they hadn't even known to teach her about unhealthy relationships and abuse. They started One Love to provide educational tools to ensure young people have a common language to understand the warning signs of unhealthy relationships before it escalates to abuse. Because of the commitment from our health educators in central offices in the state of Maryland, we have successfully educated 205,000 young people within the Maryland public school system. Because of health educators, One Love has successfully provided skills-based and trauma-informed educational materials to our students in compliance with Maryland's health education standards. If incorporated in all public school curriculums, students will benefit by learning healthy behaviors that can help fortify them in managing life circumstances. How do we know this? Our data shows that 96% of participants said they would recommend One Love workshops to a friend, and 90% of students understand the resources available to them if they or a friend is in an abusive relationship. We look forward to continuing to support health educators provide age-appropriate, positive relationship health education that will improve student health literacy. Additionally, our workshops are supported in Delaware, Washington, D.C., and Virginia, as well as Maryland. And in June 2022, we crossed the 2 million mark nationally, even during COVID. One Love students are leading the way. We have 116 ambassadors and 40 to 50 college ambassadors in schools in Maryland, D.C., and Virginia, carrying the work out of the classroom and into the community. One Love relationship health education and prevention tools are critical because statistics show that more than 1 in 3 women, nearly 1 in 3 men, and 1 in 2 trans and non-binary people experience relationship abuse in their lifetime. One Love's digital tools, research-driven video content, peer-to-peer discussions, and online education center are perfect for working with health educators to prevent relationship abuse. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Ms. Danielle Nickens, welcome. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. My name is Danielle Nickens, and I will be sharing my family's experiences with special education. I have 2 sons who attend Baltimore City schools, one of whom has an IEP and has received both speech and special education support. Prior to that, he had a family services plan through Baltimore Infants and Toddlers. I referred him to the Infants and Toddlers program at age 2, and it was not an easy thing to point out challenges that my child was experiencing, and things that seemed to come naturally to others his age. It was even harder to listen to evaluation results confirming that. However, from then to now, every step of the way, I felt that my voice and input are valued. I felt that the success of my child matters, and more importantly, I felt that our child, who he is, matters. There have been teachers in meetings advocating for our child when I had trouble articulating what I thought he needed or didn't know the right questions to ask. Even during the height of the pandemic, when virtual school began, the teachers, the speech pathologists, and the special educators still ensured my son's needs were met. Early intervention, supportive administration, and dedicated teachers and support staff have made all the difference. My son is in the 5th grade now, and he's flourishing. His progress, confidence, and growth have been amazing to watch. He asked a few weeks ago why the special educator doesn't come to his class anymore, because you see, this is the first time since about 1st grade that he hasn't been receiving direct support from the special educator. He's progressed from being pulled out for sessions to in-class support to this year's independence with general classroom accommodations such as access to pre-reading materials, preferential seating, and extra time for tests. I asked him what he thought I should say to you all today, and he said to encourage the children who need help. So I'm passing his spirit of encouragement on to you all. Be encouraged that there are success stories, there are lives being touched, and children who are being pushed to confidently work towards reaching their full potential because of the dedicated teachers and special education support staff of Baltimore City Public Schools.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate that. This time we'd like to recognize Ms. Kit Hart. Welcome. Morning.
Thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you today. At August meeting last month, the union president lamented that she was the only commenter who found it necessary to make it into Baltimore to testify in person. Unlike Ms. Bost, I do not make 6 figures to be here, but I do represent thousands of parents throughout Moms for Liberty Maryland's 9 chapters who are deeply concerned about last year's testing scores and are wondering why they won't be released until after the midterms. Across the country, and specifically in Maryland, educators tell us that their students are 1 to 2 years behind academically due to the school system's response to the pandemic. This is an important time for us to assess this loss through the scores of the statewide testing in math and reading conducted during the last school year. This is the same extensive testing of our public school students in reading, math, and science that has been implemented for years. The public has been told how important this testing is and how reporting the scores is vital in evaluating the progress of our students, the effectiveness of our schools, and which actions and programs need to be undertaken to improve student performance. The millions of dollars and hours of student and teacher time spent on testing each year has been deemed crucial. Scores traditionally have been reported in the fall after spring testing. Yet this year, the State Department of Education has announced that they would not be releasing last year's math and reading scores until early 2023. There has been no rationale stated or explanation offered. Why is that? After all these years stressing the importance of this testing, it seems that now, when their use might be more obvious, MSDE either finds this testing useless or the scores so poor that releasing them prior to the election will hurt certain parties or candidates. The citizens, parents, and taxpayers of Maryland insist that MSDE immediately release the scores to the public so that they can be used for the purpose of adjusting and improving instruction as we try to correct the harm done during the pandemic. The expenditures of millions of dollars and thousands of student and teacher hours on testing should not be wasted on a delay that appears to be politically motivated. It is crucial that we face the honest assessment of how our students are doing so that we can move forward. If we don't, we are condemning them to a learning deficit that will affect them throughout their school years and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Liz Zogby. Welcome. And good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Board President Crawford, Superintendent Chowdhury, and members of the State Board. My name is Liz Zogby. I'm co-chair of the Maryland Down Syndrome Advocacy Coalition, or MDAC. Our coalition includes the 5 major Down syndrome organizations in Maryland, as well as individuals with Down syndrome and their families. I'm also, most importantly, the mother of 3. My youngest, named Hope, is an 11-year-old 5th grader at City Neighbors Charter School in Baltimore City and has Down syndrome. Along with our national partner, the National Down Syndrome Congress, the Maryland Down Syndrome Advocacy Coalition believes that all students, including those with Down syndrome, have the right to an education designed to help them make progress in the general education curriculum for the grade in which they are enrolled. Students with Down syndrome should have the opportunity to make progress toward the requirements for a regular high school diploma. And like all students, they should be prepared to pursue post-secondary education and/or competitive integrated employment. We believe that except in rare circumstances, students with Down syndrome from preschool to completion of high school should be educated in general education classrooms with appropriate services, supplementary aids, and supports in the school the student would have attended if not for the disability. The unfortunate reality is that this is the exception, not the rule, despite at least 40 years of research that demonstrates that both students with disabilities and their peers benefit academically and socially and have improved long-term outcomes when educated using inclusive best practices. MDAC is proud to be part of an advocacy community with a history of a strong collaborative relationship with MSDE, and we hope to continue to work together toward shared goals, including ensuring that students with Down syndrome and other intellectual and developmental disabilities are successfully included in their neighborhood schools. MDAC views the solutions to the challenges we face, particularly the issue of educational placements of students with intellectual disability and those who take the alternate assessment, as extending beyond special education. Progress will require deep, meaningful, and ongoing collaboration between general and special educators and administrators at the classroom, district, and state level, with the close cooperation and engagement of families and the advocacy community. Thank you for the opportunity to share these thoughts with you today. The Maryland Down Syndrome Advocacy Coalition looks forward to continued partnership with MSDE as we work together to improve the educational experiences and ultimately the lives of Marylanders with Down syndrome.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Cheryl Boast. Morning.
Good morning. You're well today. Good morning, President Crawford, Vice Chair Getty, members of the board, Superintendent Chaudhary. I'm Cheryl Boast, 4th and 5th grade teacher from Baltimore County, proudly serving as the president for the Maryland State Education Association. I want to commend the parent who came before you today to talk about the success of her student thriving in Baltimore City schools with the help of special educators, and I'm sure many other staff that are working for his success. There are successes throughout our school systems, but I do want to share today the stories of some of our special educators. The data shows that there are growing vacancies in special education. And looking at the root causes, as I talk to special educators across the state, large caseloads, too many students on their caseloads, duplicative paperwork, compliancy paperwork, lack of supports. Their paraeducators assigned to them are getting pulled to substitute on a daily basis so they can't service the students in front of them, and they often feel that they're underneath a microscope. Just last evening, my niece, who's a special educator for 5 years in Pennsylvania, has moved to kindergarten, and I asked her how kindergarten was going, and she says, Aunt Cheryl, I get a time to teach and not just put out fires all day or do paperwork. She says, I just never had enough support to deal with the students. I come to you, though, with some problem solving. We need to increase their pay, the time that they have to do the paperwork and case management, offer additional supports through paraeducators, counseling services, and really look at workload relief. I want to highlight the new superintendent in Frederick County, who has provided more time for special educators who are doing their caseload and has set up a work group to listen to special educators to find out how Frederick County can reduce some of the workload that's facing those educators. I encourage all superintendents to set up that work group because many of these items don't cost money. And I'm sure today in your data that you're going to receive about students with disabilities, there will be inherent discrepancies between the number of students of color who are being referred. We saw that when we looked at the data for the blueprint and putting in the expansion for pre-K and additional tutors. All of that is needed, especially what I said today about caseload reduction, but we also need to look at implicit bias training for all of our staff. And so we could hopefully reduce the number of students that over-identified into special education. So I want to thank you for your time and your work. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. I want to thank all of our public commenters, and we appreciate your comments. We'll take your comments under advisement. You know, one of the challenges that we have just in general is getting our message out. We try through a number of different channels, and that's always a bit of a challenge. We know that from other sources as well. I'm going to take the liberty of just asking the superintendent to comment on the Maryland assessment issue. We've talked about this issue in our roundtables with our local boards, with our superintendents. We've talked about it here at prior state board meetings. And I'll just ask the superintendent just to give us an update on sort of where we are and what some of the challenges that we're working through today, but also give us a glimpse of what the future will look like and where we're going with the assessment. Superintendent Chaudhary.
Okay, so first of all, the test scores are not being withheld. They're not for political reasons or for any other reasons. The reasons why they are not out is because Maryland decided right before the pandemic to switch its test. Maryland switched from PARCC to MCAP right before the pandemic hit. Whenever you can go on our website, you can read about the whole process. It's a federally required process where you have to standard set. We did a deep dive on this last month, and you know, I will be the first in line to say, you could ask my team, where are the scores? You cannot release scores that you don't have cup points for, that you have not set standards for. You have to do that work. It required 6 months. It is federally required. We are in this predicament where we have placed ourselves because we chose to move between one test and another right before the pandemic hit. We were not able to give it during the spring of the pandemic. And then Maryland chose not to give the full test, as you guys were here. I was not here. You chose to give a modified version of the test in the fall. We've released those results. They're not pretty. Students have been set back. And what you're seeing nationally is some level of rebounding from that effect. And I anticipate that's what we'll see. However, we can't release results that we don't have cut points for. We have to leverage educators from across the state to set these cut points, and it takes 6 months. It's not because we're holding them back or we want to hide them or anything else. I'm the first to say you have seen our presentations. Being able to compare data, to have honest conversations where we are a return to normal has been the theme of this administration. So that is the reason why we can't release them. Once we are done with standard setting, right, then we will release them faster than we've ever had before. We will start as early as June, within days, as we move to the more computer adaptive testing. We will release them as early as, but before people start summer school and then going into the fall. But we're not there yet. We have to finish the standard setting process. And trust me, Chandra, who's our head of assessment, can tell you, I've asked her numerous times, can I give them a preview? Can I give them something? No, we can't. They're just raw numbers. They won't mean anything. You have to set what is performance level 4, 3, 2, 1. And that takes 6 months. It just does. And so that's the predicament we are in. We just happen to move from PARC to MCAP right before the pandemic hit. We never gave the full version of the test until this past spring. And once you give your full version of your test, you have to standard set. The science test was standard set a while ago, so hence why we're releasing it. And that is why. Once standard setting is done, right, it will be out early. And I would point to every single board presentations we've had. We look at data every single day. We just did one on alternative high schools. We're going to do one on special education. It is not pretty. And this administration, we have looked at data of students losing proficiency. They start with proficiency at the 3rd grade, they lose proficiency by 5th grade. We have looked at that data. That is something that we will constantly be rooted in this administration. I wish I had the scores, I don't. What we're seeing nationally is students are rebounding, not at the level that we need to see, and persistent historical achievement gaps still exist, but there is recovery happening, and I hope to see that in all of our 24 LEAs. They have been working their tails off to make it happen. But it's going to not be an overnight recovery, right? And so this is going to be a very big year for us, but we will see the results in January, and then never again are we going to be releasing results that late again once standard setting is done.
Very good, thank you. You know, as we've said, we've tried to continue to communicate, but what you find is that in communication, you sometimes just have to keep saying it over and over again because people don't hear it, may have missed it or whatever. So just wanted to just get that information out. We want to now move to our consent agenda items. We have 3 items in our consent agenda: the approval of the meeting minutes, the personnel actions, and the budget adjustments for August 2022. Following Robert's Rules of Order, I will say objection 3 times. Hearing no objection, then the consent agenda will be approved. Objection, objection, objection. The consent agenda items are approved. Thank you. At this time, we're going to continue with our agenda, and I think one of the board's favorite standing items is the opportunity to hear from stakeholders. So this time, we'd like to welcome our non-public schools to come up. Dr. Millie McCarthy, would you mind introducing them as get them started? But we're just excited about having you come and to share. We learned so much from our stakeholders coming in and sharing, and we greatly appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedules to be here with us today. And We're very, very interested to hear what you have to say, so we want to give you an opportunity to make a presentation, and then after which time we will then give our board members an opportunity to ask a few questions. Again, thank you so much for coming in today. Dr. Millie McCarthy.
So, thank you very much for coming and speaking to us today. And I'll wait. You're getting settled with your technology. Okay. So, welcome, Mr. Garrett O'Day. And Garrett, would you like to tell the organization that you're from, just quickly?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Superintendent Chowdhury and members of the board. Garrett O'Day, Deputy Director of Maryland Catholic Conference, as well as Vice President of the Maryland CAPE, the Non-Public School Coalition, which is the Maryland chapter of the National Council for American Private Education.
Thank you. And we have a pinch hitter today. Peter Bailey is Executive Director of the Association of Independent Maryland and D.C. Schools, and he's not able to be with us because of illness. So we have Ms. Crystal Alston. Would you like to say something about your position with Ames?
Yeah, so I'm Crystal Alston. Good morning, everyone. And I am presenting on behalf of Peter Bailey, who wanted me to express his deep apologies for not being able to be here. I am a graduate of an Ames member school, and which I currently sit on the board for. I am the mother of an Ames student, and so I'm just thrilled to be here to present for Peter.
Thank you very much. And I would like to introduce Ms. Dari Flynn, who is the Executive Director of the Maryland Association of Non-Public Special Ed Facilities. And you have a book in front of you that helps you understand more about it. And you brought a guest with you, a board member.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for having us today. My name is Sue McClendon. I am the current board president of Manseth and work with Dory, and also an associate vice president for Arrow Child and Family Ministries. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. And you have self-organized, and you have a presentation, so thank you.
Thank you. Thanks again for having us today. I also want to send my regards to my friend and counterpart, Rabbi Ariel Sadwin, who serves as president of Maryland CAPE, and is also on behalf of the Jewish Day Schools, too. He's, of course, on holiday today as well. So there on your screen, you see that, quote, "they're all our children." So as the former dear friend of ours and General Assembly Appropriations Committee Chair, Jim Proctor, used to say, he used to say that phrase all the time. And it always stuck with me because it underscores how the public schools and the non-public schools really form a symbiotic relationship here in Maryland. And many teachers have been employed in both systems, if I may characterize it that way. Students move from non-public to public and vice versa frequently, depending on their needs. And both communities have a significant interaction with this department. So just before I turn it over to Crystal here, I just wanted to state a little bit about the underlying numbers, which may surprise some people. Last year, there were over 128,000 pre-K to 12 students educated in our non-public schools in the state of Maryland. And I should note that the department does keep these statistics and releases an enrollment report each year. So that means that we have about 13% of students educated in non-public schools in Maryland. There are about 1,275 non-public schools. And by comparison, there's 1,475 public schools, so it's pretty close as far as the number of schools. Non-publics have tens of thousands of Maryland employees, including their teachers, their administrative staff, and administrators and support staff. More than 1 in 8, as you see there, students in Maryland is a non-public school student. And when we include the homeschools, and we will make a note about homeschoolers, while not non-publics, we just want to make a note about them later. More than 1 in every 6 students in Maryland are educated outside of their local public school. So our goal here today is just to give you all a brief overview of the size and the dynamic of the non-public school community within Maryland's educational landscape. We also want to highlight our school's interaction with the department, which is pretty significant. So right now I'll turn it over to Crystal Alston on behalf of Ames. And
So again, I'm Crystal Olson. I actually sit on the board for Ames. This is my first year serving on the board, and I'm thrilled to do so. Let me move this over a little bit. Okay. The first Eurocentric schools in North America were not public and were founded as early as the late 1600s, long before the Declaration of Independence or the formation of what we know now as public schools. Maryland's oldest continuously operating non-public independent school was founded in the 1740s, and 3 signers of the Declaration of Independence were graduates. It is still educating students today. So independent schools have been part of the educational landscape in Maryland and indeed in North America for a long time. The member schools of Ames, the Association of Independent Maryland and DC Schools, comprise a subset of the broader category of non-public schools. These 100 independent schools typically educate college-bound students, and they are diverse in a variety of ways. They are large and small, urban, rural, and suburban, coeducational and single-gendered, boarding and day, and half are faith-based. What they have in common is that they are all 501c3, not-for-profit institutions governed by a volunteer board of trustees, focused on a particular defined educational mission, and they each uphold a non-discrimination policy with respect to students and employees. Perhaps the most distinctive characteristic of Ames Independent Schools is their independence. They each define their own educational mission, they each develop their curriculum within the parameters of state requirements, and they each create coherent pedagogical strategies that align with their individual mission. Most accept no state or federal funding, and their primary revenues come from tuition payments and philanthropic support. They support small class sizes, individual attention, robust co-curricular programs in the arts and athletics, and active partnership with school and families. Inevitably, each independent school develops its own distinctive school culture and sense of community. Ames schools are part of a rigorous, peer review-based accreditation protocol that operates according to a 10-year cycle. Comprising both state and Ames standards, accreditation is based on an extensive self-study written by the school, a 4-day on-site visit by a committee of trained professionals from other schools, ultimately followed by an action plan that the school submits to the Ames Commission on Accreditation. Full accreditation visits occur every 10 years with an interim review at the 5-year mark. While numbers never tell the whole story about a school, Ames statistics are worth noting. Our 100 member schools in Maryland educate 42,500 students, including 30% students of color, employ 10,500 faculty members, and are governed by 2,000 volunteer trustees. The collective annual operating budgets for all Ames schools in Maryland amount to $1.032 billion, which has a big impact on our state's economy. And within those collective budgets, Ames schools last year awarded $240 million in need-based financial aid to current students to help support diverse socioeconomic school communities. Ames does value our partnership with all schools in Maryland, public, non-public, and we invite you to reach out to us anytime, email, phone, questions, and I think Peter's email is on the slide that you have.
President Crawford, Superintendent Chowdhury, and members of the board, good morning. I'm Dory Flynn, the Executive Director of MANSEF, which is the Maryland Association of Non-Public Special Education Facilities. The term non-public can be quite confusing. So we're hoping today that we can give some clarity. It is used interchangeably even among the groups sitting here in the room. There are 3 categories of non-public schools here in Maryland. They all fall under the non-public approval branch here at the department. The first are the schools approved under COMAR 13A09, and we commonly refer to these as the private schools, AKA independent schools, as Crystal has just described. The second are the schools under COMAR 13A09-10, and we commonly refer to these schools as the non-public special education schools. These schools are publicly paid for, and the tuitions are set by MSDE, and the children all have IEPs. The third category are the church exempt schools, and these are operated by a bona fide church organization. The department refers to the first two types of schools as approved because they hold a certificate of approval from MSDE. However, many of the church-exempt schools do hold a certificate of approval as well, so there is a blend among even all of our members. The regulations between the two types of non-public schools vary somewhat, with the special education schools being a bit more involved in terms of teacher certification requirements, which align with the public schools, our class size, and monitoring by MSDE. MANSEF is a nonprofit association, and we are governed by a board of directors, and our focus is to serve children who cannot otherwise be served in their local public school. Our mission is to realize the optimum growth for students with special needs and to support their families by ensuring that there are a full range of educational opportunities and options. We are the collective voice and an essential resource for the non-public school community. We work in lockstep with our local education agency partners, and we work very closely with MSDE colleagues. There is a very strong partnership. I'm very proud to say that my sister associations in other states are very envious, and I do want to take a 1-second special shout out and recognize Marcella Frankowski, who has been a consummate professional, the most trusted partner you could ever hope for, and I am very grateful for her support. When MANSEF started in 1975, it was just 10 schools. Today, MANSEF is 47 years old, and we represent 74 schools located in 14 different districts. We employ over 2,000 teachers, professionals, social workers, nurses, speech-related services staff such as speech therapists, occupational therapists, administrators. Our schools are serving approximately 3,500 publicly funded students, and that number does fluctuate at any given time, so it does change throughout the year. And they're coming from all 24 local school systems here in Maryland. As I mentioned, we have small class sizes, which must meet COMOR requirements that average 6 students to 1 teacher, and that is an average. The age range is anywhere from 3 to 21, and each individual school establishes their own profile of the types of students they wish to serve. So one school might be serving 10 different districts and need to follow the curriculum of that specific local school system. And in fact, students receive a diploma from their local public school. The next slide will show you the federal census disability codes, and we have schools that serve multiple disabilities, and again, each school decides which category of disabilities they wish to serve. So it just provides you with a spectrum of the disabilities that are out there. So I'm handing this off to Sue, who will give you a little more in-depth about the value of the full continuum. Thank you.
Thank you, Dory. Good morning, everyone. As previously shared, I am Sue Barnes-McClendon, currently serving as the board president of MANSEF. Thank you very much for this time today as we continue our share of MANSEF's role in the Maryland educational tapestry. Some students require a therapeutic placement outside of the public school to obtain an educational benefit. In addition to what most people think when they hear a therapeutic benefit, non-public schools are able to offer highly specialized related services such as mental health supports, speech therapy, occupational therapy, and more. Classes are taught by special educators and offer environmental supports such as a low student-to-teacher ratio, smaller school settings, and intensive behavioral supports if needed. The Individuals with Disability Education Act, IDEA, specifies that public agencies must offer a continuum of services to meet the needs of students with special education services, and MANSEF schools are part of that continuum. Placement in a least restrictive environment is a student-specific decision and must be fluid. Options include general education classes with special education support, special education classes, special education schools such as MANSEF schools, home instruction, and hospital instruction. The least restrictive environment for a student will change over time as the IEP team evaluates their needs. Because all less restrictive environments are considered first, students would only be educated in a setting from their general education peers only if the nature or severity of the disability is such that education in regular classes with the use of supplementary aids and services cannot be achieved satisfactorily. Moving from national legislation to state-level COMAR, a student's access to a free and appropriate public education is ensured when the public school cannot implement the IEP through placement in a public school setting. The IEP must be developed for the student before they can be placed within a non-public school, so the public agency still owns the responsibility of determining what successful supports for the student looks like. This slide reviews an important concept, that the standards for a student placed in a non-public school setting cannot be in any way lower than the educational standards in the schools operated by the local education agency. How this plays out in some practical examples include non-public school teachers meeting the same certification standards. The diploma earned by students within a non-public school must meet the same graduation requirements. Non-public schools have access and the use of the same curriculum and standards. And we must follow regulatory specifications for related services, behavioral supports, staff training, and more. We have been outlining the different types of non-public schools in this presentation, and while Dory and I have been focusing on the publicly funded special education schools, please note that category of schools has 3 different types. A Type 1 special education school is 100% operated by a non-public agency on a distinct site. The vast majority of the 74 ManSEF schools are Type 1 schools. A Type 2 is similar to a Type 1, but may include integration within the public school setting and even be within a public school building. This allows for students who may be ready for a less restrictive environment to do a gradual reentry back into the supports a comprehensive public school offers. There are 4 Type 2 ManSEF schools. And lastly, Type 3 schools are the rarest, but they serve a distinct purpose. There are 3 Type 3 ManSEF schools. These Type 3 schools serve students who are temporarily placed in a facility licensed by an agency other than the MSDE, for instance, the Department of Social Services. The partnership between ManSEF and MSDE, as well as child welfare and behavioral health agencies, has allowed the mix of what is most needed in Maryland between the 3 school types to be adjusted through collaboration. One of the things that should be highlighted is the collaboration between ManSEF and the MSDE and local education agencies. It is a true partnership that expresses itself through trainings, discussions, and collaboration. Examples that can be highlighted include building of capacity to bring students who are being served in out-of-state residential programs back home to Maryland, using public-private partnerships to provide services that can divert the need for a non-public placement for some students, creating programs that meet extreme low incidence populations, working on teacher salary parity challenges, and of course the COVID pandemic. The pandemic tested all of us in ways we had not been tested before, but because of this partnership between ManSEF, the MSDE, and local education agencies, we were able to meet the unique needs of our students in creative ways. We wanted to end this section of the presentation by noting what having access to the full continuum of services can mean for families. Because each student has their needs met in the least restrictive environment, for the vast majority of families, their needs are met within the public school setting. But for a very small number of students who need a ManSEF school, the 3,500 students Dory mentioned before, many of their families have spent IEP meetings working with the public school to seek out what is the missing element to their child's education. And as we know, this can be a very stressful process for some families. At a certain point, families can sometimes see the option for school placement in the framework of or. Is my child going to be served by a public school system or by a non-public? Will my child have a rigorous education or a setting that meets their other needs? I have seen families deal with what they thought was a choice that either way had sacrifice. But the best thing occurs when the student finds the right placement. The language of or becomes and. Families see that they have the specialization of a non-public and the continued support and structure of the local education agency. They see that they can have a small setting tailored for their child and not give up any of the standards for quality of education. Non-public placements are not meant to be a final stop. Our goal is to be the right place for the right time. Dory and I are very thankful for the role ManSEF plays in the Maryland Continuum of Special Education Services and for the part we serve in the 3,500 students' educational journey. Please feel free to reach out to either Dory or myself if you are interested in learning more or if you would like to visit a Mansfield school.
Thank you very much. So just moving on to some of the other types of non-public schools, as Dory and Sue had elaborated on, just to make a few notes about the faith-based schools, which really are the majority of the non-public schools, non-special ed in Maryland here. Catholic schools are the largest group. While there are 150 schools, their student enrollment is just under 50,000 statewide, so that's the largest group. The school systems of the Archdiocese of Baltimore and the Archdiocese of Washington, D.C., about 80% of which their students and their schools are in the state of Maryland, in the 5 suburban D.C. counties there that are in the state of Maryland. If included with our county LEAs, would probably be around the 10th and 11th largest school districts in the state, respectively. So. And just a last note on the Catholic schools for a sample of demographics, I can tell you that in each of those archdioceses, we have nearly 30% minority student enrollment in each of those, as well as 1/3 of the students being non-Catholic. I'd estimate that around half of Catholic schools in the state have, at one point, received a Blue Ribbon Award from the United States Department of Education. Moving on to a few of the other groups here, we have just a quick continuation of the faith-based schools. Jewish day schools comprise probably the largest second largest affiliation, having between 9,000 and 10,000 students, and they do include a couple of the largest non-public schools in the state of Maryland. So the other umbrella groups, as many of the staff here at MSD refer to them, also have significant interaction with the department here include the Association of Christian Schools, the Islamic schools, Seventh-day Adventist schools, Lutheran and Montessori schools, just to name a few. So we promised a quick note about homeschooling. Those are regulated, of course, by COMAR. Around 5% of the K-12 students in the state of Maryland are actually now homeschooled. Just to contrast, prior to the pandemic, there was about 29,000. Now there's about 43,000 in the state of Maryland. So as far as talking about interaction with the department here, which is significant, as I mentioned earlier, there are so many dedicated employees here at MSDE that interact with our schools. I was going to give a few shout outs as Dory did, but then I got into the double digits and I decided to spare you, but many of which are sitting here behind me in this room. They're so good to us. And we thank them for their partnership, their continued partnership in our collective mission in educating Maryland students. The MSDE, as Dory mentioned, does have oversight, and the non-public school approval branch is one of the ways in which it engages in oversight of those 2 sections of COMAR in approving schools. The health and safety regulations that are set by both COMAR and the General Assembly, of course, are administered by the department. And additionally, which we're going to talk about a little bit, there's another $45 million or so in additional miscellaneous programs that are either administered in part or in whole by the MSDE. Here's a few of them. The Boost Scholarship Program, there's a lot of interest about that, so we'll just talk about it a little bit in just a second. The Senator Ed DeGrange Non-Public Aging Schools Program. We have a textbook and technology program that has been in place for the non-public schools, administered here by the department probably for over 20 years, 21, 22 years. We have a safety improvements program for safety improvements for our students, the Maryland 529 Savings Program, and Title I services administered through Equitable Services through the LEAs, and the department administers a lot of that as well, and other federal funding programs such as the federal pandemic relief funding from the COVID pandemic. So just to talk a little bit about the Boost Scholarship Program, because there is a lot of interest in that. That provides $10 million this year for scholarships for low-income students to help them attend a non-public school. The Boost Advisory Board here is staffed by MSDE, and Matt Gallagher serves as the chair. Dr. Grasmick is on the Boost Advisory Board too as well. And just some quick key facts about Boost. There are 76 parent choice programs in 32 states, which surprises a lot of people, including our nearest neighbors here, the District of Columbia with a $20 million program similar to Boost, and then Pennsylvania, $240 million allocation, and Virginia, $25 million, which is in the form of a tax credit to provide tuition and scholarships for students to attend non-public schools. The majority of student recipients in Boost here in Maryland are minorities, and the household income for the entire households of those recipients is just around $36,000. 1/3 of the students are ELLs, English language learners, and the majority of program dollars have actually gone towards students who use Boost to transfer from a public school at one point. I should note that they get significantly higher scholarship amounts. It's about a 3-to-1 ratio in the scholarship dollars they receive if you transfer from a public school. And the recipients are in 21 of the 24 Maryland jurisdictions, although the vast majority of them do come from the 4 largest jurisdictions, the 2 largest Boost recipient jurisdictions being Baltimore City and County. And there have been about 20,000 scholarships that this program has provided since its inception in 2016. Other ways in which MSDE interacts with the non-public schools are the superintendent's non-public work group, which goes back to Dr. Grasmick's days at the department. Has been in place for a long time. That does meet a couple of times a year to go over various ways in which the department interacts with the non-public school community to come up with communication and ways that we can all work together on state programs and new implementation of new legislation that passes. Speaking of legislation, I'll last mention the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. We had many folks, such as myself, who supported that within the General Assembly, and just a way in which the non-publics, of course, are going to participate in that is that 50% of the expansion seats will be provided through non-public providers. We've got a couple of schools on the Catholic school end in this already and hope to get many more. We applaud the legislature for its expansion, and the staff at MSD who are working so hard to get it rolling too as well. We wanted to go over a couple of key takeaways in conclusion that questions we've answered for you all before we open it up for any questions, which is what place do non-public schools occupy in the educational landscape? As you can see, it's pretty significant here in Maryland, especially with regard to the number of students and the diversity of services that are provided to students here in Maryland. Non-public schools are really a part of this Department of Education and vice versa. And we really wanted to highlight many ways in which we just touched the tip of the iceberg on that. But we're very thankful to the department for their continued work for our schools. And lastly, to talk about how the department and non-public schools can support each other in good times and in challenging times as we have throughout the pandemic. And we would just lastly state that communication is key. So thank you very much for all of your time today, and we'll open it up to any questions anybody may have.
Thank you very much. This was very, very informative. Let me first go to Senator Bates, who's virtual. Senator Bates, do you have any questions or comments? Okay. All right. Hearing none, then we'll now open it up. Ms. Morrow?
Good morning, and thank you all for being here this morning. So kind of going back to the discussion that we had about test scores in our public schools, can you all speak to what sort of assessment or accountability or rating systems exist in the various private school settings for people to know kind of the same sort of information that we get at the public schools?
For the non-public special education schools, our students take the exact same tests as the public school students, and the scores are reported back to their local public school.
I'm not exactly sure what tests are currently given out in AIM schools, but when I was a student there were standardized testing that, were provided every year, for sure.
Yeah, I would say it varies between the different non-public schools. I can tell you that our schools take norm reference national standardized tests, and then, for example, in some state programs, such as the schools that participate in Boost, there's a requirement a list of tests that they would have to report on, which they do as well. So it varies amongst the different non-public schools. So I don't want to speak for Peter schools, but I can tell you as far as the Catholic schools and I believe the Jewish day schools, that list of tests is a very common norm referenced set of standardized tests that they all take.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Mr. Bartley.
Thank you for a great presentation, and especially I'm thankful for learning about the MANSEF organization. Is there any link or information that you could share with the public so that parents can apply or be introduced to the opportunity to attend a MANSEF school? Because I think that information is important. I didn't know about these organizations, and I had no idea that the opportunity existed. Thanks.
Thank you. I try to go out everywhere I can to all parent groups and let them know about the full continuum, but it actually goes back to the child's individualized education program. It goes back to their IEP, so that the local public school system team, along with the parent as an equal member, make a decision about where that IEP can be implemented, and then a referral is made to a non-public special education school. So it actually circles back with the public school system for that communication to get to know where we are and who we are.
Are all children with IEPs eligible for MANSEF schools?
They wouldn't necessarily be eligible because they're obviously being served at their local public school. We're only here when the public school needs us. So it's a more intensive, more therapeutic setting when the public school cannot implement the child's IEP.
Dr. Millie McCarthy.
Thank you for a really wonderful presentation. I think it's really helpful for everyone to know the different kinds of independent non-public schools, and I'm glad that you've learned something new about MANSEF. I do have a question, though. You talked, Dari, or I think it was you, about pay parity. And that when a school is a type 1 school, teachers have to have the same level of credentials that public school teachers do. Can you talk a little bit about your comment about pay parity?
Sure. That was something that I had brought.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Okay.
something that I brought. That's okay. Thank you for that question. We have worked with the MSDE to do some analysis in what gap in pay exists, and there is a gap in pay that does exist for teachers of similar credentialing who are working in a non-public special education school versus their public school special education cohort, their counterparts. And so we have worked with the MSDE to do a study to identify that gap and to look at what recommendations can be done. MANSEF, independent from the MSDE, did propose legislation last year, which did not move forward. We will certainly continue to work with our legislative partners to look at how that gap can be narrowed or even extinguished. We're serving public school students. Our teachers are having the same certification requirements, so we really do want to offer the same pay scales as our public school teacher counterparts.
So 2 questions. Can you tell me what a gap, do you have a number that talks about that gap?
I don't want to misspeak because I don't have it off the top of my head. I do know that in terms of percentage, it was in the double digits. And when we have teachers who are beginning their career, that gap is smaller. But then as teachers move through their career, they get additional, their advanced professional certification, their master's degree, that gap does become wider. And I'm happy to share those numbers with anybody in the board. I just don't want to misremember and say the wrong thing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further. Oh, Ms. Halley.
Thank you for coming today. I think your presentation was excellent, and I think it was really very helpful. And I appreciate all the points of contact that you helped us to understand that you collaborate with the department on. So if you were to have, your 3 wishes, or maybe it's 1 wish, of more collaboration or other interaction, what would your advice be to this board in terms of how we might be helpful?
Wow,
that's a great question.
Yeah. I think keeping the communication going. Yeah, the communication is critical. I mean, it's Garrett's last line there, and it really is important. We are true partners in this, serving children with special needs, and so it's the support, the relationships are key.
Yeah, to that end, with the enrollment in non-public schools, as you see statewide, and I will say the department has done a great job lately, and thank you, Superintendent, and to Justin too as well, and everybody here at MSD for really including us and working with us collaboratively on many of these programs and interactions that we have. But yeah, just in the vein of never losing that, to not communicate effectively with the non-public school community, but kind of be like the department saying, we're just not going to talk to Montgomery County's LEA or, that sort of thing, and or Baltimore City. It's a large group of students that we all represent, and that's one of the things we wanted to drive home today. And but we do thank the department for a recent, very much improved set of collaboration and communication. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Well,
Thank you, Dr.
I'm sorry. Oh, Ms. Chang, I'm sorry I didn't see you.
No, that's okay. Thank you for the presentation. And I just heard that students' assessment score did roll back to the local LEAs. How about other demographic information and the farm and other data will be collected and report back to the MSD? Would they roll back to the local LEAs too?
They do for the non-public special education schools, yes. That information rolls back.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. This was very, very informative. I've learned so much. And again, we really appreciate you taking time out of your schedules to come. And we look forward to continuing to collaborate with you and work to improve educational opportunities for our children here in the state of Maryland. And again, thank you so very much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Have a great school year.
Thanks.
You as well.
Excellent, excellent. Before we dive in, we have deep dives coming up. But before we do that, what I'm going to do is to take a 5-minute break. And then we'll come back and then we'll dive in. So we look forward to that. So we'll take about a 5-minute break and come back. Thank you, everyone. continue our deep dives. So we've got 2 deep dives. The first one will be coordinated community supports. We'll do that, and then we may end up having to do part A-B for the second one to make sure we get through everything. Just for the public's information, as you know, we have been conducting roundtable discussions with local superintendents and local board members, and one of the comments that we have received several times has been comments about the usefulness of the deep dives. In fact, we've had, I think, a few who've said that they've actually taken our deep dive information and just used that and shared that at the local level. So they were complimenting the department, the superintendent, on the quality of the information. And I think in order to, as we all agree, in order to move forward and to address some of the challenges that we have, it starts first with a realistic assessment of where you are, and then from that, figuring out then what is an appropriate way forward. So again, I thank the department for doing this, and the superintendent. Superintendent Chaudhary, we're ready now for the first of the deep dives.
Great. Sounds good. I'm going to have Mary Gable join me on this one, and then someone from her staff will also join at a certain point when we get to a specific chapter of the presentation. So, a few things. We're going to continue on with our blueprint deep dive. And this deep dive connects well into mental health and social emotional supports for students. That's something that was created in the blueprint with an eye towards partnerships and things that happen outside the school in order to ensure that students are taken care of, right? When our communities are okay, our schools are doing okay, right, as I like to say. So let's go ahead and jump right in to slide 3. So this is called the Maryland Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports. And so the Maryland Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports is a new entity that has been formed in statute as a result of the blueprint legislation. We haven't talked about this before. We've mentioned it, but this is the first time we're doing a deep dive here because it's already begun to form, and it's going to have a major role in ensuring that there are coordinated wraparound supports happening for our students in a highly sophisticated way with impact in mind. Next slide, please. And so, as you can see in statute, the consortium is made up of 24 members, and they are statutorily defined on who those 24 members are. The consortium does have a chair, and I'll talk about that as well. And it has 3 purposes, and I'll go ahead and just lay that out for you, right? 1, support the development of coordinated community supports and partnerships to meet the student behavioral health needs and other related challenges in a holistic, a non-stigmatized, and coordinated manner. 2, provide expertise for the development of best practices in the delivery of student behavioral health services, supports, and wraparound services. And 3, provide technical assistance to school systems to support positive environments and the closing of achievement gaps so that all students can succeed. Big goals, but what does that mean in practice? Next slide. They have several responsibilities. I'm not going to read all of these, but ultimately the charge of the consortium is to provide grant making and technical assistance to what I call collective groups of entities looking to provide high quality wraparound supports to students in a specific region, neighborhood, etc. This consortium's focus is not specifically what is happening just inside the school system. It's the entire community in which the student resides and all the supports that they may need. The grant making is specifically focused on external entities, right, in partnership with school systems. And we'll talk more about how it commingles with the community schools work, which is a major, major part of the blueprint as well. Let's jump into slide 6. I'll wait for it to change.
Well, can you make it? Changing there.
There it is. Okay, thank you. So here's the 24 members. As you can see, it has, MSD has 2 levels of representation. We have the community schools representative or designee, and then myself. This is one of the consortiums that I will personally attend. There's many things that I'm on and I send designees to, and there's a few things that I personally make sure my schedule does not get in the way to attend to. This will be one of them, and you'll see why. And so we just had our first 2 meetings. First one was just to getting to know. We invited the AIB to give a Blueprint 101, and then the second one was just to further begin to take in the landscape of mental and behavioral needs through our state. And so this commission is going to be organized around 4 subcommittees, and I'll talk more about that. 4 subcommittees, and we'll talk more about that. But let's go to slide 7. When I mean grant making, I mean grant making. All right, there you go. I'm gonna wait. Are we okay with technology? Okay, I just want to make sure. All right.
We've got 2 screens running. We're not staying on one.
Oh, okay, got it. Do you need to do anything or? Got it. All right. Just let me know if so. All right. So as you can see, it is a significant amount of dollars in grant making that will go out to external collectives that are going to form or pitch the consortium, right? Different problems of practice they're going to solve with student mental health and behavioral needs at the center. So I'll say it again. The consortium's going to do grant making to collectives who pitch the consortium, right? And there's going to be a whole process, and we'll talk more about what that will look like eventually, to how they're going to come together to solve different behavioral and mental health needs or meet different behavioral health needs of students in all throughout our state. And so it is a significant amount of money, but it's also designed to really have a significant amount of impact. So it's a very unique element of the blueprint, right? We have the community schools component, which we'll talk about, but it also thought about what the external partners and players who need to be able to execute what they do well in collaboration with the school system and the students and their families in order to ensure student success. So slide 8, here are the 4 committees that are forming. Each one will have a co-chair or a chair. And so we're all basically being placed in 4 different committees. And I will be part of one of them as well. I actually am gonna co-chair one. And as you can see, they revolve around designing the framework for coordinated care, the RFP process, because you have to have an annual or maybe rolling basis RFP process. We have not decided. Data collection, how do you measure impact when it comes to behavior and social mental health? It's not like just measuring reading or math proficiency. Outreach and community engagement, of course, is going to be at the forefront. And then best practices. How are we codifying and sharing best practices for how to do this work well, both within our state or bringing in best practices from around the other places in the country. I'm going to stop there in true form. I think you guys enjoy me stopping to ask questions per chapter, so I'm going to start using that approach. That way we have less questions at the end. So any questions on the consortium?
Dr. Wilcox and then Ms. McCusker.
Thank you for this presentation. I'm in the mental health field and just recently learned about this, so thank you for this. This is great information. I'm curious of why there are not people with lived experience of mental health problems or concerns that are on the committee as members.
You want me to go reach out to the blueprint architects and let them know? So
Absolutely. There really
I
should
was
be.
not here to sit on the commission. There was a lot of things that would play out differently, but I was not here. So I would ask anyone else who was here before me. I don't mean to
No,
make
I'm not
light of
blaming
that,
it.
but
I'm
truly,
totally not
I agree
blaming it
with
on
you.
But I'm just saying that it is an omission that's a really important one,
Mhm.
because, people with lived experience will bring their own voice
Yeah.
and the need should be represented.
So I think the community engagement subcommittee, like that should be like the onus on them in all seriousness. It didn't get enshrined into like statutorily required membership in the committee, as you can see. It's been inked, but on the subcommittee work, I don't think this committee gets away with grant making $100+ million without ensuring there's a return on investment and impacts the people who most need it. There's no way. I mean, the public trust would be rattled, and I'll make sure I'm loud about that for you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I don't know if you can answer this.
I'll try.
All the members from all these other organizations, one of this, one of that, one of this, very general, how are they chosen? Where it says, like you have 2 members of the public, 1 teacher, 1 psychologist, 1 county superintendent. Did
Yeah.
people apply? How is this?
Do you want to talk more about who's ultimately staffing it, Mary? So this lives within an independent organization that lives inside MDH, and they staff it. And then what they do is, they organize all the meetings, they make sure all the committees meet, and then Mary can talk more about them because she works very closely with the individual who runs that organization. And what they do is, it's like, I've had to do this, like, they need a superintendent representation. We'll reach out to PAZAM and say, can you get us a superintendent representation for this? So usually that's how it works. But Mary, if you want to provide a little more color to that.
Yeah, I can. The MDH, this committee that Mr. Choudhury referred to, is staffing it. And in the blueprint, there are more specifics on the description. For example, 1 psychologist. The psychologist is the president of Maryland Psychology Association. And social worker comes from the social worker organization. So Mark Luckner is the director who is staffing this. He went to each of these groups. Secretary of Health went to Secretary Schrader, and he either is sitting on it or he designated someone to sit on it. There's someone from Medicaid that is on it, that is a representative of that. In addition, the chairs were determined by the presiding officers, and that was in addition to the legislation. Originally, when we first started, it was undetermined as to who was going to be the chair, and that was determined that it would be by the presiding officer. So Chair Rudolph is the chair of the consortium.
Okay, so most of these, there's more specific.
There is more
designation in the blueprint legislation itself.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Halley?
There we go. Okay, so I'm very excited about this work. I think our community schools do a tremendous job. I've visited a few of them. They're a real inspiration. And I've taken tours of people from the non-publics to the community schools, the public community schools, to learn from them. So is there a way for the non-public community schools to learn from this initiative, the best practices, the vendor relationships that you've learned, and higher, protocols that you've set up?
So you'll see later on in this presentation, I'm going to talk something about collective impact. I think if this work is done right, what shouldn't matter is what type of school that student is attending in that zip code. I think if we do this work right, the whole idea is you are taking care of a neighborhood, or taking a county-wide approach, or taking 100 blocks, or taking a specific subset or zip code. That's the idea. And so the idea is whether that every child who is experiencing mental health, behavioral support needs, etc., if we do it well, that there would be a systematic approach to taking care of them. Obviously, with public schools, a core part of that, where the lion's share of our kids are, but that's the goal. So I don't see anything that would preclude, but ultimately it's the service providers who have to come together in partnership with entities. So can I don't want to speak because ultimately it's a whole board, just like you that I'm part of. But it could be, you're an organization that provides counseling services and your X district and you're this, non-public possibly. You can come together and come up with an amazing idea to service families who all live within the same neighborhood. And maybe it's just that great and you pitch the consortium and they're willing to seed it. So something like that could play out.
Is there something on the minutes or on the website that people can read to understand, here's an opportunity to pitch, or here's something that we've learned?
It's barely forming. So we just had so what you see, those subcommittees have not even met. So they have not met. So there's probably a basic website in MDH, just on a 101, but literally you're going to get what I'm giving you. But in terms of the framework design, they have not even met. The last meeting I was at, they were deciding on who's going to be in what committee and who's going to be the chair. But one of the first things to come out of the gate is that first committee, framework design and RFP, which would be basically setting up the mechanism by which people can pitch, if that makes sense. Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's very new still.
Okay, no other questions? Dr. Getty.
When I look at your 24 members, I see 3 to 6 members that are going to change after the election. Will the chair stay the same?
One more time, I heard, will the chair stay the same, and then after the election, some of the membership would change? I would assume the chair would stay the same because the chair is retired former Cecil County Public School administrator, principal, and everything. So, unless he, does not want to give in the time, but I'm pretty sure he's committed to doing it. Okay. Yep.
Thanks.
Yep.
Alrighty. Okay. Please continue.
All right, we'll keep going. All right, so I won't do an extensive deep dive. We did one last fall, but just on the student mental health in general, where we are, right? Again, the research is very clear. It's, settled science. If students are healthy, they are more likely to learn. If students are engaged, their students are connected, supporting and caring adults, right? There are a vast majority of health benefits that translate into student outcomes. I mean, we see it with research on, students being able to access free and reduced price meals and the power of that. We see it with school facilities and the air they breathe. Everything is connected to social emotional health. And so that I don't have to convince you of, but, I would not be me if I did not remind you of the research that backs that up. Slide 11, however, we know there have been quite a few challenges coming out of the pandemic and through it that have impacted students' mental health, but not just students at the adult level as well, as we look to have hopefully a very normal year back without any type of disruptions related to COVID. You see that, many students, there's been, compared to other years, have felt either sad or have some feeling of angst that has happened nationally. And we have seen that play out differently, right? Whether they had a harder time settling into school or into the patterns of what it's like, whether that played out in discipline or in other ways as well. Every student is unique and different. We know that when it comes to suicide rates, one suicide is one too many. that has increased. Maryland has had a low percentage, but again, like I said, one suicide is too many, but that is something that has also increased over the last couple of years, all interrelated to COVID. This is also Suicide Awareness Month, and so we figured it was a great time to be able to present this on this topic as well. And then one of the other positive notes in all of this, in this backdrop of mental health challenges, mental health has become a normal part of the lexicon, but we have to also remember we are now asking schools to take on a responsibility that they necessarily were not groomed to do or built to do, right? We are asking schools to teach reading, math, science, English, history, electives, right? Make them CCR ready. And also, by the way, ensure that you deliver high quality mental health supports and meet those needs. And so this is all happening all at the same time. Not to say that they're not up for the challenge, but to assume that it just somehow schools were built to do this, superintendents and teachers, and this is not, this is a very different era. And it's good that we have normalized it's okay to not be okay, but at the same time, we should all understand that schools are learning how to do this well. And so there should be some grace as they learn how to do this well, and we support them. One great thing about Maryland is our students do feel comfortable seeking help. We have very high numbers of students. That's a testament to our schools and the relationships. We know the research around just one caring adult in a child's life and what that can do. And so that is one thing that when I saw this data, I was like, that's great. I have not seen numbers this high usually, and so this is great to see in our state. So we should maximize that, right? And so the question is, when they do ask for help, do they get what they need? So that's a different topic altogether. Let's move on to the next slide. We're going to talk about community schools. We talked about it early on when I first started. I did a deep dive into community schools. Today I wanted you to better understand how the finances of community schools, it's a big deal. The level of investment that Maryland is making into community schools is unprecedented in terms of what I've seen. I've usually seen grant making, one time here you go launch a community schools, but not in terms of a permanent infusion to make community schools a living, breathing, sustainable thing or a permanent state of being in our schools. So let's, just a reminder, community schools are schools that essentially service the whole child, right? Take care of their mental health, support, behavioral needs, in addition to the academics. They live on partnerships, right? They have coordinated partnerships that help students receive various services for what they need. In a community schools, a teacher should be able to refer a student out with a specific need and depend on a system of supports to take care of that need. Easier said than done, but ultimately that's the goal. And many of our schools are at different places on their journey, but ultimately that's what they seek to do, right? It seeks to bring services to the school site. There's strong research around parents and families more likely to receive a service or take a service if it's already met at a place where they are used to going or attending to, or getting the referral from someone they trust and respect. Maryland has had a strong history of community schools. Everyone has told me we used to be the original community schools, and so, and I sure, and so, but I don't know who gets to claim the original one. But at the end of the day, it's not like a passionate principal and a group of teachers figuring out how to meet their student needs beyond what they need for reading and math. That's been the story of many educational schoolhouses, and so community schools have existed for a while. And so, and as you can see, the research is strong. Last time when we presented to you, we did present more of a deep dive nationally. Community schools by itself is not enough, right? For example, you have to have high quality instruction, but the teacher needs to be able to focus on instruction and not focus on the other elements or needs that the kids have. That's what the community schools takes care of to make up for the socioeconomic factors, which is the most important out-of-school factor shaping academics, right? Beyond the in-school factor, which is the teacher in front of the classroom each and every day. So the way community schools form in Maryland going forward is through something called the Concentration of Poverty Grant. So let's talk about that today, and I have some numbers to show you. So what is the Concentration of Poverty Grant? So the Concentration of Poverty Grant comes in two forms. You get a personnel grant and you get a per pupil grant. And again, this is a very big deal. So you get a personnel grant to essentially fund and create a position and positions to support delivering your community school model, both building and delivering it. So you have to hire a community schools coordinator or facilitator, or what you would call them. Community schools coordinator is usually the common term, and then you can use it to also make sure you are expected to also hire a position to support other needs as well, such as nursing and other things as well in a systematic manner. And then in addition to the per pupil grant, which happens annually after you're eligible, you also get a, in addition to the personnel grant, you get a per pupil grant. So this is another per pupil bump that kicks in that helps you further support all the different partnerships and wraparound services and costs associated with running a high quality community school. So I'm going to show you some examples today. So really quickly, slide 16. These are all the identified wraparound services. I'm not going to read them, from everything from vision and dental services to improving student attendance, right? The blueprint really did lean into community schools, which was a great thing to see. And here's all the comprehensive set of services that are embodied with it. It's not that every community schools will be able to provide all of them. They will provide what they need to provide for their students based on a needs assessment that they have to do as required by the law. Let's go on to what the Concentration of Poverty Grant School looks like. It's a complex formula. I won't go too much into it, but we put in what we made sense on the slide. But if you want a deeper presentation later, I'm happy to bring Justin in one day and do it. So overall, roughly, you can see $250,000 roughly for funding is given per every school, and the required use of that funding is to hire personnel. So that's the personnel grant. And the personnel grant is supposed to do one community schools coordinator and full-time coverage by at least one professional healthcare practitioner during school hours and any extended learning time. And there's a formula by which you become eligible. And as you can see, as we go out into the future, by fiscal year 2025 and after, we are coming down to the 55% threshold for poverty in order who will be eligible. So we started with the most impoverished schools, and then we're coming down all the way up to almost a 50-50 split. So that's where Maryland's headed. So every year we're adding more community schools throughout the state. And so that's just something to know. Let's look at slide 18. Lots of text in this. I won't read everything, but just, Justin told me you got to make sure you have the little details here. So ultimately, there's a per pupil component as well. So this kicks in. And what you're seeing is there's a per pupil amount that ultimately is calculated that now creates a permanent bump per kid that's attending that school. So there's the roughly $250,000 per personnel grant that you get out of the gate. You have to do a needs assessment. After you do your needs assessment, right, it is something you work with the department on. Once that is done, then you become eligible as you go into the other years for the per pupil bump. So that's a big deal. And that's essentially creating permanency around the work you're doing. And that's unheard of. That's unprecedented to be able to build in that equity into per pupil. There's no better bump than a per pupil bump in terms of student achievement and being able to use that. And this is not federal dollars, this is state aid. So it's more flexible in terms of how you can use it. Let's go on to slide 19. Again, you become eligible for the per pupil based on a set of rules. And just like the personnel grant, it has thresholds for which you become eligible for the per pupil. But I'm going to show you some real examples of schools and what they're generating today so you can get a sense, and their demographics, so you can get a sense of what that generates. But just to have this here, so you have a 101 in terms of what community schools dollars look like. Overall, there's 358 community schools in our state currently, and you can see where they are located and concentrated. Poverty is not confined in a single zip code and region, from the west to the shore to the core to the south. We have community schools all over, and so that's something you can just see right there, and you can definitely see where it's concentrated. But we're at 358 schools, and it's going to continue to increase. So as you can see, the threshold is going to drop all the way up to the 55% in fiscal year 2025. So we will continue to add community schools. We have about 1,400 schools, so 358 community schools. You can imagine how many we can have as we keep going down. Here's another view of it in terms of funding and how much money is being generated for community schools eligibility for the schools in a specific LEA's portfolio of schools. And so wanted to just give you a view of that and the dollar amounts and what that looks like. Let's go on to the next slide. If you have more than 40 plus community schools, there is something unique that you are able to do based on the blueprint. So if you have more than 40 plus community schools, you can centralize some of the services and dollars. So the blueprint has very strong rules of keeping dollars in the school, which is great. It was great to see that kind of thinking enshrined in the law. But if you have 40 plus schools, not only do you have to make sure certain things remain at the school, but you can pull your dollars and do something unique. I mean, if you think about it, if you have so many community schools next to each other, I mean, you should think bigger and smarter about how partnerships work rather than social worker, social worker, social worker, social worker. How can you make a comprehensive system of social workers in the entire region and think creatively around that? So the blueprint does allow that systematic thinking to find economies of scale and scale impact in better, smarter ways. So just something to know about that rule that is there. We're going to look at some community schools on a deeper level. And then I'll stop after that so you can ask some questions about community schools. So let's look at Bakerfield Elementary in Hartford County. They are our guests today. They're in the audience, the superintendent's here, and some other individuals. And so as you can see, Bakerfield Elementary enrollment is 383 students, roughly. The Title I percentage, which is a measure that we are slowly but surely moving away from, it was 90+%, farms 75%, and then direct certification, as we now use it, is 41%. This is a high poverty school. This is as high as poverty as you get in terms of death, and then it also has a significant number of English language learners as well as students with disabilities. You can see what the school generates. So it generated the personnel grant, and then you can see what they did with it. So they had a needs assessment. Every school is required to do a needs assessment. So we asked for their top 3 needs, and as you can see, it was to increase access and awareness to social and emotional supports, access to before and after school tutoring, and then being able to tackle chronic absenteeism. Chronic absenteeism seems to be a running thread, which only increased during COVID, especially with quarantines and such. It was exacerbated. And then you can see what they're doing with the dollars. So they, of course, have their coordinator. They've also hired an additional ELL teacher, given their English language multilingual student population needs. And then they're doing a wide variety of things to tackle those needs, from attendance incentives to things like food baskets, home supplies, winter coats. Never underestimate the power of having a coat to keep you warm and being able to come to school comfortably. For some of us, we may take that for granted. For many people, that they do not. And so just little things like that, as I call the big little things, they are solving for. Again, we are asking schools to take this on. People don't go to teacher prep and educator prep to study these things. but this is where we are, and so it's just something important to remember in the context of the work that they do. Let's look at another example from Dorchester County. So Dorchester not only has the per pupil grant, the personnel grant, but they're already at the per pupil grant as well that has kicked in. So again, you can see it's a high poverty school in terms of students of representing different service groups. They have significant populations of them. You can see their need assessment, food and clothing, mental health, parent access to reading and math skills at home, and then you can see the types of things that they're doing as a result of that needs assessment. And they're using their community schools dollars and personnel to be able to tackle that need in addition to everything else that the child needs. So again, you can see certain elements similar to Bakerfield, the food pantry and other things as well, cold weather supplies, all of those things are also things that they're providing their students with, as well as specific things like parent informational support and workshops around math and reading as well, right? So you can also support learning at home. Let's look at another one at Prince George's County. This is Nicholas Orem Middle School. It is a big middle school, over 1,000 kids. So you can see on the personnel grant side, again, roughly $250,000, but on the per pupil is $1.1 million, just on per pupil based on the enrollment of the student that they have. Obviously, more students, more dollars. And as you can see, a high poverty campus, their needs assessment, food insecurity, vision problems, help getting eyeglasses, other things as well when it comes to social emotional supports. And as you can see, they're partnering with external entities as well, such as the Prince George's Parks and Recreation to offer different opportunities for students to be able to, incentivize coming to school, also keeping learning going outside of the school hours as well. They have a wide variety of programs. You can see the Queen Bees mentorship program for young girls. I was telling the consortium, I was like, that's probably one of the coolest names I've seen for a mentoring program since hearing about different names of it. So just an example of what community schools are doing with these dollars. We did a community schools roundtable. It was co-facilitated kindly by Fagan Harris, who's on the AIB. And so he did a community schools roundtable. If you have not watched it yet, this is one of my favorite ones, and lots of exciting things happening. We had community schools that are charter schools and community schools that are traditionally governed schools. All were part of the conversation, and we got to see a lot of great things happening in action at our community schools. And so just to add a little more color and context, and with that, I'll stop there on community schools.
The floor is now open for questions, comments. Ms. Halley, Dr. Getty, Ms. McCusker.
I have two questions. So one is, there are certain LEAs that don't have any community schools, and if you could comment on that.
They don't have a lot of poverty. I mean, that's what the rule is. I mean, if you look at the formula is statutorily defined. So if they don't have that threshold of poverty that if you go back to that slide, so there you go. That's the person.
So it's not an opportunity, it's an obligation.
It's an obligation. It's not an opportunity. Yes, you have to. If you get those dollars, you have to launch a community school. No, it's not a. Hey, here's a grant. Apply. It's you're getting this grant. Now you must do all these things. In terms of establishing community schools, obviously customize it to the needs assessments you mean. But in terms of schools, LEAs not having community schools, they don't have any schools eligible, so they don't have that level of concentrated poverty. And I can also show you the academic results of those LEAs, and I can show you a bunch of 4 or 5-star schools.
And that was my next question. So STARS cover a whole multitude of the environmental things that allow a student to succeed. Mm-hmm. So if we were to focus on the academic outcomes of these schools, it probably takes some time because you have to have the right environment to allow a student to progress and reach their potential. But what would that look like? And over time, what does it look like?
Well, you saw the research that we had shared on, this was during our long ago when we did that deep dive, and you also had a lot of questions at that time, great ones. And New York has had one of the longest running community schools initiatives, and those schools were highly successful. Rand did a study on them. Could they have been done even that much better? They can. Remember, community schools takes care of the social mental health needs. It doesn't make up for science of reading. It doesn't make up for high quality differentiation. It doesn't make up for those things, but it does take away a teacher being having to worry about things that that's not part of their job description. And so both need to happen. I think what has formed is these camps like, well, it's poverty and it's not just academics. And then reformers say, well, it's just the high quality teacher in front of the classroom. And, you know, I think people have realize that it's both. Stop being boring. Let's be interesting. And so I think for us, we're doing both at the same time. And the blueprint is unique. We may not agree with all the details. And that's what we have time over time refine it. Is unique that it recognize that the community school element is important as well as the academic. So that's what's happening.
It's a data cut, and I don't, and I'm, you know, I'm hesitant to ask for this data cut because I'm saying, okay, could we see the data cut on academic performance for community schools? But I realize that there's
during COVID,
maturity piece that has to go with it, right?
Yeah.
If I'm just became a community school,
Yeah,
the impact is going to be delayed. So I'm just interested in how you might help us to be informed about the ultimate goal of these children being able to realize their potential.
I think annually, you know, I love research, and I have a research office that is awesome, and so we would look at them as a cohort and see how they're doing. One of the things I'm excited that we're doing at the department is more program evaluation reports. We've never done that regularly, so I want to do that. We're doing one on the AAEEBB pilot, for example, and so I want to do that on the community schools. But I would say if you want to feel it, go 3 years from this year and into, so 3 years from this year. But we'll see what happens this year, and then we'll see what happens next year. But I won't wait till 3 years to tell you. We could, just like we saw with virtual schools, we could do an analysis of those. But there are schools before COVID that stated that they were community schools that were performing really well as well. But now we'll get to see a large scale experiment on what this looks like, right?
If when you present it as a cohort, if you could also timestamp it. So this is a school that's been around for 5 years as a community school. This one only started yesterday.
This is where they are.
That would be great.
Yeah, we'll definitely do that.
Yeah.
I think the research office will automatically do that, but definitely you're right on that. Yeah.
By 2025, you expect the community schools to really shoot up in terms of numbers?
In numbers, yeah. I mean, we're at 358, and so as we continue to go down to 55% or more poverty, yeah, there's more schools there. I mean, I could ask, I didn't ask Justin to do this, but if we were to give it out to any school that was 55 or more, what would that number be? I don't have that with me today, but it would be higher than 350.
But it would be a lot.
It would be way higher than 358.
And you would expect all 24 LEAs to be involved at that point?
Does Garrett, Allegheny, and Queen Anne have a single school that is 55% or more poverty?
We'd have to check on
I
that.
would have to check on that. I do not think every LEA has a school that is at least 55% or more poverty. And don't quote me on that. I don't have it memorized, but I would need to look at that.
Well, my real question is, if every community school is required to have the personnel of somebody coordinating the efforts, does Maryland have, or have you ever had a conversation with a higher education institution that there would be a program like at the master's degree level where the people could become experts on poverty? Does that exist now? Or how do you get a community coordinator who is the expert for their county or in their school?
That's an interesting,
to really make sure that these programs are on target or have the background to make this happen.
Yeah. So there is a lot of, general technical assistance that has been provided, but we could definitely do better and go deeper. I think just an academy of sorts for community schools coordinator in partnership with the very best in the country. That is something I would absolutely love. You just triggered that in me, so I think that's something. Mary, put it down, please. and cost doesn't cost the LEA anything. I think that's great. In terms of like a pathway, like I'm going to school to be a community school coordinator. I think community schools coordinator could be a social worker or other aspects. Other people the degree requirements vary, but I think once they're in the seat, having some kind of cohort-based experience to ensure that they're constantly building their knowledge and learning from each other is very important, and not in a one-off way. So I like that idea. So.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. First, I want to thank you for pointing out that earlier in the presentation that teachers in schools aren't necessarily set up for and trained for tackling the mental health challenges, and that community coordination is going to be key because teachers aren't mental health professionals. And even with the finest PD, I don't think you're going to turn us into mental health professionals. We can be support people for students, and but I'm glad that you pointed out that that's a pretty steep curve, and that it's going to take community coordination to make that really realized. And I had a question when I'm looking at the concentration of poverty grant, the personnel grant in specifics, because one of the things I keep pinging on is that we don't have people at schools. So how are schools who are getting these personnel grants, how are they faring with being able to secure the personnel that the grant entitles them to and requires them to hire? Are we finding do we have any information on that? Are they struggling to find people to fill these positions? And like when I looked, when you had some of these example schools, they're hiring a community school specialist, but also like a full-time ELL. Is that because they already have a health practitioner in the school, so they don't have to hire the health practitioner? Like I have a registered nurse at my school already, so if I'm getting a personnel grant and I already have the health practitioner, can I spend it on the ELL coordinator otherwise? And can they find them?
So you can spell personnel grant. You got to have a community schools coordinator. You got to provide health coverage, but you can also spend on other things as well if you already meet that need in different ways. So the
Okay,
answer
so
to that
there is
question,
some flexibility.
yes,
Okay.
there's a lot of flexibility in how it's applied, and so if anything, it's rubbing up with the tensions on people asking on how are they doing or things like that. But I said, give us some time. And in terms of running, I have not run a vacancy report on community schools. I just have not. I've run a lot of vacancy reports. I've done deep dives on the entire state, but I have not run a vacancy report. And I have not, it hasn't come out yet like that. That's the schools that are most struggling with hiring, so I wouldn't be able to confidently tell you that.
Okay,
and I imagine
and
it's
I think
unique.
it runs up against what Dr. Getty was talking about. As we increase the number of schools that are going to get these grants, do we have a pathway for people to fill those vacancies? And that's something that bears looking at in a time when across the country and across all sorts of job categories, we can't find people to put into the jobs. And if it's required that you have it, we've got to have people to fill it.
Sally?
Stupid thing. Okay, so it's really a point of clarification. When I think about this role, I really think about someone who's excellent at execution, because community schools involve a wealth of programs. So it's not a specific discipline like a mental health professional. It's about being able to bring all of these resources to the community.
Like a project manager, like a chief of staff.
Right.
Like
so,
my wife.
So I see the department's role in basically saying, here is our menu of all the things and the connections that we can give you to help you bring that to your community. We've already identified, XYZ providers that are doing a good job in this particular part of what we think should be in the community school. And so we can give you all of that, and then having the community collaboration among those professionals, I think, is really very helpful because they can share best practices.
No, I agree with you. It's really about execution at the end of the day and coordination. And that's what the last chapter on collective impact's about, and I'll talk more about that. But you need someone who can really get a group of people who normally are not fully coordinated to get even that much more coordinated and then track progress, right? So you don't necessarily have to be a poverty expert, but you have to know enough to get the poverty experts in the room to be able to make them talk with one another and deliver that service. So you're right. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Thomas?
I was just wondering, what's the student feedback like from students that genuinely attend these schools? Like, is it lots of pros, or what is something that they're facing individually?
That's a good question. Have we done any student experience?
We have.
If not, we're doing one.
We do have developed surveys, and there's a survey for students and a survey for staff and a survey for the community. And the community school has those surveys available to them. They do have to do a needs assessment, as Mr. Chaudhary said, in the first year, but they also have surveys available to them to say, what are your needs? And then, of course, the follow-up to that is a continual dialogue with the students and the faculty and the community as you're moving forward. But there are surveys, and they've been translated, so they're available.
Mr. Bartley?
Thank you. I have a question of clarification regarding the concentration of poverty grant and the personnel grant.
Mm-hmm.
The funding is $248,000.
Don't ask me anything too technical. I don't have Justin here right now.
Okay. So, under required uses, my question was, is this amount of money for the employment of one coordinator and one full-time healthcare practitioner, or is that money to be divided amongst the programs that they're helping administer at a community school?
Go ahead, Mary.
So the personnel grant is for 2 positions. So you basically cut it in half. As Mr. Chaudhary was saying, they have to hire a community schools coordinator. If, to Ms. McCusker's question, if they already have a nurse in the school, then the remainder of those funds can be used for wraparound services. In Harford County, they may have decided to hire an EL coordinator and may have used that funding, or they could have taken the whole block of all of the wraparound services. That's specifically spelled out in the blueprint. So you have to have these 2 positions, but if you already have one of them, then you can use the rest of that money for wraparound services. Then the per pupil grant is for wraparound services that you want to provide. This one is for personnel. And if you notice, this one started first in FY20, was the high percentage, but the personnel grant was existing for 2 years before the per pupil grant kicked in.
And a follow-up question, have all the community schools met the requirement of hiring a community schools coordinator and a professional healthcare practitioner?
They have to hire the community schools coordinator out of the gate, and then the healthcare coverage they have to provide out of the gate as well. And don't forget, anyone that has 40-plus community schools can centralize it in a systematic way. So these are your big systems that have 40-plus schools, so they can go ahead. If you have a school here, a school here, a school here, nurse, 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 well, they can pull it and do it in a more systematic way rather than just having a standalone one each one. The key thing is coverage, right? And so
So each school in the pooled community schools won't have an individual coordinator, or will it
They
be
will have an individual coordinator. That one is key. That role is key. But the health is coverage at the end of the day. But for that one, they don't say community schools coordinator coverage. They say hire a community schools coordinator, who's the single point of contact for all things wraparound services related for that school.
Then I have another question for clarification. When I first heard of the community schools in Maryland, I was thinking proximity and locale.
Neighborhood school.
Yeah, like a neighborhood school, but it's not that.
No.
correct?
It's a school that is designed to meet the wraparound needs of our students and families in a systematic way. It's truly a school model, like a wall-to-wall whole school model with unique bell schedules, extended day learning, etc. Yeah.
Another question for clarification I have in my home county of Montgomery County, because of redistricting, I know that there are some schools that are not necessarily Title I schools, but they have a population of students that would be considered like low socioeconomic status. Do the schools that are not Title I schools have special provisions to make means for those students that might need these same wraparound services?
So the blueprint. So if it's not a high poverty concentration of poverty school, then it would not qualify. But the students who are special education, English language learners, the blueprint is not only increasing the base allotment for every child, regardless of type, and then special education, they're increasing the weight over time. For ELL students, they're increasing the weight over time, and we're not like up to like significant amounts. We're talking $13, $12, $14, $15,000 over time, over the 10-year period. So if you are a lower poverty schools but have students who are, say, English language learners or who are, economic disadvantage, you would generate that per pupil. But if it's not if by fiscal year 2025, it's not 55% over, you wouldn't become a community schools. But I would say is, I would take that school because that's a socioeconomically integrated and diverse school, and that has more power than concentrated poverty. I know in Riverside, you were bused to a socioeconomically diverse and integrated school, and it changed your life. And I would exchange concentrated poverty for integrated schools any day of the week. Unfortunately, I don't control housing. So, yeah.
Ms. Howley?
I realize this statistic probably came from the blueprint of the 40 school number, but it seems like there should be opportunities at a much lower number of community schools.
Say that again.
So you have ways, you talked about how you could think about this differently and have a group of social workers that are responsible for all the community schools. 40 seems like an incredibly high number. Only 2 LEAs would qualify for that. So it seems like there should be more opportunity at a lower threshold.
I see. Got it. I will take it under advisement for the AIB and piece. Like that one is statutorily defined, but it makes sense if you reach. Why does it have to be 40? Like, where did that number come from? That's a good point.
Just as an addition, Baltimore County is almost there. They have 38 schools. And as you know, each year the poverty level is going to lower. So it's going to raise some of those schools. So we're expecting, and Montgomery is at 26, but Baltimore County, we've been watching Baltimore County is at 38. So they're going to hit that probably next year with the addition. This year we had 58 new schools. We were at 300 last year. So when you go that 5%, it bumps up your schools.
If you have technical questions on the funding, Justin's here, so he can bring the fund back in finance or funding. I forget what he said that, so he's there. I can pull him up.
Just want to remind superintendent that it has been reported that CFOs are sexy people. It's on the record. I got that from a congressman. Member of Congress said that. So I just want to remind the superintendent of that. Senator Bates, I know that you're a little bit under the weather, so if you have questions, please feel free to text me your question, and we'll repeat your question if you have one. Guess we can move on. Thank you.
All right, let's talk about school-based health centers. So we have the Consortium of Coordinated Community Supports, new entity forming, who will dole out $100+ million to collectives who are forming to provide coordinated care to our students. We have community schools that are giving school-based dollars and grants to be able to provide wraparound services to students. And then we've had something called school-based health centers that have been in existence for a while. So I want to talk about that. And then we also have something called our mental health response program that, we created through ESSER set aside. So no shortage of things happening. So I'm going to have Mary lead this portion, and she'll also introduce her staff member as well. Thank you.
I will. Thank you very much. We will start just a little bit on school-based health centers. School-based health centers are generally in the school building, connected to this, or on site on the school campus in some way. They service students, and they can also service the community in the school-based health center. We previously, pre-COVID, served over 12,000 students in the school-based health centers. The numbers of students in school-based health centers have increased over from 2019, 2020. We'll talk about the numbers. They are generally, as we've been talking about today, in high-risk communities, serving the medically underserved. They provide multiple somatic, meaning physical, mental, oral services in our school-based health centers. They both are preventative and primary health services. They are generally sponsored by two groups. They are sponsored by the local school system, who pays the staff in the school-based health center, or the local health department, and in Washington County, they're sponsored by the hospital. So most of them are one or the other, so your school-based health center staffing may be either, quote, school employees or local health department employees, but they work collaboratively together. They provide 3 levels of services, and those services are defined here. Level 1, which is the core, which is the urgent care, acute care, primary service care by a licensed medical clinician. Level 2 expands that to mental health care. So you can see the numbers, and the numbers are going up. We have a total of 95 school-based health centers, and 50 of them are at level 1, level 2, and then level 3 comprehensive. It does not define the quality of care that they get, but it does define the services. And it also defines the hours. As we move into comprehensive, the hours may increase. At this point in time, the school-based health centers have been owned by, have been under the supervision, not owned, under the supervision of the Maryland State Department of Education. That has been true since 2004. The Maryland's, prior to that, they were under the Governor's Office for Children, Youth, and Family. Since 2004, they have been, MSDE has been supervising school-based health centers, and just in the legislation in 2022, the school-based health centers are moving to MDH. In particular, to the Department of Maternal Health is supervising the school-based health centers at this point. You can see the number of 95 in 17 of our school districts. MSDE is still involved and will still be involved in approval of the school-based health centers. We look at the facility, our whole facility office goes, and to ensure that the facility of the school-based health center has what's properly needed. Do they have sinks? Do they have the necessary rooms? Do they have storage? Can they operate? All the things that are necessary for a school-based health center. I just want to make it clear that every school in Maryland has to have school health services. So that's for every school. School-based health centers are the additional program that exists across the state. And we can pause for questions on school-based health centers. We just had a few slides on this.
Hallie?
There seems to be an overlap of communities that don't have community schools and don't have community health centers. And so is this one also driven by poverty?
It has been, Ms. Halley, driven by poverty over time, but one of the things that has occurred is an additional funding. With the movement of school-based health centers to MDH, there is additional funding. MDH has made a decision to not look at any applications for new school-based health centers while this movement has occurred. So in fiscal year 23, in the 22-23 school year, there will be no new school-based health centers. While they do a needs assessment, they've hired a consultant, they've actually hired staff, so there is money that was not previously. There are school-based health center grants, and those grants have, we were overseeing those grants to help. They were not, the school-based health center did not exclusively run on the grant money, but they were, that was part of the funding. And so as with the additional funding, the goal is to look across the state at what the needs are and open more school-based health centers, in particular in areas of need.
But you could apply though. So Howard has 0 community schools, but has 11
Exactly.
school-based health centers, for example. Queen Anne's has 0 community schools, but has 1. So you could get your county to do it. So there wouldn't be anything keeping you from it. It just happens to be correlated with concentrated budget. But Howard's a great example. They have 11 school-based health centers, but 0 community schools. So just an example.
And I've visited school-based health centers. It's really exciting to go in and see the telecommunications that occur. They can take a look at a child's ear with all the ear infections and share that with whoever they're communicating with and identify that this child does have a ear infection. They can look down throats. And I visited one in Howard County and to see the equipment and to see the operation and the nurse that was there and the communication that occurred. Certainly during COVID, mentioning telehealth has increased tremendously, increased during COVID.
Dr. Wilcox?
Quick question. So for the level 2 and level 3 schools, you would have providers that work for, like, say, for example, University of Maryland or Johns Hopkins would be providers that are seeing students in those schools, either mental health or medical providers.
Right. It's not that they have multiple folks that are employed in the school-based health centers, but there are connections to the resources that are needed.
So there's the health department people that are there, but there are also people from the healthcare system that are embedded and providing care.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Dr. Getty?
Sometimes the health care center is in the school, but sometimes it's in the community and serves several schools?
No, it is in the school. Most of them are in the school. If for some reason it's always on the campus of the school. It is, a school-based health center is connected to a school.
So
that's overseen by the principal and the superintendent, yes.
So my question is, does that health center in the school only serve the eligible students in the school, or does it reach out to the families?
It services the eligible student because this parent has to give permission for the student to be seen. And, but some of the school-based health centers also see the community members, and they may have outside hours, not during the school day. That's why in the Tier 3, they have extended hours. But and I mentioned facility. That's one of the things a facility looks at, because you have to make sure you have the school-based health center that's situated, but someone from the community has to have an outside entrance. So all of those factors go into place.
Because I would be concerned about the students' younger siblings also being served to have good health.
Yeah, I do have one quick question about this healthcare center. Would the centers, I know it serves just student registered in that school, so the students, the parents can say, okay, my child been identified need this service maybe for the next school year. So can they move their student from one school and register that easily?
Are you saying, well, they would have to follow whatever transfer process the county's rules are. If you're moving from a school that is a school-based health center and to another one that's not, then that could happen, yes. But the school-based health center, it's also important to know, the general actually took the words out of my mouth as I was trying to finish the sentence, but he's right on with it, is they also service the community as well. They don't have to be limited to servicing just students. You can be the community and get services there in very specific ways, but not like a general practitioner, but that happens as well. So I imagine if you go to a school that's not, you could still find a way to get those services. But some districts have taken the initiative to turn every school into a school-based health. Caroline County, every school is a school-based health center. It's just something they decided to do. Just because when you go to Caroline and you see like the needs and the landscape, it just makes sense to have that level of connection. It's not like the city where you have massive hospitals all over the place. So it makes sense for them to do that, and what Superintendent Simmons has done. And I didn't understand it until I drove in and spent a day there. Yeah, so.
Yeah, and my second part of question is that would those health center be accredited under each county's health department's provision?
Are they accredited? I'm sorry, are they accredited by the local health department? They do have to apply, and the application is reviewed by, and will be reviewed by, it's always been reviewed by MDH. We will be involved facility, so that's where the approval for the school-based health center comes. And just a reminder, the school health services still exist, and this is for the school-based health center that needs that separate approval.
I see. But for any insurance policies, is under some provision under each county's health department. Yes.
Right. They work with their local health department. Even if the staff at the school-based health center are employed by the local school system, they still work very closely with the local health department.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Continue. Okay, great.
We're good. Okay, so the next program that we want to talk about that we're very excited about is Mental Health Response Program. And this whole presentation is about what we can do, and you talked about, Ms. Haley talked about the academics, what can we do to provide the mental and physical supports to help our students in terms of school-based health center be in the classroom and not be sick, get them well and get them back, and then also give them the proper supports so that they can be successful in school.
So
with that,
before Mary starts, so this is an update on how our school mental health response program is going. Remember, the original concept was to try to launch 6 regional sites, house with experts and provide services. That just didn't make sense. Well-intentioned, it just did not make sense in terms of what school systems are doing and everything else that's happening, and why would we be competing for hiring a nurse? So we redesigned it, right, around having one super team in the department, and that working with the entity nationally that's respected on this world, the National Center for School-Based Mental Health, which is housed in one of our universities here. And so this is an update to what they've been up to since then. And this is using our one-time infusion of federal dollars, so we got to make it count. And so this is what the deep dive is going to focus on today, just as a heads up. So if you were wondering what this is, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. So our Maryland School Mental Health Response Program is a real consultancy approach. We work with the local school system. We do not replace anything that the school system has or any services or trauma services that are available through the county. We are supportive, and we are really excited by hiring a team of experts, which includes the individuals that you see on the list, a behavior analyst. We have a nurse, substance abuse counselor, and so on. You can read the additional ones that, and then we also have a child and adolescent psychiatrist. But in addition to that, we have a director, and that director is Mike Mumford, who is our director of the school mental health response, and he works with this wonderful group of individuals. And so we've asked Mike to really tell you, because he's the expert and he's the one that's making it happen. And I'll get your slides. There you go.
All right, you guys can hear me? All right. Thank you. So thank you, Marion. I appreciate the opportunity to present today. So as Mary stated, I'm the director. Not a CFO, but directors are still pretty good. But yeah, I'm the director of the Maryland School Mental Health Response Team, the super team that we have together here. I began this journey last November as my family moved back to Maryland. So I've been in Maryland public schools for the past 20 plus years as a teacher, district leader, worked at Johns Hopkins for 6 years under the School of Public Health. So it's really good to be invited back here to Maryland, and very excited to be back here in Maryland. So when we got this response team together, we kind of finalized it in January, and we immediately got to work. As Mr. Chordy mentioned, we're partnering with the National Center for School Mental Health out of the University of Maryland School of Medicine, and that partnership really got them to start training our team in a variety of fields, from best practices in school mental health to how to consult with school leaders, how to consult with adults. So with that, then we began our outreach to the LEAs. So in late April, we scheduled a whole lot of introductory webinars where all 24 LEAs attended. And from there, we scheduled individual LEA one-on-one kind of assessment interviews. And with that information that we gathered, we created individualized school mental health action plans for every single LEA. So they have that. We're very proud of that, very excited about that. With that action plan, now we get into what can we do, right, with that consultation. And you can see a list of trainings that we can offer, professional development with our child and adolescent psychiatrist, who I'm going to talk a little bit about more later, and some additional kind of on-response, on-demand things like crisis response. So, for example, the tragedies at Mervo High School, we were able to deploy a team to offer additional supports at the request of Baltimore City Schools to provide supports to students and supports to staff. I'll get into the complex case analysis, which is one of our more popular requests. And then our monthly webinars, which are what I would call learning communities. And then in those, we invite all 24 LEAs, some leadership representatives to come in, and we have a theme for every month. And this past month was our first one around staff wellness. So the way it works is our team and the National Center kind of give a quick 15-minute just best practices around staff development, or in this case, staff wellness, sorry. But what really is beneficial is we ask districts to tell what they're doing, and they share. So we had an amazing presentation from Anne Arundel County, Howard County, and Talbot County. And then at the end of the session, we get feedback. We have a survey, and the response was just through the roof. We had over 40 participants throughout the state of Maryland that were just, they appreciated hearing what's going on in other districts, right? And so every month we're gonna have that. It's the second Wednesday of every month. We come together over different themes. And so we're very excited. It was very well received. So very excited about that. So as Mr. Chordy mentioned, this is how we fund is through the ARP-ESSER, where we get roughly $14 million allocated. That's to our staff and salaries and training. And then a lot of that also goes to our grant partnership with the National Center for School Mental Health. Last slide, I'll talk a little bit about evaluation, but what I do want to point out is 22 of the 24 LEAs have engaged with us, because this is a voluntary program, but they've engaged with us to really start using our team to prioritize their action plan. And just a one little plug is that one of the two still remaining, we are meeting with them on Thursday. So we're very excited. But again, like I mentioned, whether you participate in this action planning, we still offer all supports and services to all 24 LEAs at their request. So what I would like to do is showcase some highlights from what we're doing. And the first one being Talbot County. The beginning part of this slide is just kind of a portion of the action plan. So you can see the challenging, the training needs, and the action steps. The action plan's a multi-page document, but we wanted to really showcase kind of what we're doing. And one of those action steps was around complex student emotional and behavioral needs. And that was where we really brought in our child and adolescent psychiatrist, Dr. Jeff Bostic. So you can see in that picture over there, that's from the Talbot County Twitter feed. So you can see in that picture, I just want to point this out, that this was not us who posted this, that we did not intentionally cut off the two Talbot County representatives. But the one on the left is the coordinator of behavioral services, and then the other one is the superintendent. But the three in the center, the one with the red tie, that's Dr. Jeff Bostic. That's our child and adolescent psychiatrist. In the middle is Elizabeth Achimapong, who is one of our social workers on our team. And then that handsome guy over there is me. And then the pictures are actually the meeting in action. So what this is, this was starting a monthly meeting that we will meet with Talbot County's mental health team to really get to the complex case analysis, right? What they need additional supports on. And that's where we, Dr. Bostic leads those meetings. And just a little shout out to Dr. Bostic, because he's an amazing child and adolescent psychiatrist, brings the medical knowledge. But interestingly enough, he's a former teacher. And as a former teacher myself, I know the culture. You need to speak teacher. And if you don't speak teacher, sometimes it goes over. And he speaks the language. He knows the culture of classrooms, knows the culture of schools. So like I said, these meetings will be ongoing monthly. And in fact, the next meeting is tomorrow. The meeting with the Talbot County tomorrow. One more, just a real quick highlight around Garrett County. You could see the snapshot again of the action plan. And what I really want to point out is how we help them prioritize their training topics for their staff development. So over the summer, we work with their student services team to help them prioritize, select different topics around who should the target audience be, helping them find resources. And then we did actually offer direct support for some of those trainings, including response to intervention for behavior, restorative practices, trauma-informed supports, counseling theory and practice, suicide prevention and assessment, where we brought in the Maryland Department of Health Office of Suicide Prevention, around 98 resources. We offered trainings in youth mental health first aid, and then Classroom Wise, which is an online kind of mental health literacy program for teachers, and a portion of that has suicide awareness, so we brought that into play. They also signed up for SHAPE, which we're going to talk about in a second. SHAPE, we offered this introductory session. So SHAPE is this online tool that really gets to how do you assess and analyze your mental health system practices at the system level, right? And so it's, like I mentioned, it's online, it's free to any school throughout the country. It was created by the National Center for School Mental Health, and I'll kind of go through where it's being utilized. But as an outgrowth of this partnership, we got trained in how to use SHAPE, so then we can provide additional supports as they run through. It's a pretty extensive kind of fidelity assessment, and we're there to kind of help the districts walk through that process and analyze the results. So like I said, you could see there, it's in all 50 states. It's being used by over 1,500 schools. And here in Maryland, 18 of the 24 LEAs have enrolled in SHAPE. So they're actively using SHAPE. The main feature is this school mental health quality assessment that they kind of do internally, this fidelity check. From there, it generates a report, and that report really helps with their implementation or action planning around how to adjust their mental health supports. It could be utilized, and there's a lot of other resources that I'll get into, but it can be utilized at the school level. So a school themselves can do it, drill down just at their own school level, district level, and then there's even a state component where we can use it to monitor and prioritize our actions. So really, SHAPE helps states, LEAs, and individual school systems get their mental health systems into shape. Yeah, dad joke. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. So some of these resources, it's not just this assessment, but it's also, it really breaks it down into these 7 domains, helps districts kind of easily make it a little bit more digestible, that you're not looking at this overall picture, which you can. So you could see those 7 domains, and from those domains, you could take just the assessment or the fidelity check just at one at a time and get a report. You could do a few of them if you want to kind of target certain aspects. or you can do the whole thing, in which case that example is the first page of this mental health quality report, where it breaks down the domains into composite scores, subdomains, and then it presents it graphically, so it's really easy to kind of look where strengths are, where we can improve, and kind of prioritize. There's also additional supports around screening and assessment tools, trauma responsive guides and reports. And then you can see those are 3 examples of each domain has their own mental health quality guide that kind of guides you through best practices and how to utilize SHAPE specifically to those domains. So to wrap up, our intended outcomes, so we're thankful to be partnering with the National Center and our own internal evaluation team here at MSDE, where you can see these are kind of our listed intended outcomes. Really looking at, we've highlighted some of the short and medium term outcomes, including 3 measurable goals. It's one thing to have, the wish list, but also have actual measurable goals. So, in closing, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to showcase our work. I love to brag about us. I'm very proud of our team and the work we're doing, and I look forward to providing you with updates on our progress in the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Millie McCarthy?
That was a great presentation. Thank you. And many of our students are struggling.
Yes.
And our students in non-public schools and independent schools and faith-based schools are struggling as well. So are there any components to this that are open to schools that are not public schools?
So
Well, I'll just put it this way. Justin, am I able to service non-public schools and do consultancies with them, with this team, while they're funded with federal ESSER dollars? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so it just all depends on how they're being touched. It's like the time and effort issue. So like I have roles in this department who are just Title I, and so they can't do other things even publicly. So, but if we shifted having this team funded with just state aid dollars, then they can touch anyone, frankly.
Right.
So I think that's the limitation. The answer is not because we don't want to. The answer is because can we?
I understand.
yeah.
I understand that completely.
Yeah.
But even something like making trainings available to, because I know that I'm
Like
on-
recordings and such?
Yeah, so
Okay.
that just that mental health professionals in independent schools and
Yeah.
NSF schools, these trainings sound wonderful. And,
Yeah.
and the ability to participate, it's not costing any extra money,
Yeah.
but I think it would be yet another arm of collaboration. I think that would be
No,
really
I
helpful.
love where your head's at on that. And so if we can, then we will. And I don't know if we're recording them. Have we been recording them, our training sessions? Yeah, okay.
For the most part.
So if they're housed in a library and such, we should democratize the information, and we should do that. And that sounds good. That's great.
Dr. Wilcox?
Thank you for the presentation. It was fun to listen to. One part of the initial scope of the response team had to do with, there were peer, sort of family navigators that were part of that plan. And I'm just curious, I thought it was such a great idea to think about ways to connect with families, and those family navigators could do some coordination across different service sectors and systems. And so I'm just wondering if you could provide any details about what happened to that component. Was it difficult to try to hire those folks or sustain them, or just any guidance you can provide to me on that front?
It's when we set out to do it, the school systems themselves have people who are connecting families. So it was duplicative of what we were trying to do. Deploy another staff member from our end to go talk to someone in a region that they're not familiar with. And so instead, it's about leveraging the school systems navigation of whether it be through their community schools coordinator, the social work, et cetera, to be able to work in a systemic manner. So that's what like the SHAPE framework and everything helps to do. So it's not because, it was hard to hire, it's because it just didn't make sense with what the school system is they're the ones who should ultimately help families navigate, but they need help in designing a system in which to be able to provide all these type of services and such. So that's what the shift was, basically. Yeah.
Ms. Howley?
So you mentioned that you have one more coming on board with the program, and that SHAPE is a part of the problem, of the solution, I guess. And so my question is, when you're enrolled in SHAPE, is there a fee for that? Is there a reason why people just don't do it because they're unaware, they don't have time?
I think it's a combination of all of those. I mean, I don't have a direct answer as why each one, but it is free. It's available to all schools throughout the country. While I would say it's not overwhelming, it is time consuming, which is why we have our team to be able to provide that kind of, hey, let's go through this, let's sit down and spend a half hour and go through it. So it's not that it's this overwhelming tool, but it's really having that help to guide them through that. So it is this fidelity measure that we think is very beneficial. Mhm.
Mr. Bartley, and then Ms. Chang.
I'm Mr. Bartley.
Okay.
Thanks for your presentation. I appreciate it, and I'd like to offer a compliment. I think that the assessment that you did for each one of the 24 jurisdictions or LEAs was smart, because it gives a local focus, and the communities have different issues, and a one-size-fit-all monolith program is not in the best interest of all the communities. So I'd like to commend you on that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I have some comments. First one is, I think this SHAPE program is free, and I'm just wondering, in the back end, do we collect like a big data to analyze, since it's national program?
There is, it's real-time access to the data. We can, because they're part of our state, we can access even at the individual school level, their kind of quality assessment scores. And then, so it is, it's a printout of those reports that we can.
Will we also be able to access outside of the Maryland state data?
The National Center could, and because we're partners with the National Center, I'm sure we could get national trend data. For sure.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. It's very powerful.
Yes.
It's not just benefit our state, but comparing, where we stay in terms of our progressing into the healthier students population.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the other thing is that with all this help we give to the student we served, would those data or records go and kind of attach to the students' records, so it'll travel with the students?
Each of that would be done at the district. So we're working more with the teams that are supporting those students. So like for the complex case analysis, Dr. Bostic would be providing his professional support and opinion, but as far as the record keeping, that's, at their district level. Yeah, we don't keep track of individual student data at our team.
Right.
Yeah.
But are we aware those records go with or travel with the students?
Should.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
That's all the decision at the local. We're there as support.
Right.
And advisement.
Yeah, the reason I ask is try to keep it transparent when a student travels, that the next stop, that they will be aware and ready for service or whatever is relevant to the students.
And that's correct. And that's part of the transfer, of records. Whatever's part of the transfer of records, the school system, the schools would be doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I wanted to make a request. As much as I love the presentations and the deep dives, I would like to start the special education one because we have guests, and I would like to get through part one of the students with disabilities, and then take you guys to the break, and then if we can come back, finish part two. And we have a little time left. I can finish off this presentation a little later, but I didn't want to because they're here in person, and I wanted to make sure we can accommodate that if the board is open to that.
Sure.
No one told me. I just came up with that right now on the fly. I felt the energy. It just felt right.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, so if I can switch out presentations and
During this switch, if you want to just take just 5 minutes while we're bringing people up.
All right.
Need to do do that.
Okay. So we'll have some intro, and then we'll call them up when we reach that part of the presentation. I mean, how far deep are they? You guys ready?
Absolutely. So, so we're now going to go to the deep dive on the students with disabilities. Let's see how far we can go on that.
All right, you ready? Or
Yes, absolutely.
all right, so we're gonna jump around a little bit today. I think I figured out where I want the timing makes sense, and to make sure this presentation is not in the way of lunch as well, where to cut the halfway mark. But we're gonna start at slide 34. So if you can go to 34, and then we'll start back again at the beginning after our guests portion is done. This presentation was designed to both just give you a 101 on the state of special education in our state to date, give you the structure of how the department's set up to service our special students with disabilities as well as their families and work with partners, and then as well as explore some other issues that we definitely need to tackle head on. And so one of those things that I wanted the team to explore today as part of this deep dive is, and during my first year, we did do a deep dive on students with special needs, so we're bringing the current data back. But something that we didn't do the first year and we're going to do this year, and there has been a lot of questions about this, is because of virtual learning, a lot of services were pushed off to compensatory yet. So that means services piled up, and that means many families had to get services delayed, or basically say, hey, I can't service you now in this setting, I'm going to service you later. And so what does that look like? And that did increase, and it wasn't just a Maryland challenge, it was a challenge all across the country. And so I wanted you to see, to get a sense of what happened and what that data looks like and where we are today. And then we're going to go even that much closer, look at how a school system specifically responded, and also the experience at the most micro level, and why we are here every day is the parent and their child, and what that meant today. And so we have that experience today. And so I'll have Marcella tee that all up. And then, like I said, we're going to start at slide 34. We're going to knock out this portion, and then we'll come back. But I wanted to make sure this portion you got at this moment. So with that, Marcella.
Okay. Good morning. Are we good afternoon, President Crawford, Superintendent Chaudhary, and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity. We're very excited to bring a focus and a lens on our students with disabilities. As you know, and to frame this a little bit before I begin in following up with Mr. Chaudhary, this is a response to COVID and the extended school closure. Challenges were created, and our role in special education is required under IEDA to provide FAPE, free appropriate public education, which is the implementation of an individualized educational program. There were no waivers during extended school closure, so our job became focused, continued to be how we are implementing our students' IEPs, individualized education programs, whether they were to be amended, whether they were to be revised, but our choice for providing instruction and implementing IEPs, there were no waivers. So as we look at this, our next slide, while COVID presented a number of challenges for our students, the education of students became even challenging more in normal times, became even more difficult during the extended school closure. Under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, there are several requirements related to the identification, the evaluation, and education of students with disabilities. And as I said with you, during this time, there were no waivers. So our implementation, our development, and our evaluation of our students continued. There's a long-standing remedy that's created by the courts to address this situation when an LEA fails to provide whether an inability or an inability to a student with FAPE, and it's called compensatory education. Compensatory education, or as MSDE termed it for COVID-19, compensatory education or recovery services, are services designed to assist that student to recoup, right? They had to recoup the lost skills or the progress due to the LEA's failure or inability to implement the IEP, failure to provide free appropriate public education. These services are above and beyond what the student is receiving in the IEP, and they're tailored to meet the needs of the individual student. It truly is not one size fits all. X was missed, we're going to give everyone this. It is an individual tailoring. The purpose of compensatory education and recovery service is to enable that student to attain the same progress that he was or she would have achieved if FAPE was provided. Examples of compensatory education or recovery services include tutoring, related services like speech language, physical therapy, occupational therapy, counseling, assistive technology, social skill development, opportunities, weekend or summer camps, before or after school programming. It is not, compensatory services are not served during the regular school day. While LEAs have provided compensatory education to students for years, it has primarily been on an one-off basis, perhaps in response to a corrective action, as a result of a state complaint, or as a result of mediation or due process hearing. MSD recognized early with the pandemic of the extended school closures that we were impacting a much larger number of students with disabilities where there would be likely a number that did not receive FAPE during this time in a virtual environment. We realized that LEAs would need guidance, developing an intentional and thoughtful, and I think the most important part here, because of the large numbers, is not the individual attacking for each, but to actually create a system and a system-wide plan to address that widespread need for compensatory education. I thought it would be helpful to share with you today how we address the loss of FAPE and the determinations for compensatory education. In front of you is a timeline that we will move quickly through to look at the response to this ongoing situation. First, you're aware in March 2020, we had extended school closures that began across the state. The division immediately began addressing these issues arising with specific special education and providing technical assistance and support. The LEAs experienced three top challenges during the switch to virtual learning during the pandemic. First, administering, as you will see on the next slide, evaluations and re-evaluations, annual IEP team meetings. All of these are dictated timelines for students with disabilities and protections, and in a virtual environment that became a #1 challenge. Second, meeting the unique needs of students who require extensive, intensive, individualized instruction and support. And this was due to staffing shortages, specifically private duty nurses particularly, unable to go into homes, unable to serve and implement that part of the IEP. Technology access and training needs for our students, our teachers, and our parents. Our parents needed to be trained in order to access technology and to support their children in the home during virtual learning. A lack of student engagement. While some of our students benefited from technology and having that type of recourse, we also had students that were challenged by the use of technology and requiring more of an explicit hands-on approach to instruction. And then the inability to effectively progress monitor. We know that that informs our next step and it informs where we are in moving forward with instruction. That was a challenge for progress monitoring, and also that we heard so clearly today, the power of inclusive settings and those social skills opportunities, they also were hindered or impacted by going to a virtual environment. Third, a third critical point was our idea of addressing new, different, additional student needs was a challenge, and LEAs had to become very clear and transparent with their communications with their families, their systems, their budgets to move that forward. The the division provided extensive technical assistance, as you can see here. In the numbers, we held weekly webinars with our Birth to 21 leaders. We produced tip documents and how to progress monitor in a virtual environment, how to meet the needs of students with sensory impairments. We recognize the value of providing step-by-step process guides. This was a new day. This was new implementation for us. And we created 4 visual flow charts. I'm going to briefly share one with you. And we also developed a series of technical assistance bulletins. So this flow chart is one of several that the division developed during this time, early on in the pandemic, to help our LEAs, our local education agencies, and our public agencies understand the IEP process in the ever-changing service delivery models. So it was virtual, hybrid, in person. Our systems offered a variety. It was included in our comprehensive technical assistance bulletin, and in fact, it was also shared nationally and recognized for its clear, specific guidance. Our Parent Training Center, Maryland's Place of Maryland, placed across and shared across with all of our families, so all hands were on deck to see how we could revise, amend, look at our processes, look at our services, and continue to provide FAPE, implemented the IEP for our students with disabilities. On the right side, we addressed the need to consider compensatory education and services. This was something all along that we needed to consider, because having a break in service meant that down the road, and sooner the better, we were going to need to provide compensatory individualized service. This was essentially a two-prong approach as we looked at this, looking at the IEP, but also understanding that when we were unable to provide instruction and services, the student would need those services to recoup that loss. Throughout this process, very critical, there were 3 interdependent actions required for successful implementation that we supported our locals. One is ongoing communication with each and every service providers, families, and students. It truly is a model in the extended school closure where everyone needed to be in the same place, working on the same skills, all hands on deck. Families, service providers, everyone who touched that child. Also, documentation of progress and services. If we weren't documenting, if we weren't progress monitoring, it would be a challenge for us to move forward and know next steps. And then finally, looking at the delivery of services itself. As you know, during the 2021 school year, our LEAs began returning in person. So this varied across the state, but one thing we recognized was that as normal school operations were underway, our special education leadership needed to start thinking about how they were going to systematically address recovery for our students, especially the need for compensatory education and recovery services. In January 2021, we produced a guidance document with supplementary planning tools to create an effective and efficient statewide and local system for comp ed recovery services. 2 key templates were given to our locals for support. One is an individualized decision-making process for the student, and the other was, because of the numbers of students of impact, we needed to support our systems in developing a entire system process plan for the large-scale implementation and response. It was important to have clear statewide expectations on how to make an individualized determination, and as you will see here, I would like to share with you the thinking, the flow chart, that as our teams made these critical decisions for our children, it is a process that we move through, and everyone across the state through the teams work through that process. The initial questions asked was the IEP that's being implemented, right, which is the individualized plan, was it appropriately developed? And once it was appropriately developed for the various service model of delivery, was the IEP implemented as it was written? So they are the first two guiding questions in development of the IEP, implementation of specially designed instruction, and in its implementation. If the answer is no to either one of these questions, then the next question is about student impact. So if either question, if it was not developed or it was not implemented, if either one of the IEP questions the answer was no, then we move to the student impact. Was there a loss of school skills, or did they not make the expected progress because of an inappropriate IEP or failure or an inability to provide those services? If the answer is yes to this question, then the student is owed compensatory education services tailored to the individual needs of that student to put them back on task. To support the decision-making process, a template was provided across the state to every IEP team, every school, every system, with the same query categories of thinking accompanied by further guiding questions. So if they use this through the conversations with our families or through the IEP team process, this would guide them through this thoughtful, intentional decision-making for a child. In addition, we provided our LEAs with a template to develop their system for making these individual determinations. There were 6 key parts. You'll see those listed on the left of this slide. System process planning team. Who will be at the table? You need general ed and special ed, finance, communications, all working together to create this plan. The logistics and the documentation, looking at flexibility of how they would operationalize. For example, they could hold an IEP team meeting for each child, or they could have an internal meeting and offer the family services. Guardrails were set, and these were critical. Every student with an IEP, that family needed a conversation for this decision. So that flow chart was in operation for every child that had an IEP, whether we provided all services or whether there was an inability or services were not provided. Every child with an IEP, that family had to have that conversation with the local school system to determine eligibility, yes or no. Every parent then was provided with prior written notice. This is an opportunity to give the parents a heads up on what is coming and to document the decisions. Communication, we realized, was the key to success, so we asked in our plan that there would be a communication plan. How are they communicating to all stakeholders, all families, all IEP teams for consistency, and the community at large in how we were going to respond to any loss of progress? Professional development, this is new. While it's a practice that's the courts have always approved, it is not something that is regularly exercised across the state and for these large numbers of children. So professional development was key, and we provided toolkits and all the necessary professional development. And then implementation. We urged our systems to think critically about how they were going to implement compensatory education services. How were they going to maximize the use of staff and external partners, and how they were going to track compensatory education services, because that documentation was critical. And then last but not least, funding. How were these extra additional services, recovery services, going to be funded in budget and practice? Please know, as Mr. Chaudhary mentioned today, there were, and Justin validated, there were additional funding services released from the federal government, federal funds to support, knowing that the nation was going to be dealing with this dilemma. So there were ESSER funds 1 and 2, local and state funds. We gave additional funding as a state and local, so our systems were given additional funding to support this need. Moving along, a component of this rollout included a requirement that they submit the plan. This was to ensure that the plan contained the components outlined that I just reviewed. We did have an opportunity to work with each LEA and PA for this plan to ensure that all the parts were there of the plan and to ensure a smooth transition to implementation. Our data, we also put a tracking system in place. So our data that I'm going to share with you today captures both, so there's 2 arms, right? One arm is the number and percentage of students who received eligibility determination. Please remember, every student with an IEP had this conversation with their school staff and support. So every student had to be determined eligible or ineligible based upon that flow chart for the need for compensatory education recovery services. The second tracking data point that we captured was where are we in implementing, initiating the services that the child qualified and was eligible under the determination. These data were required to come in to MSDE on a quarterly basis, and we began that September 1 of 2021, and our last one was just submitted a couple weeks ago. These data are important because we know determinations of eligibility and the initiation of services are time sensitive. The longer we wait to identify that a student is eligible for those services and the longer we wait to deliver those services, what is happening? That learning gap is becoming greater. So this work, and the reason why Mr. Chaudhary chose this as a hot topic today, or one to bring us all on board, because it is one that responds to a loss of FAPE, an inability to provide FAPE, and one that is truly focused on the needs of our children and supporting our families. So let us look at some of the data. As we look at this, please note that this data is self-reported. It's very important. So each LEA, each PA submitted these data, these queries that we gave them a tracking mechanism. They've reported this data to us. So since September of 2021, you'll see the percentage of students with disabilities who have received compensatory eligibility determinations, those conversations for a yes or no, has increased from 23 to 94%. To date, over 100,000 students have received eligibility determinations. As of September 1, 2022, Mr. Chaudhary and I thought that that it would be important for you to see the movement of our LEAs in determining eligibility for compensatory education. 17 of our LEAs have completed all eligibility determinations, which means every student with an IEP had that conversation with families for a yes/no response for the need to provide compensatory education services. 6 have completed eligibility by 75 to 90% of the students with disabilities, and 1 LEA has completed 74% of eligibility determinations. I can share with you the trends, the themes, the patterns for some of the delays for this has been in staffing. Despite contracting employees offering compensation to staff outside of the school day, our delays continue for this, and we continue to look at staffing mechanisms and innovation. Looking at the services initiation data, so this is the second prong, of those students that were determined eligible for compensatory education, since September of 2021, what percentage of students initiated or received their compensatory education recovery services? You will see that of those who have received all is 48.7%. So approximately half of our students found eligible for compensatory services have received all of their offered services. As of September 1, 2022, 14 LEAs have initiated the delivery of these services. Of those students who have been determined eligible, this includes students whose services have also been completed. Students who have not yet received an eligibility determination are not captured in these data. Of the remaining LEAs, 3 have initiated services for 75 to 99% of those students who were determined eligible. 6 have initiated for 50 to 75%, and 1 has initiated for less than 25% of eligible students. Again, having conversations with our locals, our regional liaison teams follow up during and as a result of every quarter of data received. Some of the reasons for this, this delay was a report in student and parent scheduling, transportation, Anytime we deliver a service on an IEP, a student is entitled, if it is a related service on their IEP, to receive transportation. So access to transportation, looking at the child delivery and the child availability, I should say, of services outside of the school day, weekends, before school, after school, as well as the availability of staff. Particularly, we are challenged with, and you know this well, Mrs. McCusker, our related services. So our occupational therapists, speech language pathologists, physical therapists, to implement are some of these reasons for the delay.
Thank you, Marcella. So we have some very special guests who've joined us today. We always like to share authentic experiences. So thank you, Dr. Sean Bolston, for allowing your team to be here today. We have some guests from Hartford County Public Schools. We have Colleen Sandelli, the Director of Special Education, Shannon Jennings-Jones, Coordinator of Secondary Programs, and we also, maybe, not sure, we had a parent, her child was sick, so she may not be able to join us virtually, but I want to recognize Ms. Madeline Menser, a Hartford County parent who's here with us today. Thank you all so much for the job you've done. I think the board will appreciate anything you have to share about how you have implemented comp services in the district, so thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here today. I am Colleen Sastelli. I'm the Director of Special Education. Oh, am I not? Thank you. And with me today is Shannon Jennings-Jones. She is currently a coordinator of special education for secondary programs, but she served as department chair at Magnolia Middle School during the pandemic and served as the IEP chair at several or many IEP meetings. Unfortunately, we did just a few minutes ago hear from Ms. Menser that her daughter is continuously getting sick today, so she was not able to log on. We were hoping to have her with us virtually for this portion of the presentation, but she's not going to be able to join us. But what we want to do is just share a brief outline of our system approach, as well as the approach at the building level that Shannon can share in her role as IEP chair. So on the screen, you'll see Hartford County's data with the 2 points that Marcella was sharing, the percent of students who had a compensatory education or recovery services eligibility meeting. And as you can see, from September 1st, 2021 through our most recent reporting on September 1st of 2022, Hartford County increasingly held those meetings, and ultimately we are at 99%. I will say that 1% involves families who were enrolled at the time of the pandemic and have since left our county, and we've had difficulty getting in touch with them to come back together to have those meetings. So as far as the 4,707 students that were enrolled during that period of school closure, we have, for those that continue to be enrolled with us, have held those meetings and made a determination for each student as to whether or not they were eligible or required compensatory education or recovery services. And we're very proud of that. That was, we started off after that first initial closure with prioritizing our students with most significant need. So we looked at our students who were not responding to virtual instruction, our students with the more severe, profound disabilities where virtual instruction was not able to be provided, and those were the students that we prioritized first. And then as we move through this school year, we set that expectation that our teams would hold the IEP meeting and discuss the need for compensatory education for every student who was enrolled during the pandemic. So as you can see on the slide here, this is just some of the work that we did initially. As Marcella shared, one of our first and initial challenges was with the assessment evaluation process. We knew that, through IDEA, there were no waivers for our required timelines for both initial and reevaluation. And in the same respect, we knew that our formal standardized assessments
could not be administered and those scores considered reliable or valid unless we were face-to-face and in person with students. So that first summer, we developed some work groups. We did a tele-evaluation work group, and that work group came together to determine what options did we have for assessment that we could do virtually. We were able to generate some assessment information through screening process virtually. So our infants and toddler providers were able to do virtual assessments, felt that the results could be reliable, and were able to move forward with tele-evaluation and screening. And that was similar for our Child Find teams. But when it came to both cognitive assessment, achievement assessment, those results that were really essential to the eligibility process and identifying students for special education, we felt very strongly that we needed to be in person with students so that we could administer those assessments according to the standardization process. So our face-to-face testing work group developed protocols, safety protocols, and different guidance so that we could, with parent agreement, bring students in for face-to-face appointments. And we were able to do this with the support of our district and our operational status. We still had some essential employees who were working in person, and our district allowed us to open that up to our school psychologists, our educational evaluators, and some of our related service providers, and felt that this was an essential function and something that we needed to be able to do through that summer. So the way that we handled that was we really worked with individual parent choice. Parents had to be comfortable with the safety protocols that we had in place. We developed and distributed test kits to every evaluator. So they had plexiglass shields, they had face masks, they had different materials to sanitize the testing materials. We kept social distance. So we really spent a lot of time explaining to parents and reaching out to parents and presenting them with different documentation of what a testing session with those safety protocols in place would look like. And then for those parents that did agree, we set appointments throughout that summer. So, when we started the summer after that initial closure in March, by the beginning of June, we had 460 assessments that were pending. And we really, over that summer, we used some of those funding sources. We paid 10-month employees to come in and do those assessments so that we could keep up with those mandated timelines. And I think that was really vital to us being able to move forward in the process. Of course, parents who are not comfortable, we worked with them in other ways to develop or to gather information. And then if there was a delay in a mandated timeline, we looked at compensatory education to account for that delay if we weren't able to identify students along that mandated timeline. But that was critical to being able to move forward with the process. As the school year got started, that 2020-2021 school year, once we knew we had the assessment process under our belts, we really focused on communication. If you remember at that time, it was real heightened emotions, a lot of uncertainty. We knew that parents and families really didn't know what to expect and how we were going to address, the loss of education for their children. So some of the things that we did, in addition to working with our CCAC, our Special Education Citizens Advisory Council, but our special ed leadership team held a virtual town hall event where we publicized, we had our special education leadership team available, and we fielded questions from the community, from our special education parents. That night was a huge success. We had over 700 participants in our live town hall event, and I think that really gave us the opportunity to answer direct questions. We obviously couldn't answer 700 that evening, but we answered, just a snapshot of some of their questions. And we really worked to build in those communication systems with our parents and community members so that we could, ongoing throughout the pandemic, communicate with them to put their mind at ease that in collaboration with the guidance that we were receiving from MSDE, that we would address any negative impact from the closure of school buildings as a result of the pandemic. And it was a lengthy process. It took time for us to, get the systems in place, but then also have access to the children to be able to really assess and evaluate what that impact was. And there were ways that we could do that virtually through virtual assessments and some informal data. But for many of our most significantly impacted students, we really needed to be face-to-face and in person with them to really evaluate the impact and what loss there was. So that's another factor in kind of that growing number, to address throughout the school year, the number of meetings that we held. But that communication was key. Once we had the system in place and we knew where we were headed, some of the guidance, as Marcella had shared, the different documents that MSDE had shared with us, our system took some of those documents and we did make some adjustments for our needs. We felt very strongly that the best place to make the decision about whether recovery and compensatory services were needed was at that IEP table with that full IEP team. We felt that the IEP team, in collaboration with the parent, were the ones who knew that student best, who knew what form of recovery service would be appropriate to address any negative impact. And we really worked to empower our IEP teams to be able to make those decisions. So in turn, our professional development that we rolled out systemically built in a lot of scenario-based data analysis, where we really worked with our special education teachers, our building administrators, our related service providers to build their capacity to analyze the data. And as Marcella had shared, our typical progress monitoring is on a quarterly basis. What we faced with the pandemic was really analyzing data that was sometimes a year, even a year and a half old. We really had to look at what information did we have on March 16th, on the initial day of that closure, to the time when the student came back and we were able to collect sufficient data to make a comparison to really be able to measure the impact of the pandemic. And then at that time, we needed our teams to be able to analyze what that loss may have been and then plan for what service delivery and what type of services, the frequency and the duration that would help to alleviate and rectify some of that learning loss and that loss of faith. So using MSDE's guidance, Harford County created the IEP team decision-making for recovery tool. We went through professional development for over 600 of our special education team members, and then put in supports with ongoing support from the special education leadership team, including our teacher specialists, to support our IEP chairs and our special education teams as they were making decisions at the IEP table for individual students. So Shannon Jennings-Jones is with me today. Shannon served in that role as a department chair and an IEP chair at the school level, and she's going to share with you a couple of things that they did at Magnolia Middle School to support the decisions at her IEP teams.
Awesome. Thank you, Colleen. As Colleen mentioned, I was serving as department chairperson at Magnolia Middle School. I am Baltimorean, but my purple is being donned for the Magnolia Middle School Vikings today, where our proud principal is still Lori Namey and was at that time. But we did utilize the guidance of the Office of Special Education, as Colleen mentioned, where she served as compliance coordinator and created flow charts specifically, and a template for us to go through that conversation and kind of guide that conversation, making sure that it was data-based, that it was inclusive of parent input. It was also inclusive of student input. We definitely wanted to gauge from the students what they were responding to positively, and at a 6th, 7th, or 8th grade level, they are most often having that ability to communicate with us what their needs are and how we can best serve them. So we utilize those documents to drive those conversations, again, making sure that it was data-based. In addition to that, we established a system within our school because, as we noted, and the student that we'll highlight today, Lacey Menser, she actually was a student 1 week prior to the closing of schools, was referred by her school-based team to the IEP initial process. She did and was determined eligible after we were able to use the precaution protocols that we developed so that she could be properly assessed and we could make that determination. So wonderful, great news. We have an IEP in place. However, there was some lag time in getting those services rolled out. So we knew going into it, we prioritized any student that was not making progress on their IEP goals. So yes, we had 150 students with IEPs, but we knew any student during progress monitoring that was not making sufficient progress, we prioritized having those recovery and compensatory conversations first. Lacey was one of those students who qualified. Again, great news. We've determined, that we're going to intervene. However, we also had students who were being quarantined and isolated because of COVID exposure. So we as a school system or a school-based team developed 5 days a week outside of the school day where we had 6th, 7th, and 8th grade special educators providing specially designed instructions for students who were either quarantined and isolated and required additional, or their services met, their fate met, but then also those students who were determined to need recovery services. So it became a twofold 5-day venture, which included Saturday mornings, which, as you can imagine, lots of students love that. But parents were very excited because it did not impede, being the hour that we selected, being strategic, it did not impede their ability to participate in sports or whatever other weekend activities they had. But we did utilize present level data, progress monitoring tools, grades, classroom performance, work samples, and definitely parent and student input to make these decisions for students.
And like we said, we were hopeful that Ms. Menser could join us today. She was planning to share her feelings about that testing process using the safety protocols, how the compensatory education process benefited her daughter, Lacey, and her overall impressions about her partnership with the IEP team at Magnolia Middle. But we wish Lacey well, because it sounds like she's not doing
Having a
well
rough
today.
go at it
Having a rough day today. But happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Morrow?
Yes.
I'd say not so much a question. I just want to commend you on the work that you've done, because obviously this has been an historic heavy lift. And I know down to the school level, we appreciate the inclusion of parents and students in those discussions as well.
Thank you. Thank you. It was critical. Yes.
Dr. Getty?
For every school system, was the length of time of loss of services different? Because it was the springtime and sporadic of the next year, was that all? Or are we just talking about the springtime as loss of services?
So I can say that every district was different. In Harford County, we as a system prioritized getting the most, the students with the most critical needs into our buildings as soon as possible. And, I can speak to that. So, yes, we had from March to May when, the entire state was shut down. As we came back into that first September, Harford County, we had what we called learning support centers. Thank you, Dr. Bolson. I know they were quite a challenge to get off the ground, but as, students, the system was in an all virtual instructional model at that time, and our learning support centers were open to parents of students who either needed technology had a hardship with, having children at home without supervision. Again, we staffed them with, essential employees and brought some of our essential workers into buildings to be able to be there. Now, instruction was still delivered virtually. However, that brought some students into our buildings and gave us an opportunity to interact with them. And then as we went further into the fall, we had some situations where we were hybrid, where students were invited to come in 4 days a week, but we needed to keep our cohorts small. And we were able to prioritize from the Office of Special Ed. We were able to work with our buildings to identify those students with the most critical need, to invite them to participate as much as they could in person. And I do think, as a whole, when we look at our data as far as the number of students who truly required the compensatory education, we had a tremendous amount of success with students responding to virtual and hybrid instruction. And I do think that was a result of many of the priorities that our system put in place, and then acting on that and truly working with families and working across departments to make sure that we were addressing the needs of our most significantly impacted students. So that was a lengthy answer to your question. I apologize.
Thank you. My next question is, was the special educator in the school serving the student the same person who provided the compensatory ed?
Not necessarily. We did, again, thinking in terms of the funding and the resources to support the delivery of these compensatory education and recovery services, we couldn't possibly replicate the amount of services that were lost during building closures and virtual instruction. We would need double the staff and things like that. We really, working on that empowerment with the IEP team and parents, we really built that decision individually at that IEP table. So in many cases, it may have been that same special education team that came together and said, I think, this student needs 8 weeks of, 3 days a week after school using this reading intervention as a form of recovery. And we went first to teachers that were willing to do that, volunteers, and really felt that, if it was a special educator who knew that student, that was ideal. But in many cases, we contracted out for some related service providers. We had some virtual tutors that were a part of one of our reading interventions, the Orton Gillingham Plus, that we worked with them, and they provided some virtual tutors that we offered or we worked in certain circumstances. So really was a variety of services, but very individually driven as far as what worked for the family and what was needed by the student.
Last question.
No problem.
If a family turns down compensatory service, does the federal government accept that as the end?
Yes, it would be, the family would have that choice. And we did have families who, as we went through our virtual and our hybrid instructional models, we came together, and at this point we were back in person. We did have many families who really expressed, I just wanted my student to be back in school. I know that there was some impact, but they did not necessarily want to do the after-school hours, the Saturday hours. And we did, in some cases, work within our IEPs. We did a lot of amending IEPs because, children were different when they came back after that period of time without the structure. So, IEPs changed over the course of, that return to in-person. And there were cases where families said, we're good, we're happy to be moving forward, let's go from here and pick it up and move forward. And that was all documented within, as Marcella had said, our prior written notice, which is that notification to the families of our proposals and their agreement for that. So it truly was
collaborative with the family and what we saw as a school system or an individual IEP team as far as the needs of the students, but then working through that plan for recovery was very much a collaborative effort.
Thank you. You guys are awesome. You just must work hard every day.
We very much do. But we have a great team.
We do.
Yes.
Any other comments? Ms. Chang?
Yeah, I do have one kind of quick clarification about the number that the slide you show.
Yes.
About the percentage. It seems it's within a very short period of time you need to get to the number of 99%. So how big is your team to be able to tackle the close to 5,000 students with the IEP plan?
So part of what we did, like we had said, we prioritized. We knew that there were students, and it was from that initial closure in March, and we got to them first because we knew that they were students that were not making progress virtually. But every student has at least one IEP meeting a year for their annual review. So for those students that our teams felt very confident that they had responded to virtual instruction, we had good data that showed that they were making progress every quarter as we reported progress. We did allow our teams to incorporate and to have that discussion about recovery compensatory in a natural IEP meeting throughout the year. So I think that's how you can see that that progression. I did note on that data that the biggest jump was in our first marking period, so from that September 1 to the December. And when I think about where we were at that time, that was when we were bringing students back in for hybrid. So we had our students, we could measure what that impact was, and I think it makes sense that that was when we saw the biggest jump in eligibility, because we got to those students that needed it the most. And then as the school year went on, we held IEP meetings, we had those discussions, but in all honesty, the vast majority of our students had support and amazing general education and special education teachers who really worked wonders virtually. The virtual instruction was just phenomenal, and we put a lot of efforts as a system into building the capacity of teachers to do the virtual instruction, and it certainly paid off for the vast majority of our students.
Thank you for your hard work. Kudos to your team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very nicely done. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Outstanding work. Outstanding work. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you guys have lunch, and then we come back and we can continue with the rest of the presentation. And we'll just jump right back into this presentation because we had other components to cover as well, if that's an option.
So let's come back in 30 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're reconvening. We're going to finish up the coordinated community supports presentation and just touch upon a little bit more of the students with disabilities. We'll pick up the balance at a future meeting.
So we'll finish.
Right to the first one, community supports.
So yeah, we'll finish the first one, and then I'll have the team doing the data deep dive on this one come back, and we're gonna split that one into 2 days, and so we'll do a portion of that one after I finish the first one. So today was kind of funky where we started both. You got a taste of everything. We just never finished anything. Yeah.
So while they're setting up on the for the presentation, I'd like to put out for your consideration on the monthly COVID briefings that we've been receiving, that perhaps we take those on a quarterly basis. Obviously, if something surges, we would pick it up, but we'll just pick those up on a quarterly basis. Okay, so that's what we'll do. Mr. Superintendent, we'll pick those up on a quarterly, the standard COVID briefings on a quarterly basis. Obviously, we'll pick it up if something surges.
Absolutely, and then of course we would provide you regular updates, and we are in touch with MDH on a pretty much weekly basis between Mary and I, and so if there's anything that's unique popping up, we would let you know, of course. And of course, we'll still collect the data, but you know, a lot of the data looks different now. It's just tracking vaccination rates, case rates, but ultimately there's no quarantining, and so that data's just null. And so, I appreciate that we're gonna track it in a different way rather than just having school systems report to us leading up to every board meeting going forward. Okay. All right, so we are going to finish off the presentation that we gave, and there wasn't a lot left. So we talked about, I'm just gonna summarize, you know, there's a lot going on for social, emotional health and needs for our students. We are fortunate to be in a state where our leaders in Annapolis and our community advocates and everyone from all sides has really put this issue front and center, and there's been a lot of investment in putting our money where our mouth is. And so one, we have the consortium that is forming, the Coordinated Community Supports in Maryland. That consortium is going to, as I said, going to focus on giving grant making to collectives. I use that expression to essentially say, have groups of people come together, whether it be public, private, and work with each other to deliver mental health and behavioral supports to students in a coordinated fashion. So that's one element. And those dollars are specifically designed for external entities to essentially lead the way in doing initiatives like that. The second one is community schools. Those dollars are going straight into school systems at the school level to be able to form community schools through concentration of poverty grants, through a personnel grant and a per pupil grant. And community schools, right, it's both an art and a science, right? It's about having a community schools coordinator, delivering a comprehensive set of services based on your needs assessment. And then there's sustainability dollars. And we know that there's 358 now, and over the next few years, it's going to continue to grow just as the poverty threshold drops. I think the data I got recently, I think based on the projection, only Calvert would not have a concentration of poverty grant based on what I'm looking at, the numbers, based on the campuses that would not meet that bar over time. And then we, of course, have school-based mental health centers that have been around for a very long time, and there are several across the state. You don't need to be limited to have a traditional high levels of poverty. Howard County has several school-based health centers, but they don't have any community schools per the concentration of poverty grants. So lots going on, and the question I always say is everyone backing each other up and mutually reinforcing each other's activities? So the rest of the presentation is going to focus on that, and there is literature and research and social science on how to do this effectively. And so before I do that, I did want to quickly highlight something that Maryland Leads did in this regard. So if we can jump right in to Maryland Leads. So Maryland Leads invested in,
Slide 43.
as you know, so slide 43. As you know, we invested in several high leverage strategies, and of the 7 strategies that we put out, one of them was something called transforming neighborhoods through community schools. We designed it in a way where you wouldn't have to be a district that has a concentration of poverty grant yet, but if you did, great. If you don't, we want you to think about student need, especially students who need a high level of wraparound services in a systematic manner. And so we had school systems jump to the challenge. And so 2 examples we have are Howard County and Worcester County. And so they took that challenge of something called collective impact. I'm going to talk more about what collective impact is, but it's essentially taking, a neighborhood or taking a specific geographic area, not just a single school site where students reside, and developing coordinated wraparound services in a highly structured manner. Right now, it's single site community schools, go find partners, and figure out how to deploy that wraparound services. And hopefully that has an impact. But you've got to think more systematically. You've got to find economies of scale. And so we really try to seed what I call collective impact, and plenty of others call this, not something I coined, in order to do this well. And so what you can see, Howard County, for example, who has school-based health centers, no community schools, based on the concentration of poverty grant, they decided to use Maryland Leads dollars to partner with their other governmental entities in the county to launch essentially a collective impact initiative to tackle student need in varying ways. Because just because they're not at the high level of poverty does not mean that they don't have challenges, right? What it looks like in the Wild Lake region is very different, say, from Clarksville. Worcester County, same thing in the Pocomoke and Snow Hill neighborhood. They wanted to tackle that in a systematic manner, so they're using Maryland Leads dollars to bring a consultant on to help them think more systematically about how to deliver wraparound services to students in that community. So we were excited to see this. And then there were some other things as well. Hartford, who was here earlier, they used Maryland Leads dollars to kickstart. They knew that school was coming live to get a concentration of poverty grant the following year. So let's go ahead and use Maryland Leads dollar to kickstart some of the personnel staffing needs now, and then we'll know that it will be sustained by the concentration of poverty grant. So we were really excited to see the thinking with this challenge. The next thing I want to talk about is Medicaid. I presented this to the consortium. I've asked the team, what's in the way? We got to make this happen. And so we are leaving millions of dollars on the table as a state if we don't figure out how to use Medicaid to reimburse for services. And it's not a mystery that, that only a handful of states have figured out. It's several states have figured this out. So next slide. Recently, there was a federal legislation that reformed how complicated it was. It's still complicated to an extent, but not as complicated on how to get reimbursed and what types of services are eligible for Medicaid reimbursement when you provide those services to students and families. And it's known as the free care rule that essentially was limiting the types of services you can provide to students. And that got reformed recently through the feds. And what you would have to do as a state is reform or amend your Medicaid plan at the state level. And so we are having conversations with MDH and any other stakeholder. I'm pushing this at the consortium level to be able to submit an updated Medicaid state plan that allows our school systems to reimburse, and the National Center for School Health, Mental Health, they are big proponents of this, and so they were excited to see that I'm also a fan of this. And 17 states have already done this, and what it allows you to do is pay for services that are essential for students' mental health, support, help needs, and have sustainable dollars for it from a federal source. And so let's look at 2 states that do this. We often benchmark against Massachusetts. Well, here you go. Massachusetts is doing this. And look at all the services, North Carolina as well. We can do this. There's no reason why we should not be doing this. I've asked the team to look at both legislatively as well as who we need to push and nudge to do this. Like, we are leaving dollars at the table for this, and so when you think about certain positions that may have been hired or services that have been delivered that you may not have a sustainable set of dollars for after, say, state, federal ESSER dollars go out the way, this is a source right here. So just if you are thinking about things to support and advocate for, 17 states have done it across the political spectrum. This is good for kids, good for families, and it's something we should not be leaving dollars on the table for. Collective impact. So let's go ahead.
Dr. Miller McCarthy.
Hi, thank you for that. I'm familiar with using Medicaid coverage in schools as a speech pathologist, and I just want to say, as you move in that direction, build systems that prevent fraud and that also are very careful of the paperwork burden that it presents on the providers like speech pathologists, occupational therapists, because it's problematic and paper documentation is very important, but yet it is very dicey. So I'm just telling you, and I want the board to know that it's not easy money. And it has to be done with care, as I'm sure the department will, but I just thought the board
Absolutely.
should know that.
Just like any federal dollars, there's always a paper trail, so how can we condense and the idea is that they've made it a lot easier, but you're absolutely right. Systems and processes are going to matter. As soon as you go loose on that, then you have room for fraud and things like that. So that's Medicaid. Let's talk about collective impact.
Sally.
Sorry.
I just have one clarifying question. So the department needs to construct a plan to present?
No. We don't own the state Medicaid plan. That's owned by MDH and I think another entity that also works with MDH. The department here really can only advocate. If I really think about it, at the end of the day, it's the state. Every state has a Medicaid plan to get Medicaid dollars. You would have to amend that to enable school-based services to be reimbursable. Our plan right now does not allow for that.
So our plan is to be an advocate for this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Collective impact. So collective impact. So this was published in 2011. A group of former they have worked through various presidential administrations and have consulted different governmental entities on being able to implement large-scale social change efforts. And the group is called Foundation Strategy Group. They've published this seminal article in the Stanford Innovation Review Journal. And essentially what they studied is, why do all these social change efforts, why don't they ever end up moving the needle? Why do so many of them fail? Why do so many of them only have incremental gains or disparate gains? Like, what's at the heart of not having the massive levels of impact, that the energy that you had at the beginning and at the end of it, it wasn't what you thought it was going to do. And so they coined this phrase, collective impact. So I would ask you to read the piece. The source is in the bottom. I'm happy to send it to you. And essentially, what they found is what I exactly said, is that many attempts at large-scale social change ends up not having the intended impact you have. And of course, implementation is where often things can go to die. And so what they did is also studied those that are successful. And what are the elements of their success? Like, what did they have that enabled them to not only have dramatic, incremental, but sustained progress too, even if staff turnover happened, etc. And so collective impact, if we go to slide 48, these are the 5 elements that make up a highly successful collective impact initiative, right? You have a common agenda, right? What are you trying to solve? What's the problem of practice? You are focused. Everyone's at the table solving for these problems. You have shared measurement. Everyone knows what success is going to look like. You don't have your measurement here. I have my measurement here. Like, everyone knows that these are the 3 needle moving metrics that we want to tackle together. You have a part in it. I have a part in it. And we're going to make this happen. And we're going to keep coming back to those metrics. We might refine them, but we're going to have baseline data and we're going to track it. If it's something we can't measure yet, we're going to find a way to measure it and measure it. Mutually reinforcing activities. Everyone has a part. So if your part is to do X, my part is to do Y, and your part is to Z, X, Y, and Z needs to happen to make the needle move on this, then we make sure we do our parts. And I can't be successful if you don't do your part well, right? It sounds simple, but it truly is a science and an art at the end of the day. Continuous communication. You're constantly engaging with one another on how's it going, right? Do we need to adapt? Do we need to check in? What's going on? And then this last piece is very important. There's backbone support. There's an entity that essentially serves as like a quarterback to everyone's efforts to pull this off. This entity is usually not the governmental entity. It's something outside the governmental entity who's really focused on really playing a quarterback role and bringing everyone to the table and then making sure these things across the 5 elements are happening. So I'm going to give you some examples of this, but this is what they uncovered in studying these large social change efforts over the last few decades that have been successful, or many who have not been successful. They found less that were successful than those. They found more that have failed than have been successful. So again, the importance of a backbone organization. They're the ones who hold the partners accountable. They're the ones who bring everyone together. They're the ones who are focused on making sure no one, moves in a different direction. They stay on the plan. They're the ones who make sure the data on what the shared metrics are and what you need to pull off constantly is followed through on, right? And so the backbone organization is key. So with that, I want to give you some examples. So the roadmap project. So this is a case study in collective impact. It's still going on to this day. It's in King County, Washington. It's several school systems. It's a region, right, out in Washington. Collectively, they serve over 127,000 students, and their goal is they have this big goal of, by 2030, eliminating opportunity achievement gaps. It's a big goal, but then they have metrics along the way on how to get there. Of course, COVID has rocked everyone in terms of their ability to reach that goal, but the key thing is that they have been rising towards that goal in a systematic, continuous manner since they have launched. There is a backbone organization. All 5 elements are played. The backbone organization, this is like the main site for it. It's a whole regional approach. It's not like my turf, your turf. It's a regional approach. They have shared metrics. So how will you know if opportunity achievement gaps are eliminated? What are the 4 or 5 things you're going to measure? Not the 50 things. What are the 4, 5, 6, 7 things you're going to measure? And how are you going to get there? And so they brought together public, private, business sector, nonprofit, and they formed a nonprofit entity with its own governing board whose obsession was to make sure that the children of King County, right, were able to excel and succeed as it was fast diversifying. Slide 51 gives you an image of their data dashboard. You can learn more on the website, but they have done several things. They have increased graduation rates. They have ensured that youth are connecting with higher education and employment. It's more than tripled. They're ensuring that there's equitable funding for resources. There's just a shared understanding what success looks like. Everyone is backing each other's efforts up. And again, there's there's a whole dashboard that looks at everyone's progress. So this is one example. It's one of the largest, what they call cradle to career initiatives in the country. Literally, there are things that they start doing with moms and who are at both while they're pregnant, while they have newborns, all the way up to career, right? And so it is truly, there's a set of metrics to track every milestone in that region. So this is an example of one collective impact initiative. Have they reached their goal fully yet? No. But are they on the way towards reaching that? Yes. Another one is in Wisconsin. It's a little different topic. But this is something I shared with our consortium of community supports. This is on teen births. So Milwaukee, back in 2002, wanted to tackle this issue. And it was specifically this single issue. It's a single issue that they wanted to tackle. They had one of the highest teen births. It was 3 times higher for some groups than others. And their goal was to reduce it, right, by 46% over a 10-year period. So that was their goal. We're going to come together to make this not an issue that our students and our families are struggling with. And so they brought everyone together. Who was the backbone? In this case, it was the United Way of Milwaukee, and they brought together 60 different agencies, business leaders, community leaders, and everyone had a part to play. And again, mutually reinforcing activities. And their goal was to ultimately transform this outcome. So how did they do? So if you go to 53, they pulled it off, right? In 2013, Milwaukee exceeded its goal with a 50% decrease in teen births, 2 years ahead of its targeted goal. And they even had a whole campaign awareness that was very compelling, if not in your face, about this issue as well, and what that would look like. And so they were very successful in pulling this off, while other things happened, right? The city also experienced, or the region experienced, a period of a high crime, as well as other things that were happening, while at the same time they found a way to reduce this. And so that just shows that despite other things trending up, that usually trend up with this metric, they were able to reduce this issue regardless of other things. They weren't focused on the other issues. Other people probably were, but this initiative was focused on this. So that's another example of collective impact. Here's some other case studies. I'm not going to go too much into them. You may have heard of the Harlem Children's Zone. It was Jeffrey Canada who essentially started a charter school network, took over 100 blocks in Harlem, and essentially they had a cradle to career type initiative with shared metrics. The charter schools essentially worked with the social services organizations of that neighborhood, and they worked to essentially transform the 100 blocks that were dedicated. So this is another example of collective impact. It's still in existence today. Strive Together, Cincinnati brought a set of people in to do another Cradle to Career initiative. Again, they were very successful in bringing achievement up. Regardless of which district, every district was part of this initiative, and so everyone had a part to play. And then finally in Somerville, they focused on obesity. And so again, a single issue, and they tackled that. So you can read more about these. I just wanted to give some examples because I always like to have other examples as well. I won't do a commercial of the survey to you guys, but please take our survey, try to get to 100,000. I gotta show the team we can do that. And so lastly, it is Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month. It's okay to not be okay, but it's not okay to feel like you never have someone to call and help you through it. And so making sure we are plugging this, if there's anything you wanted to share, Board Member Wilcox, please do. I know this is an issue that you're very passionate about, but I did want to take this moment to recognize this. Yep.
Thank you for allowing me to say a few words. I also I co-chair the Governor Hogan Suicide Commission, and we talked a little bit about what MSDE could do to promote 988, and some ideas that were shared by our commission were to think about putting stickers on student IDs with 988. I think at one point we had the 211 number, which is, I think, still operational, but it would be great for students to be directed directly to 988, or maybe on the interface, a lot of students use internet-based portals and online programs for schoolwork, and if we could have a banner for students with information about 988, that would also be enormously helpful. I don't think they would be huge, heavy lifts, but if we could just get the word out a little bit more about 988, because a lot of federal and state resources have been allocated to 988 and what happens after somebody calls. And so we want to maximize the possibility of students using this if they're in crisis or even before they're in crisis.
Got it.
Thank you.
And with that, I have questions on this first presentation.
Very good, thank you.
All right. Can we shift to the next one?
Okay.
All right. Let's go ahead and we're only going to do up to a certain part of the students with disabilities, and I'm going to turn it into a part 1, part 2, and we'll do a follow-up to it when we come back, I think our December meeting, but let's do it up to a certain point today. That makes sense, and then if you have any questions about any of that, we can explore that, and then we can move on with the agenda because we have a few COMAR items today. Yep. Okay. All right.
All right, good afternoon, members of the board, President Crawford. We are super, super excited to bring you a deep dive into students with disabilities. We think that we have put together a comprehensive presentation for you that will present lots of information. So hang in there with us, but we're just excited to present this information. I have Marcella Frankowski with me here today, as well as Chandra Haslett, who will be presenting. We're presenting as a team. So we're going to begin with a deep dive into our work for students with disabilities. We'll provide context for this discussion, but first we wanted to start off by sharing with you the requirements of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, also known as IDEA. This is the federal law that protects the rights of students with disabilities and serves as the framework for every decision for students who require special education services. So we're going to start high level and then go deep. So this image that you see here posted on the screen is just a high-level overview of all of the components of IDEA and how they intersect and work together. Again, the Individuals with Disability Education Act, also known as IDEA, is a federal requirement that provides funding to state and local education agencies for early intervention and special education to eligible children and students with disabilities. And that's from birth through the age of 21 in Maryland. The United States Department of Education specifically, also known as the Office of Special Education Programs, sometimes, again, we like acronyms, OSEP, it may be called, but they have the responsibility for the implementation and enforcement of IDEA. OSEP oversees the administration of IDEA's grant funds to states, and they hold each state accountable for this funding through state laws, as well as federal indicators of performance. Data must be timely, there must be evaluations, the service delivery requirements are in place, and they also look at student disproportionality. As a result, MSDE, the Division of Early Intervention and Special Education Services, which is led by Ms. Frankowski, is the lead state agency, so they are responsible for monitoring the implementation and accounting for all of these federal funds under IDEA. They have to make sure they operationalize all of the expected guidelines and expectations and reporting requirements to the federal government. So not only do they distribute the federal funds, as we heard about earlier today, but they also provide supervision, oversight, support, and coaching to the LEAs as well. provide technical assistance, very customized depending on the needs of the LEAs, but they really stay closely connected to ensure that the LEAs have what they need so the students and staff can be successful. IDA also has 6 essential components. As you can see here by the slide, they're very extensive. So I'm going to describe each of them to you. The first one is a free appropriate public education. And under the law, eligible students are entitled to what we also hear as FAPE, right? So this means that the LEA must provide an educational program that meets the unique needs of the student at no cost to the parent or the family. And unique is very important because the needs of each child vary very differently. In order to determine a student's eligibility, as well as their needs, the LEA must identify and evaluate every child with a disability residing within their county. The third component, once the student is found eligible, their needs are addressed through the individual educational program, also known as the IEP. For children birth through age 4, early intervention services are provided through, you might have heard the acronym IFSP, that's the Individualized Family Services Plan. Then after the IEP is drafted, the student is placed in their least restrictive environment. This is an individualized decision with Maryland that still offers a full continuum of services in the classroom environment. This decision also allows students to receive their accommodations, any modifications that are necessary, while interacting with their non-disabled peers. And that's a key tenet of IDA, this focus on an inclusion model for as many students as possible. The fifth component is parent and teacher participation, which is extremely, extremely important. The IEP team, which they are part of, serves as a vehicle for the educational programming and placement decisions for the student. They must include, as I mentioned, the parent, general education, and special education teacher. So all 3 are partners. Parents are critical members of the process who provide important insight into the child, while the teachers and service providers have critical insight into what the school day and the academic environment looks like. So that's why it's important for them both to be at the table. And then finally, the law provides protections and rights to students and their families in the form of procedural safeguards. The Division of Early Intervention and Special Education Services has developed a written set of procedural safeguards. They have been approved by OSEP, and these help to inform parents of their rights, including the dispute resolution process, as well as how to file a state complaint, or if they want to request mediation or to request a hearing. The implementation of these 6 components is measured through a system's overall performance, including indicators of compliance as well as looking at the results. Also, we wanted to let you know that there are 24 local infant and toddlers programs, 24 preschool special education programs, and 24 local education agencies, and 5 public agencies that implement IDEA birth through 21 for students with disabilities. The last box that you see there highlights the various services that the division provides and oversees, and Ms. Frankowski will be highlighting some of those further into the presentation. As mentioned, Marcella and her team oversee this work. We just thought it would be helpful for you to see how the division is organized to support this coordinated effort of services for students birth through 21, to make sure that children with disabilities and their families receive the services that they need. So to accomplish this, the division is organized by 5 branches, and they're each titled by their function. So there's a policy and accountability team, family support and dispute resolution, interagency collaboration, performance support and technical assistance, and resource management. And then they have supporting sections within each of those to support that work to make sure that it gets taken forward. They provide leadership and policy guidance with all stakeholders. They provide accountability and monitoring for the implementation of any federal or state regulations, policies, and procedures, As I mentioned, they provide technical assistance, and they provide resource management. So now that I've provided you a high-level overview, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Frankowski, who will go deeper into the work and the strategic plan that lays the groundwork and the framework for what the division does.
Thank you, Dr. Collins. So the division's infrastructure that you see was created to be in alignment and implement the work of the 3 strategic imperatives for the division's strategic plan. An executive summary was provided for your review in your packet to go a little deeper into the details. The division's strategic plan, we refer to it as Moving Maryland Forward, was first introduced in 2013. It was revised and updated in 2016, and then most recently, June of 2021, through a diverse stakeholder work group of families, advocates, national, state, and local education leaders. I would like to pause for a moment to acknowledge the ongoing significant contributions you heard today, the work in the field, and the commitment of the special education community to this work. The birth to 21 leaders in the field, our advocacy, our partner advocates in the field, MSD staff, our general and special education teachers, advisory councils and families who make a difference daily in the lives of our children and families. I believe it's together with state leadership that we together can implement and serve as drivers of Mr. Choudhury's transformation for all students. And I think that it's critical and it starts here with us. So I want to thank you for this opportunity. The strategic plan is now in full implementation that you see in front of you. It's a vehicle centered around the overarching focus to create a system, not integrated, not pieces, but all integrated together to form a system. And what is that system for? To narrow the gap. We expect that all children make progress in Maryland. However, our work in special education is to mitigate the impact of a disability and to accelerate student progress. In order to do this, we have identified 3 critical imperatives. The first action imperative is early childhood. All of us know that the earlier the better, and Maryland's statewide system is built to reflect this. We support more than 5% of Maryland's early childhood population to promote school readiness, and we do that through evidence-based coaching, multidisciplinary teaming, and natural inclusive learning practices, which is clear and dictated by our family's capacity and the family's priorities. The early childhood window is most effective and efficient time to narrow the gap. I call this almost prime time. It's prime time for 2 reasons. Prime time because it is the most open time for our brain, for our children's brain, for brain development, and that occurs before kindergarten. In fact, 90% of our brain development is prior to kindergarten. So this is a prime time window that is critical to our work. And I also call it prime time because we know that the #1 predictor of success for our children is the involvement and the engagement of families. And by natural reasons, our families are the most engaged at this time of our young children. So it is with this window of early childhood, birth to 5, that we start to unpack, that it is the most effective and efficient time to narrow that gap. The second action imperative is access, equity, and progress. We know that access is not just about placing a student in a classroom. It's about membership and meaningful participation. I say it's not about placing a child so that he breathes the same air. Research shows that students with disabilities have better outcomes when they are in less segregated settings, and Maryland is above the national average for serving our students with disabilities in special education in an environment where special education is delivered more than 80% in general education. We know that equity is not just about resources, it's about effective teachers, and it's about informed families and informed IEP teams confronting bias where it exists. And finally, we also know about progress, that that's not enough for our students with disabilities, and especially and including, as we heard today, our students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. It's about providing specially designed instruction, a difference in teaching and learning with expanded and demanded outcomes linked to, and as Cheryl Bost pointed out today, to grade level academic and/or alternative standards. I often refer to this as progress with acceleration. We support approximately 12% of the total school population ages 3 through 21 through IEPs or extended IFSPs. Please know that that's comparable to the national average. The third action imperative is secondary transition. I always see this as mirroring early childhood. It's the importance of starting early is the notion of finishing school strong. Always keeping the end in mind. For our students with disabilities, there's very different requirement, very high expectations starting at the age of 14. Each student with an IEP starting at the age of 14 is required to have a secondary transition component, a plan built into their IEP. This is built on their dreams, their interest, what they want to be when they grow up or when they exit high school. This plan is one that offers explicit instruction, looking at self-advocacy, skill development, how do we use instruction and this secondary transition plan coupled with our academic, our social-emotional, our math work to prepare the child for 1 year out of high school. We support over 34,000 students with disabilities in this age group, and that represents about 33% of all students on IEPs. Our division employs 5 key strategies to accelerate student progress and to narrow the gap within each of these imperatives. We feel that these are the drivers that will make a difference in a child's life and a family's life to narrow that gap. They're illustrated in the outer ring, the black ring of this diagram, of this graphic, to build a comprehensive and sustainable system. And again, I reinforce the word system. We promote and expect meaningful strategic collaboration, engaged, informed family partnerships. This is the number one, as I shared with you, predictor of a child's success. Applied data-informed decision-making. I always say that data tells us how to act, and without data, we do not know how to act. Installed evidence-based practices, and the key to this, the caveat, is with fidelity. And effective ongoing professional learning with job-embedded coaching, which we know exponentially increases the application of concepts and skills. We do not give out or award any grants, competitive or non-competitive, that do not embrace these 5 strategic systems to be put in place. So these are critical in the drive of our work to narrow the gap. Under the strategic plan, the division implements a statewide differentiated accountability framework. This framework, as you see before you, is composed of 2 corresponding components. First, on the left side, the upright triangle represents the tiers of general supervision. Each local infants and toddlers program, each local education agency, and each public agency is annually assigned to one of the 4 general supervision tiers that you see on the far left triangle: universal, targeted, focused, intensive, based on their unique strengths, their challenges, their priorities, and their progress. On the right side of the graphic, the inverted triangle provides a corresponding tier of customized performance support. It is differentiated based upon the systems or the assigned systems level of the general supervision and to their commitment to change. I would like to unpack a little bit of this accountability framework for you very briefly. So let's start with the left side, the tiers of general supervision. You may have heard the adage, what gets measured gets done. So we feel very strongly that what we do and the expectations and how we measure that does make a difference in the lives and the performance for children and families. This principle applies to our general supervision process. The division uses, as Dr. Collins has referenced, the federal compliance and results indicators. We analyze local policies, procedures, and practices. We have standard random sampling of student record reviews. We do data analysis, and we look at fiscal management in order to assign a tier to each of our systems. To look at this, you'll see that there's several components to this. First, to highlight a couple of the key takeaways of that process for you. The frequency cycle of our monitoring changes assigned annually to our systems. So for example, if a system receives universal, for a tier of general supervision determination, comprehensive monitoring would occur every 4 years. The monitoring occurs more frequently with each tier of increased supervision determination. During the monitoring, you'll see several components in here. I'm not going to unpack all of those for you, but please know that these are around our work for 3 areas: in compliance, in systemic results, and individual student results. So we're looking at 3 tiers and 3 levels, or 3 lenses, as we approach these tasks. Specific monitoring activities are conducted, but are responded to. The federal monitoring, I'm very excited. You'll see that we add specific components if there's a trend or a theme or a pattern that is concerned. So for example, you will see alternate framework record review. Those students who have significant cognitive disabilities and who are deemed eligible to take the alternate assessment, there is very specific eligibility criteria to be taught those standards through those alternate standards and to be assessed on that particular assessment. So in our review, and as we look at our systems, we are looking for an intentional, thoughtful IEP team process. In addition to that, we are looking at demographics. Is one race overrepresented than another to take this assessment? Gender, disability, placement, and age. We do not want to see our very youngest learners, 3, 4, 5, with this determination. All monitoring activities are completed through a random sampling process and are conducted through audits and reviews. The student case studies, this is something that we've added a couple years ago, and this is the way that we can really look at a team's intentional movement across years and look at a child's progress. So we actually observe that child in the class. We look at several IEPs of that child over 2 to 3 years to look at the amount of progress, the intensity, and the focus of the progress. So very excited to be adding that to have added that to our monitoring cycle. Finally, after completing this review, you will see that we debrief with the local special education department. We issue a comprehensive monitoring report to the local superintendent with identified findings, recommendations, and required actions. And the local superintendent and I often meet to discuss the report, system impact, and this may address some changes in infrastructure, and I call it the 3 Ps: policies, practices, and procedures. So I'm very excited about this, and please know that this has made a difference and that we see this impact where there's a compliance a portion of supervision and oversight and a match to technical assistance. So let's move, because we know it's also important to not only monitor but to provide support. The inverted triangle that you see here provides that corresponding tier of performance support to address the levels and types of assistance, and I've heard the state board often talk about move the needle. This is definitely an accountability system that has moved the needle, looking at results of general supervision and then providing a customized and corresponding tier of support and technical assistance. We differentiate our tiers through a state-local implementation team partnership, and we do provide a customized response that varies in intensity and frequency as we move up the tiers. So it is important, in listening to Mr. Chaudhary today unpack these initiatives and some case studies, you're going to see that your Division of Special Education has a regionalized model that really does move through these processes that Mr. Chaudhary referenced today. There is universal support for all of our systems. We have regionalized this into 5 regions. You see those color-coded in Maryland's map. It's best illustrated by our year-long. So just like in a school system, in August we put out our year-long professional learning map. This map is based upon local feedback, trends and patterns of analysis, so that we know where we're going for that year. And of course, it remains dynamic as we move through the year. The learning timeline for each imperative begins with a statewide readiness webinar. All hands on deck, everyone listens, for us to set the stage for the face-to-face inclusive professional learning. When I say inclusive professional learning, that is not only for a special education leadership or educator population, it is also for general education, counselors, secondary transition coordinators, anyone who meets or needs and works for our students with disabilities. These local activities are supported by focused funding and coaching from state and national experts, progress monitoring as we move through, informs our ongoing work, and the professional learning cycle, which is probably the most exciting piece of the year, it puts together our teams and its lessons learned so that we learn from each other. And that happens at the end of the year. This year we have 21 professional learning events across the imperatives and monthly updates with our birth through 21 leaders. And last year we provided over 5,200 hours of coaching and technical assistance across the state. To operationalize, the division has developed a regionalized technical assistance model that is illustrated here to build local capacity again to implement a system for student and program outcomes. The model is driven by the 3 strategic imperatives, just a reminder, and you'll see them color-coded again: early childhood, access, equity, progress, secondary transition. Local implementation for results funding, you'll see the blue line up the left-hand side, the arrow. We provide funding for implementation and support to operationalize each of these imperatives. Each imperative, as you see, is grounded in an evidence-based implementation framework, looking at the model Mr. Choduri shared today. Each imperative is assigned a high-performing team of national experts and divisional regional liaisons for implementation. And each imperative is informed by written implementation guidance, putting policy into practice. And finally, each imperative is evaluated through 2 levels. One level is the self-assessment for program review, and then the individualized student service system that we all know as an IFSP, Individualized Family Service Plan for our birth to 4, or an IEP, Individualized Education Program for our student ages 3 to 21. So Mr. Choduri asked for me to give a little update of the history and the work under the Maryland Online IEP. So we're going to take a walkthrough of the integrated individualized student service system that includes both our IFSP as well as our IEP. Each system allows to effectively and efficiently collaborate to analyze real-time, but not only real-time, but historical demographic and performance longitudinal data. Each skeletal form of the IEP and the IFSP are in multiple languages. The IFSP is available in 17 languages, and our IEP, the form, is available in 24 languages. In addition, by legislation, families can request translation of their individualized information for their child if the native language represents at least 1% of that school system population. So let us look at the Maryland Online IEP. This system is not just a data collection tool. It began that way, and it has morphed into something definitely more than a data collection tool for accountability. It's a state-of-the-art tool. It functions as a complete annual record of a child's educational profile. It provides student diagnostic information, all their assessment information, what makes them tick, with an educational prescription to address the unique needs of the student. It serves as a decision-making tool for IEP teams to monitor IEP goals and to guide the thought process for critical team decisions, i.e., if the child is taught through or assessed through the alternate assessment and standards. And most importantly, it's a communication tool. It is the tool that describes the needs of that child and the specially designed instruction and accommodations, modifications, and resources that that child needs to maximize learning. And it communicates to families, to everyone who touches that child, service providers, and the student himself as we get older. So it's a critical tool in that work. Currently, the Maryland Online IEP system has 84,000 active student IEPs and with 18,000 users. All non-public special education schools that we heard from today have access and use this tool. All of our public agencies, Maryland School for the Deaf, Maryland School for the Blind, et cetera, and 20 of our 24 LEAs, local education agencies, currently use this. The 4 LEAs continue to, those that do not currently use this, they do use their own vendor, and please know annually as we update this and keep this tool current, their vendor must update to keep current with the work of MSDE. And I'm very excited Baltimore County is with us today, and they will be joining the Maryland Online IEP on July 1 of 2024, which will only leave 3 systems on vendors. The Maryland Online IEP has quite a history. As you can see, we're on version 18, so way before my time. This developed in partnership with, and also present with us today, is Johns Hopkins University Center for Technology and Education. After an initial 2-year planning period, you will see, including stakeholder input, it was first launched in 2006. It adopted a statewide IEP form and format, and it truly streamlined and served as Maryland's IEP data collection tool. This timeline highlights the growth you'll see and the major updates and enhancements that have occurred to the system over the last 17 years, moving from a pure data collection tool to a multi-purpose tool. Initially, systems had the choice to join this tool. As you can see, it began with 10 LEAs and 4 PAs, public agencies, and our non-public special education schools. Annual updates. Again, this is a dynamic document. Annual updates are driven by recommendations. We have intact and a scheduled meeting form throughout the year for a Maryland Online IEP users group. This consists of families, our local partners, our JHU, everyone who has a hand and feedback on how we can make this the most effective and efficient system for users, including our families. These updates are required and sometimes reflect legislative changes. You remember the continuity of learning plan that Mr. Chaudhary and I presented for legislation that we had to add as a part of the IEP last year. We address emerging needs, and we make the system more flexible, responsive to recommendations in the field and our families, therefore making it very effective and efficient. Let's look at some of those features. So some of the high-level features of this document, they were completed collaboratively and shared initially and instantly with all IEP team members, including the parent, so the parent has full access to their child's IEP. We use, some of the features are, number one, we use this system for building capacity and for professional learning. For example, we built in wizards that embed training and process supports. An example is how to write goals. It also facilitates collaboration and family engagement. There's a visual representation, a spark line, so that families can see the progress of their child quarterly and within the year on their IEP goals. Also, a result of COVID, it was asked that we would add for parental consent, there would be an electronic signature. So now we can have an electronic signature as part. There's continuous improvement for our LEAs and PAs. There's data analytics to help them track and analyze the data with predefined and customized reports. And there's actually a school by school and student by student. Our systems can pull significant disproportionality reports to help them to inform their practices, their biases, their equity practices throughout the system. There's service delivery tracking. Again, Mr. Chaudhary mentioned medical assistance billing. We do have that source of revenue for students with disabilities for health-related services, and we do have a logging or tracking system for Medicaid, and we also have a tracking system from our conversation today on compensatory education services. And then finally, the last piece, it allows us to have page audits as well as system level audits. So if there is something that's non-compliant that's occurring on that IEP, for example, did not follow the protocol to identify a child for the alternate assessment, it will not allow that IEP to be closed or to be finalized. So there are audits and red flags throughout the IEP to ensure that there's intentional, thoughtful decision-making for our students with disabilities and their families.
Any questions for this section? And I just wanted to get through what Maryland makes unique is 10 slides, and then we would cut that as part 1 today. And I think I can get us back to time. But do you have any questions on this part?
Can you talk a little bit more about the IFSP and how Maryland's use of it compares to the rest of the nation?
Thank you, Dr. Getty. That's an excellent question. That is an unpacking that I'm going to do in a couple minutes. I could respond now. It is, we are unique, and that is going to be one of the features of what makes Maryland unique, and I will unpack that at this time. Is that comfortable? Okay, thank you. Very good, Mr. Choudhury, you called that one.
Don't give me a doctorate.
You ready?
Don't need it to do this job. All right, let's keep going.
The next section today responds to what makes Maryland unique. So Maryland is often called upon by the federal government and other states to share its unique approaches to early intervention and special education services. Maryland's birth through 21 comprehensive system of services has distinctive features in both early intervention and special education. And Dr. Getty, thank you for pointing that out. When we talk about early intervention, it's children served through an IFSP, Individualized Family Service Plan. When we talk about special education, it's students ages 3 through 21 served through an IEP, an Individualized Education Program. In Maryland's model servicing young children through an IFSP, we are unique in that we are one of only 5 birth mandate states providing early intervention at no cost to families since the inception of IDEA. We are one of 11 states where the state lead agency for early intervention is the Department of Education. MSD is the authority for the fiscal and programmatic implementation with oversight over the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program, and that is critical to have that infrastructure in place because that helps us build that birth to 21 model. We have a very wide eligibility criteria compared to the nation in identifying infants and toddlers early. One eligibility criteria in Maryland is a 25% delay in any one of the developmental domains, whereas in many other states, they require a 50% delay to be eligible and/or to require delays across multiple domains. So our wide safety net again aligns with our policy and our commitment that the earlier the better. In Maryland's special education model, servicing student ages 3 to 21 on an IEP, we're unique in our birth through 21 infrastructure. Because MSD is that state lead agency for both early intervention and special education, it supports a comprehensive, integrated birth through 21 system of services. We are one of 4 states to have chosen the most rigorous, that will be part 2 of our presentation for special education around the risk ratio option in the determination of systemic significant disproportionality by race and ethnicity. And we will be looking at that through identification, placement, and disciplinary removal. We also go above and beyond the age 16 the federal government to provide secondary transition planning, and that plan that I shared that with you for secondary transition in the federal government, it says we must begin that planning and that part of that IEP process at the age of 16. Maryland said, too late, we're going to start at the age of 14. So we actually backed up 2 years, and we begin in the last year of middle school most often to plan for secondary transition, self-advocacy, skill development. Earlier the better to prepare for adulthood. For the icons shaded in blue that further highlight Maryland's unique early intervention and special education programs, and you'll see the extended IFSP option, the braiding of funds, autism waiver and blueprint. I'm going to do a little deeper dive into those to close out today. The extended IFSP option. That makes Maryland unique and has had and I'd have to say, has had the most significant impact of a change in an infrastructure that I have seen in my professional career. It allowed us to create a seamless transition for our birth to 5, whether we were on an IFSP, an IEP, or we were in general education. It created a system for developmental delays and disabilities for our families and our children. It was in 2009 that Maryland applied for and was awarded. It was my first year here at the department under a different title, under the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, and we won $14 million to adopt the extended IFSP option. This funding served as a catalyst to implement the option that began in February of 2010. This made Maryland the first state in the nation to offer families the choice receiving early intervention services in the Infants and Toddlers Program and the choice to remain on an IFSP beyond their child's birthday. So prior to this choice, at the age of 3, a birthday of October, November, December, at the age of 3, you no longer stayed in the Maryland Infants and Toddlers program, and the family needed to decide where they were going, what they were doing, and if they qualified for preschool special education, they would come into that setting late in the game. So this clearly gave us a more natural and aligned progression for our families and for our children in this extended option. The option also supports a transition bridge for our children going from outcomes focus, and Dr. Getty, this gets to your point, our infants and toddlers is really set up by families and family priorities of what their outcomes for their children are. And then when we move into preschool special education and IEP, it's more focused on academic outcomes and access to general education and preschool general education. So one's more family-driven, our IFSP looking at and driven by our family's priorities, and then the other moves into more of our access to general education and our, so there's definitely a clean knowing the difference between a natural environment in the IFSP world and the LRE, least restrictive environment, in the IEP. I think another exciting piece of the extended option is that it gives our families the same decision to make at the age of 3 that our children, that of our families that have typically developing children. So it really aligns and integrates the work. At this time, only Maryland, Washington, D.C., and very recently, as of 2 weeks ago, Tennessee, have been approved by OSEP to implement the extended IFSP option until the beginning of the child's 4th birthday. Maryland has been recognized as a national leader in its development, and we are recently were awarded an additional $7.8 million of federal funds to continue our implementation of this option. Our longitudinal data show that over half of the families of our eligible children have chosen the extended IFSP since its inception. The next slide just briefly shows that decision making. So you'll see prior to age 3 is our infants and toddlers program. At the age of 3, our school system participates, our infants and toddlers have conversation, our families, and that family is explained the choice that if their child is eligible for preschool special education, they may choose to stay in the extended IFSP in the infants and toddlers model, or they may transition to a preschool IEP in our school system. So one is an IFSP lens and one is developing an IEP. So let's look at outcomes, which is the ultimate for this, right? We want to make sure that what we're doing and our system that we're building produces outcomes. There are 2 measures that we have. One is for family outcomes and the other is for child outcomes. One of the family outcomes that we have to report, do our families feel that they have been in communication and that they were given critical information to make an engaged and meaningful choice for their child and family? And you can see that 97.5% of our families in the Maryland Infants and Toddlers program feel that that job has been well done. For child outcomes, there's 3 measures from the federal government that guides child outcomes for both preschool and for the infants and toddlers model. They are around social emotional skill development, knowledge and skills, and actions to meet needs, more adaptive behaviors. You will see our percentage of children with disabilities who made as much or more progress in typically developing peers by the time they exited the extended IFSP option. And I will share with you the only comparison I have is Washington, D.C., and our child outcomes are significantly higher in competition. The other area of uniqueness is the autism waiver, and I know that we have chatted about that in previous conversations, and I just want to give you a little update. And we are unique for our autism waiver also in the country. Today, to give you some data points around the prevalence of autism, today 1 in every 100 children worldwide are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, ASD. And according to the CDC, autism prevalence has increased 178% since 2020. In the United States, 1 in 44 are diagnosed, and our state-level prevalence data for ASD varies from 1.54 to 4.88% of the population. Maryland is the top of 3 states with a high prevalence of autism above 4%. So this is a waiver most needed, and it is also driven by our numbers in the state of Maryland. So what makes our waiver unique? It's the process and the design. We are one of only 6 state waivers for children with autism in the country. Maryland's autism waiver is the only waiver that exists as a collaboration between the State Department of Education, us, and a State Department of Health. In that capacity, MSDE, we serve as the operating state agency responsible for the day-to-day implementation of the waiver. And MDH, our Maryland Department of Health, is the single state Medicaid agency responsible for the administration and the oversight of Maryland's autism waiver and the autism waiver registry. We are the only state where all autism waiver services are provided outside of the school day and in addition to the IEP services. That's pretty significant because the frequency, the intensity of services is above and beyond the IEP. A few brief background points. The autism waiver is designed to provide home and community-based services. Note that these services not only support the child, but also family member needs. If once the child is identified as eligible, a family may receive counseling, the family can receive respite care, so it truly is a comprehensive integrated model. It could also be environmental, for safety measures. We could put alarms on doors and windows. So please know that this waiver really does meet the needs of not only the child, but also of the family. The premise of the autism waiver is to enable home and community living. Why? It's an alternative to institutional care, keeping the child in their home with their family. That is the driver and the purpose of the waiver. When we tell this story, there are 2 important components that I'm going to unpack with you, but I want to clarify and define those as we start looking at some data around Maryland's autism waiver. There are autism waiver participants, and this is going to lead us to the new legislation. There are autism waiver participants. The participants are those children identified as eligible to receive autism waiver services. So you're a participant because you were determined eligible for services. Then we have what is called an autism waiver registry, which will not exist much longer, but for our data to drive this conversation, an autism waiver registry. That is those children waiting, and in Maryland it's very, very high, for an opportunity to apply for eligibility to access autism waiver services. So these families are sitting on a registry waiting for the opportunity to apply to become an autism waiver participant. Let us look at our data. So those children identified as eligible, as in this particular visual here, in 2001, we began the autism waiver by serving 500 participants. Those numbers have grown consistently through legislation with support. The autism waiver served a total of 1,495 individuals and their families throughout the 21-22 school year, and this graph depicts this participation rate by each local education agency. To expand our understanding of autism waiver participants, which is a focus of Mr. Chaudhary and our state board, we started to do a deep dive on some of the demographics. Please know, so we looked at race, gender, and age that you'll see here. 25% of our participants' rate is unknown, as race is not a required data point, and I want to add in all bold letters, at this time. It will be a part moving forward. You will see here from what was reported, 33% are Black African Americans children, 32% are white, 6% Asian, and 4% noted as other are Native American and Hispanic. The federal indicators, again, do not require this data. Maryland will be requiring this as we move forward. As of June 2022, a further breakdown of data by gender and age reflects 81% of our autism waiver recipients are male. The focus and concern of this waiver for us is the next. We serve no one under the age of 10 on the waiver because of the waiting list and the work. This does not align with our policy and our practice and our belief that earlier the better. So this is a focus, and you're going to see legislation that is addressing this. And also, only 17% of the children served are under the age of 13. 44% are ages 18 to 21. Notably, you'll see here, which is very odd, that we have individuals on the autism waiver who are over the age of 22. As you know, that is not typical in our autism waiver that goes through the age of 21. This is atypical and a direct result of the coronavirus public health emergency, where the federal requirement that states could not disenroll individuals from waivers during the emergency, and that as autism waiver participants, that would be typically discharged. So we do have additional children and young adults and families in our autism waiver, which increases the number also. So now let's go to the second arm, the Autism Waiver Registry. So those are the participants, those that are receiving, they were eligible, and they're receiving services. The second component is the Autism Waiver Registry. It's those children and families waiting for an opportunity to apply for eligibility for these services. When an autism waiver seat becomes available, individuals on the registry have the opportunity to apply on a first-come, first-served basis. It's not by need basis. It's first come, first serve. It is at this time that we look at technical, medical, and financial eligibility is assessed. So you'll see that as of June 30th of this year, there were 6,297 individuals on the registry. By the time the eligibility is assessed and families have this opportunity to enroll, families have experienced an average wait of 7 years. This graph depicts the number of children and families currently waiting to apply by each LEA. So something has to change. And it is going to change based on 2022 legislation. So to address the needs of the autism waiver story, you will see that the Maryland General Assembly passed legislation, and very appropriately is called End the Wait Act. This requires the Maryland Department of Health to collaborate with us, MSDE, to help end that 7-year registry wait. This year, Maryland is approved to serve 1,400 participants, with plus an additional 200 that we are serving 22 plus because of the emergency, with an appropriation of almost $31 million in state Medicaid funding. So that is where we're heading for this year. The new End the Wait Act requires the Maryland Department of Health and MSD to develop a plan. We are working on that as I speak, to conduct eligibility determinations of individuals that are currently on the registry, and beginning in FY24 provide services to at least 50%. This is in legislation, of the individuals determined eligible. So not only are we going to end look at that wait list, we are also going to serve 50% of those that are determined eligible. This will have an impact, and you can see here. First, our present practice reflects that fewer than 40% of our children on the registry to actually come through for the autism waiver annually. This creates a significant challenge in the transition from the registry to the wait list. In order to address this challenge, you're going to see that we're going to start determining that technical eligibility now for all 6,297 children on the registry. So we are reviewing IEPs. For example, they must have a code of autism to be autistic, and they must have a required of a minimum of 15 IEP hours and services. So we're doing this screening right now to ensure that there's no one sitting on that list that doesn't meet that criteria, and that will significantly support that work for us to move forward. Second, the End of the Wait Act requires that we serve 50%. You saw that other piece to this. Nationally, there's a direct staffing shortage, so we are concerned. We're not immune to this. Mr. Chaudhary mentioned this when we talked about the autism waiver before, the availability and the shortage for service providers. Our current providers note their willingness to serve additional families. However, the current struggle to hire and retain direct care staff is a challenge. So to address this, we're going to identify national industry shortage initiatives, engage in a formal rate study. We just received approval to conduct a rate study, and we are capitalizing on the expertise. We have an existing Autism Waiver Advisory Committee. Third, service coordination capacity is a critical labor-intensive support, so please know that for this, each child and family has an assigned service coordinator. So with this increase, we will also have a need to increase our service providers. We are working with the Maryland Department of Health to build financial support through that Medicaid reimbursement, and we're looking at innovative hiring practices to support our LEAs. Another unique is our braiding of funds, our blueprint. It's unique for the braiding of fund structure, and it's also additional funding under Maryland's blueprint formula. So you will see that Dr. Collins is going to take us through this next piece to talk about uniqueness of funding. Dr. Collins?
Ms. Frankowski, and I'll invite my colleague, Mr. Dayhoff, up. We're going to tag team on this one. But as Ms. Frankowski alluded to, Maryland is distinct in its unique braiding of funds. The structure that's used and additional funding opportunities are available under Blueprint for Maryland's Future, the formula. The braiding of funds to blend early intervention and special education services has really been a unique fiscal strategy that has served Maryland very well. Maryland's Blueprint formula also provides additional funding for the infants and toddlers program as well, so we're happy about that. We wanted you just to have, I know this is a very colorful graphic, but we wanted you to just have a visual of what the braiding of funds looks like for school year FY 2023. And so we support local school systems and public agencies to layer their funding, right? Look at the needs of the students that they serve, and then look at all of the resources via funding that they receive, and figure out how they can work together to meet the needs of those students. So this process encourages the local stakeholders to use a more holistic and strategic approach to funding rather than looking at the buckets of money in silos. The color coding that you see on the braiding of the funds chart just tells the story of multiple funding sources. Again, they support the individual family service plan students as well as students that are on IEPs. And the early intervention and special education services, again, you can see here how the state funding and the federal funding work together to support students. The local government has also strengthened the coherence and the effectiveness of these funds as they are braided together. We constantly look at solutions to look at our data and use that to inform the best strategic approach to braiding these funds, and then target specific priorities as well with this funding to make sure that the needs of students are met. So I'm going to turn over to Mr. Dayhoff to go a little bit deeper into the Blueprint funding and how it supports students with disabilities.
I told you. It's magic. Good afternoon, everyone. Maryland's Blueprint establishes the special education funding in terms of state funding in Section 5, Title 225 of Maryland statute in the education article. This provision is important for lots of reasons, but from a funding perspective, it identifies the two pieces necessary we need to calculate the formula mandate for these students. Those two pieces of information are the students who are eligible and the amount of funding that it will go toward those students in those respective schools and school districts. And so to tackle the first piece of this, the who is eligible according to the Blueprint law? That is defined as the students who are enrolled in a public school in a prior fiscal year, because again, we do funding and enrollment counts now that will inform state aid for fiscal 24, right? And same thing, our fiscal 23 funding is rooted in the enrollment counts that we had in last fall when we provided those to the Department of Budget and Management and the Department of Legislative Services. So students who were enrolled in a public school in that prior fiscal year and who required special education services as identified specifically in the Federal Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, those are the students who are eligible for these funds. And that is students ages 3 through ages 21 in the school systems. So first piece of the formula, taken care of there. Number of students who are eligible. Second piece is, well, how much does each student receive? The magnitude of the formula weight for each student. That is also defined explicitly in law, but it is a bit of a moving target. Over the course of the blueprint phase-in between now and fiscal year 33, when it's fully phased in, that amount, that specific dollar amount associated with every student, actually changes every single year. And it changes because of two things that are moving at the same time. So apologies if this is a little confusing. But first of all, there's the target per pupil foundation amount, right? That's the biggest program that we have in state aid. We'll actually see this in a slide in just a second, is the foundation program. That's the program that goes toward every student who's enrolled, who meets the definition of a full-time equivalent enrolled student in a local education agency. They receive those foundation funds. That amount is called the target per pupil foundation amount, the amount that those students get in the foundation program. Now, just like all of these different major aid programs in the blueprint, the target per pupil amount also changes every single year. And so I think it's helpful to look at this both now and where we'll be in fiscal year 33 for where we're going with this, because we have a target. We're still not there yet, sorry. We have our target per pupil foundation amount, which for fiscal year 23 is $8,310 per pupil. Okay, in addition to that, we have the actual major aid weight, or the proportion of funding of that target per pupil amount for special education students. That changes and increases every year. In fiscal year 23, in the current fiscal year that we're in, the amount of funding per student, per eligible special education student, is 86% of the target per pupil foundation amount. So 8,310 times 86%, $7,147 per pupil. So in fiscal year 23, so it's the current school year that we're in right now, that's $7,147 per student. In FY33, it's a lot more. So not only does it increase every year, it increases substantially, and it does so while the target per pupil foundation amount also increases, which compounds the additional funding for students with special needs throughout the life of the blueprint formula. So for comparison here, when we look at FY33, the target per pupil foundation amount is $12,365. Again, that comparable number for this year is 8,310. So 12,365 times, we go from 86% to 146%. So it's $18,053 per eligible student in fiscal year 33. So this will grow. So I just do want to put that little caveat here as we go to the next couple of slides to look at where and in what ways these programs compare to each other across major aid programs, not just special education, because these will change year to year. But now we can go to the next slide. For fiscal 23, and we're going to, before I get too into this slide, I just want to say we're going to look at this in two different ways. We're going to look at this in the context of the blueprint formula in terms of per pupil funding, but we're also going to look at this in terms of total funding. Those tell two different stories, right? Per pupil funding is a way to compare these different major aid programs relative to each other and the magnitude of funding and support that the blueprint provides for each eligible student. That's what the per pupil slide looks at, and that's what we're going to look at here. We're going to look at the total slide in a second. That tells a little bit of a different story. So first things first, I know I mentioned that weight is $7,147 per pupil, and you're probably thinking and looking at this and saying, well, what the heck? Justin just said it was $7,147 per pupil, and here we're showing $3,686. That's because this slide and the next slide is only the state share of state aid. So while we calculate the program amount at the state and to include both the state and local share, ultimately local school systems can and some do provide above that level minimum maintenance of effort, and so those local amounts may differ. So what we can really report on at this point here now is what the state share is. So that's why it's about half of the 7147. So 3,686 is the state share of state aid for special education students in fiscal 23. As you can see here, it's not at the bottom of the list by far. It runs about the middle of the pack, but again, I think it's important to note over time, this ranking will likely change. In fact, if I look, for example, at the English learner funding, the 4286, we know, for example, that English learner funding, actually that weight decreases over time with the phase-in of the blueprint. So these will shift and jostle in the years of blueprint implementation, and it's something important to track and monitor. But as far as fiscal 23 goes, special education sits kind of right in the middle, right just south of the median of per pupil allocations for the different major aid categories. Now, when we look in total, and that's the next slide, the story we're looking at here is the actual program size. And so this is now incorporating the number of students who are eligible for that weight. And so when we actually take into account how much funding in state aid is going out, it's $401 million in fiscal 23. And that, for example, is almost quadruple the state aid program amount for pre-kindergarten in fiscal 23, even though pre-K's weight is about $1,300 more per pupil in fiscal 23. Right? The number of students who are ultimately eligible to receive services is a huge driver in all of these different aid programs, because ultimately it's both the amount and the number of students who are eligible. So in terms of state aid specifically for special education students in fiscal 23, we're looking at $401 million. So we're giving out this money, right, to local education agencies as part of their bi-monthly allocations. But one important question to which we must attend as we do this, as we maintain our fiscal stewardship of these funds, is how and in what way are we also making sure that these funds are spent and budgeted in line with the intent of the law, particularly given that the department doesn't administer these as restricted programs. So on the next slide, we're going to look at Title V, different title, different section though. Same title, different section of the education article. This is 234. So that there is a provision of the law, and this is unique. I know this is a section about what makes this unique to Maryland, and this is indeed one of the most unique parts of the blueprint implementation, in that unlike other states, and frankly the previous iterations of the Bridge to Excellence and other formulas here in Maryland, where we were just looking at what school systems spent, right, and trying to see what they spent, the blueprint does more. It goes further, right? It talks about where we're budgeting the funds in the first place. So not only are you getting the funds, are they going to the right place? So the metaphor I like to think about this is, with Bridge to Excellence and the Thornton Commission and the previous formula, what the state aid formula does is it determines the pie, the size of the pie that each LEA gets. Once the school system, once the LEA gets that pie, they could slice the pie as they need within the LEA. So even though the blueprint, or even though the previous formula might have said you get X dollars for English learners, for example, there was no statutory provision to necessarily require the LEAs to make sure those funds went to serve those students or the schools in which those students attend. The blueprint resolves that issue. And so the blueprint actually requires that school systems budget on the front end at least 75% of the dollars per pupil at the schools where these students are enrolled once they receive them. So now, to take my metaphor, my pie metaphor all the way through, we're giving them a pie, but it's a pre-sliced pie. And what we do now is we make sure that once they get this, those funds are being budgeted in the area that the funds are intended. And then the blueprint goes further. There's another section, it's 5406, that also has them tell us, okay, well, not only did we budget it there, but we also spent it there too. So while these programs are not restricted up front, the law says we have to give these out in the bi-monthly payments to LEAs. That means, every other month we provide payments to the LEAs for their major aid programs. It's their total amount divided by 6. We give about 6 times a year. If we are to statutorily do that, we can't necessarily restrict it up front, because the way that the department implements restricted programs by that very narrow definition is we have the systems apply for it, they submit a budget form, and it's reimbursement based, right? It's not necessarily every other month, and it's certainly not an even distribution of payments. Nonetheless, the blueprint gives us the mechanisms to ensure proper accountability and stewardship of these funds through the provisions in 234, which are the budgeting pieces, and through the provisions in 406, which are the reporting pieces. One other note, because I know that this has been a question about these funds in terms of use and making sure in what way LEAs use these funds or in what way they don't use these funds. The funds, the language for the law is pretty clear with regard to using these funds related to IEPs and 504 plans. In fact, this is a quote from statute, which is that each school shall use the funds provided under this section to provide the services required by each student's IEP or 504 plans, right? So the notion that these funds would have to and somehow be different from or used in some other way is actually challenged directly by the language in the law. And so with that, I will pass it back to my colleagues.
Thank you.
That brings part one, now I know it's two parts, to a conclusion. So do you guys have any questions about the rest of the presentation?
So I have one question. First of all, thank you for all that information. And Justin, thank you for answering that one question about the different amounts before I even got to it. So that one's already done. Going back to slide 23 on the autism waiver participants, I was just wondering if you can speak to, does this also kind of show with Montgomery County, Baltimore County, which counties are best at advertising and communicating the availability of this program for those numbers to be significantly higher there? I was just curious, you talked about the Maryland Online IEP.
Yes.
Can we pull data from the online IEP to show how many kids in each county are classified as autism relative to the number that participate in the autism waiver? Is there
Yes, we can.
a comparison
One of
there?
the collected fields on an IEP are those categories of disability, and one of those being autism. So we can definitely get that number for that comparison.
I would just be curious to see how that compared. If this is representative of how many kids truly have autism on their IEP, or if this is this is more a graph showing where people are more aware of the program.
Right, and there is a correlation between that, and I can get that data for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Millie McCarthy?
Hi, I had the same question. I was wondering why there were so many more in certain counties than others, and so what's the percentage of acquisition of the waiver? So that was one question I had. Also, I was wondering if you look at SES data on autism waiver participants. Do people, children that come from a background of poverty, do they also have an opportunity to participate? I'm just curious.
So that is a challenging piece because the only way that we can make that correlation, and we do it, my friend Chandra, is that we have to, we don't collect that as part, we do not have that as a field on the IEP for many reasons. You can understand, right? So how we do that is then use the SSI, the student identifying number, and then Chandra and I late at night make that match between number and number. So yes, it is possible, but I know that moving forward, that is something that Mr. Chaudhary's focused on, because that is a variable we should be looking at.
Because we want to make sure that there's uniformity of access and
Correct.
equitability of access.
Yes, most definitely.
So thanks. Let's see, what else did I have a question? When you talk about, Justin, when you were talking about the per pupil funding for special education, is that in addition to the funding that a county gives to general ed students?
Yes, actually. And so that's... Okay, so that's exactly right. And so the chart on the right of the screen actually is meant to layer these on. So when you look at total per pupil, so a student could potentially receive, right, I think you'd be challenged to find a student who actually got all of these, right? But it is certainly a part of the broader comprehensive funding. And the only exception here with special education funding specifically is that there are some students who are or would be eligible for special education funding who might not fall into the full-time equivalence definition for the foundation formula. For 3-year-old students, for example, right, they're not counted in your K-12 count. So outside of those couple exceptions, yes, these students are students who are enrolled in a local education agency. They're receiving the foundation program and in many cases likely also receiving other major aid category funding as well.
Thank you. Do you mind that I ask a few questions? So I'll the stuff. The blueprint money for special education. So while I have to admit I haven't read it with a deep dive, but it's my understanding that accountability and or acceptable uses for how that money is spent is not clear or could be clarified and tightened up. Would that be a fair assessment? Because we wouldn't just want money given out without outcomes.
Yeah, I think the best answer I can probably give is that different aid categories have different levels of specificity and different elements of ambiguity as drafted in current statute.
That's a good word. And so I would hope the department could partner with AIB and the legislature to really kind of tighten up, because the money is so crucial to the outcomes for kids, and so to have that really tightened up would be wonderful. Let's see, what else? I also want to make a comment just because I'm very proud that Maryland was the first one to use the IFSP extension, given, and you did that in 2009, given that, wasn't that a part of the 2004 revision of IDEA? And it took so long, and you were the first. I'm just pretty proud about that. So I just want to send out some kudos, so thank you for that. Okay, I think that's it.
Ms. McCusker?
I'm going to sound a little cynical for a minute. Forgive me. Later in this presentation, when we do part 2, we're going to talk about, or you're going to tell us about, over-identification of students with IEPs. Given the amount of money involved, what is the incentive for not over-identifying students?
We're going to talk about that in December. We're going to talk about also what we're going to do about it.
That's better taking a look at next time.
We're also going to talk about why autism is not a rich person's disability. We're going to talk about all that stuff. And it's not some fluke of nature. It's human behavior intentionally doing this. So we're going to talk about all that stuff, and we're going to talk about what we're going to do about it. Talk about how we're going to get better and actually be a national leader in changing outcomes for kids. And so we're going to talk about that kind of stuff. Just not today, but we will. But we'll be doing stuff. Marcella knows that's all I want to talk about every time we check in. Okay. So I promise you. Glad I walked in right at the right time.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Been very, very informative. Thank you.
All right, Komar. Deanne, you got to stay put. Is Mary here? I'm going to try to tackle this together.
First one we have coming up is Komar 13A080101. Attendance. This is permission to publish.
Yes, so I'll have Mary give you just the context. This is just catching up with what the law requires. It was just never done. And so, as you know, one of the things that we have been doing is we have several work streams of Komar going. We've been working very closely with our council on this. We have Komar that we have to do as a result of the of bills. New bills have passed, so you got to do Komar because it says shall versus may. And then we have Komar that is we want to promulgate as new things because we see there's a need, or we want to clean up Komar because it just does not make sense, or we want to retire Komar. And then, and so we kind of have these categories running. This one, I would say, is it was a shall, and we just never did it. And so, so catching up on some of that. It wasn't this legislative session; it was a while ago. And so Mary will just let you know what that is. And it was caught by our recent alternative high schools presentation we did, and just triggered for us that we needed to do. And so, Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Chartery. Actually, it's been sitting pretty prepared, and so I appreciate the catch and gave us the ability to bring this forward. This is 13A080101, which is asking you for permission to publish. Just as a small background, the law passed in 2012, And it changed compulsory education, yeah, believe it or not, but it's not that bad. It changed it from 16 to 17, and then from 17 to 18. So it was a progressive thing. So here we are in moving that age. So all we're asking for is to change really one number in the regulation, which you can see is changing who shall attend school, and children from 5 years of age or older and under 18. Now, of course, there are, if a student is up to 18 or graduates, like many of you did at the age of 17, those are exceptions, and there are a number of exceptions in the law. But at this time, I request your approval to publish this regulation.
Floor is open
amendment.
for questions on the amendment. Are there any questions on the COMAR? What's it?
I don't have the tabs, I'm sorry.
Should all be, yeah.
Sorry.
They go in order. Yep, G.
I move approval to publish.
We have a motion, Ally, and a second, Ms. Morrow. The floor is now open for discussion on the substance. Seeing no discussion, let us now move to a vote. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Very good, thank you. We now move to COMAR 13A0305, Administration of Home and Hospital Teaching for Students.
Mary?
Thank you. This regulation is really taking a look at who can provide documentation for students. We know that in 2015, the nurse practitioners, the law was changed. Nurse practitioners no longer had to be aligned with a medical doctor. Prior to that, they did. But they can now practice independently, and there are many things that they can do independently. They can see patients, they can prescribe medication, and they can conduct comprehensive physical assessments, they can order laboratory tests, and there are a number of things they can do. So nurse practitioners were able to do that. However, we have students who, because of a behavioral or verification of a medical condition, a drug dependency, the drug dependency is the other one, but of an emotional condition, the only individuals who could certify that were a school psychologist, a licensed psychologist, or a licensed psychiatrist. So we have students in waiting for home and hospital for verification, but we all know that the positions, and it's difficult in many cases, in some cases on the shore, getting a psychiatrist, getting access to that. So what this regulation does is it defines a couple of terms. One, it defines a nurse practitioner, and then it defines a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. So we're making two changes to regulations. One is in A, and that's just clarifying language. Mr. Chaudhary brought that to our attention. That was rather confusing that in making instructional services, local school systems could consult, and it's not that they had to consult with all of them, or they had to consult with those who were really necessary to work with the student. The second thing that we're asking to change is that the verification of emotional condition can not only be by a certified school psychologist, a licensed psychologist, a licensed psychiatrist, or a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. And this will really help our local school systems, our students, and our families as they're looking for certification of home and hospital. With that, I request your permission to publish.
Floor is now open for questions, clarification. Seeing no questions or clarification, the floor is now open for a motion. We have a motion by Mr. DeShiel, seconded by Dr. Millie McCarthy. Floor is now open for discussion. Seeing no discussion, we'll now move to a vote. Those in favor of the permission to publish, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Very good. The next item is 13A 16 childcare centers, 13A 18 large family childcare regulations, COMAR.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, board members. Today, we're before you to request permission to publish proposed regulations. And I'll read them again so you clearly know what we're talking about. It's COMAR 13A.160609-1, probationary child care teachers in preschool centers. 13A 16.06.10-1, probationary child care teachers in school-age centers, and 13A.18.06.06-1, probationary family child care teachers. So these regulations are required as a result of the 2021 legislative session, in which the General Assembly passed House Bill 597 and then Senate Bill 436. And the sponsor of that bill was Nancy King. Just to summarize, the state board must adopt regulations that establish certain qualifications for employment for a 6-month probationary period for an individual applying for the first time to be a child care teacher in a child care center or in a child care home in the state of Maryland. The probationary teacher is eligible to be employed as a child care teacher for ages 3 and older at the center, the school age center, as well as the family child care home for 6 months, but they must meet certain requirements as well. So again, this is their first time applying, but they must also be 16 years of age or older. They must be enrolled in 3 clock hours of approved training that complies with the American with Disabilities Act. They must be enrolled in approved basic health and safety training. They must hold an associate or bachelor's degree in specific areas or related fields that are approved by MSDE. Some of those are early childhood education, elementary education, child development, home economics, or another approved by MSDE. And then they also have to successfully complete or be enrolled in a certain number of clock hours or semester hours that are approved as pre-service training as well. At the end of that 6-month probationary period, any teacher who fails to meet the semester hours or required training, the center or the home must terminate the employee or assign them to a non-teaching position. The child care center or the school age center or the family home may request an extension from MSDE for the probationary teacher on the requirements. MSDE can approve or deny it. If there is an extension granted, the department has to be clear on what the expectations are for that extension period, and then must make sure that they monitor. So as I mentioned, these are required as part of the House Bill 597 and Senate Bill 436 from the 2021 legislative session.
So just to add some, I like flexibility in teacher preparation. You can have rigor and flexibility. They go hand in hand. And the bill was designed to be, first, I had counsel look at it more closely, 'cause they're here today, and I see he also has his big guns here in the back too. But basically it was designed to say, you can hire someone, they have to meet these criteria, enroll in this programming, and in 6 months they have to pull this off. And if they don't pull it off, you gotta let them go. And so, well, what if they were off by a few hours, or what if they were off by a course, but they're performing well and they're doing well? There has to be some kind of way to grant an extension, like similar to like what we did with conditional waivers. And so we wrote that into it as well too, and it works per council's advice. And so that's built into it as well, just so you know. This is one of those where it works with that flexibility.
Floor is now open for clarification. Ms. Halley?
Okay, so this is really a clarification question. So I can have associate's degree in child development, and then I'm going to need to have these 90 clock hours or 6 semester hours of approved pre-service training. Can you tell me what's entailed? What's content or skills am I developing during the pre-service training?
So it doesn't specifically talk about the specific type of courses that are required, but typically the child development courses are basic skills for working with early ed, looking at the classroom environment, looking at developmentally appropriate practices. Those are primarily most of the class, looking at the health and safety aspects of what the classroom would be set up. Those are some of the typical early development skills.
And I wouldn't get that content in my associate's degree training?
Sometimes you could. It just depends. You would have to look at this as a case-by-case scenario. Sometimes those courses are offered, but there tends to be some times where people don't come with that background.
I recognize that this is being done in response to legislation, but I also know that we have people in public comment that say, you have a shortage of people, I can't get help, and now you're making someone do training that they've already demonstrated that they've received. So it doesn't seem rational to me.
It's almost as if you would have to do something we do, like the transcript analysis as well, to kind of look at, not make assumptions, but kind of take a look at what the teacher is already bringing to the table, because that's something we thought of as well. The hope would be that they're coming with these, qualifications, being that this is required, we have this in place. But as Mr. Chaudhary said, we also want to make sure we have that flexibility so that we don't pigeonhole people as well.
But I understood the flexibility to be that you could grant extensions. If you're telling me that you have the flexibility to also give them credit for learning, prior learning that is of the same objective, that would make sense.
We're just not there yet as a state where I have MHEC and all of the institutions of higher ed that measure prior learning assessments in a universal way. So if you look at my Maryland Rebuilds grant that I recently unveiled that deals with rebuilding the childcare infrastructure, I've invited higher ed to that design challenge because we can't, in ourselves, come up with, say, this course counts for this. I need MHECs and the institutions of higher ed to ultimately acknowledge that.
Yes.
So, and I'm with you. You and I have talked about this. We've looked at each other from this point and that point in the room whenever we bring this up. The blueprint's gonna give higher per pupil for early ed if private providers level up. Like, they have to level up. But in order to level up, you're gonna have to have flexible evening, nighttime, asynchronous, synchronous, Saturday, you name it. Plus, if you really want to make it more meaningful, you have to introduce what are known as prior learning assessments. Right now, we don't have any statewide definition of that. There is promise. We just granted conditional approval to launching a new early ed preparation program in Montgomery College. He's a new president who came from New York, and he has a lot of experience working on prior learning assessment. So I'm hoping that they can lead the way on that, and then everyone can catch on. But ultimately, I need the higher ed commission.
I apologize because I used the term of art of prior learning, and I didn't quite mean that. What I meant was, I have an associate's degree, and there's some kind of agreed upon, maybe not because it's higher learning, that says here's the content that you must pass to get this degree. So it's that in-service piece, the pre-service training, that I'm looking for to be differentiated from the things that they're getting in their associate's or bachelor's degree. Now, in some cases, if I have a bachelor's degree in social work, I may not have classroom management. So then I understand the pre-service training should get to fill in that gap. But if I have it in child development, I should get other pre-service training because I'll have different gaps. But it's not articulated here, and that's why I'm confused.
You're asking for an articulation agreement. That's the constant battle between higher ed of what counts from another place and another system, what transfers over and such. I mean,
no, I'm not. I'm saying I am a daycare provider or whatever, right? And I say I got to hire somebody, and now I need to give them pre-service training.
I can give them anything? It can be redundant to what they already have?
You're not the one who gives it to them. They have to get it from our institutions of higher ed and the different offerings. They're not getting it from.
Okay, so I have the associate's degree. I work in the early childhood development. Higher ed tells me, here's the pre-service you have to continue in that role.
Yeah, MSDE does not provide
that wasn't clear
training
to me.
directly.
Okay.
No. I don't have a shop of professors in the back and whatnot. I do have a lot of doctorates, but they're not teaching on the classes on the side, hopefully. But in that sense, ultimately, they have to get that pre-service training and enroll in a program. So that program could be offered by any one of our institutions of higher education who offer it in various formats.
And then when they get it, they emerge with some credential.
Yes. There's the Child Development Associate credential that is like the initial step towards more advanced levels of learning, the CDA. So
I knew I didn't understand something.
yeah,
Thank you.
all of this is teeing up. Senator King is very passionate about early education. We just have to remember the blueprint stated that in order to get that highest level of per pupil, they have to show that they have the highest level of credentials. And there's different ways to go about it. I'll share something with one of our neighbors. DC mandated it for the entire region. There was a whole lawsuit. It went all the way up to an appeals court. The DC ended up winning, but the provider community did push back. And they said, no, you have to level up in order to be licensed in this region. Maryland did not take that approach, but did say, if you want to have this per pupil amount by 2026, you have to have higher levels. So this is kind of precursors to try to get people there. So that's how it all pieces together. So
Thank you.
Any other questions of clarification? Seeing no. Ms. McCusker? Seeing no further questions, the floor is now open for a motion.
I move we grant permission to publish.
Second.
Motion by Ms. McCusker, seconded by Ms. Morrow. Open for discussion. Seeing no discussion, we'll now move to a vote. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Thank you. We now move to Comar 13A0610, military connected students.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. So this is Purple Star Schools program. This program has been passed legislatively in more than 34 states, and it is about providing support, schools that are providing support, but recognizing those schools that are providing support for our military students. Just as a little background, Maryland has just under 20,000 military dependent students here for active duty military. That does not include National Guard. We have 20 bases for military here in Maryland. They include such things as Joint Base Andrews, as you know, the Naval Academy, Fort Meade, Aberdeen, U.S. Cyber Command, Fort Detrick, and so on. So we have quite a military presence here in Maryland. I have the honor of serving as the commissioner for the Maryland Interstate Compact and have done that since we signed that in 2009. And for the commission that I represent and assist military families, we are tiered, tiers 1 through tier 4. And believe it or not, Maryland is in tier 1. Tier 1 being the states with the largest military presence. Now, that doesn't mean we compete with perhaps Texas or California, that the numbers are really high. But when you take the states and divide us up, Maryland serves in Tier 1 because we have, for a small state, we have a big military presence, and it's really important to us. So what this does is take schools and recognizes schools that have programs that in particular assist with the transition of our military students. Our military dependent students transition between 7 and 9 times in the course of their education K to 12. It's a lot of transitions. These are transitions state to state. They're not from one school system to another, or mom and dad move from Montgomery County to Howard County. These are students that are moving from state to state 7 to 9 times. So what happens to them, they go into a school, and if the school does not have good programs ready for those students, they can struggle. What the Interstate Compact does is we work to commit to ease that transition. So what this particular regulation is about, it's a new regulation. It's not an amendment to an old regulation. This creates COMAR 13A.06.10, which hasn't existed before for Purple Star Schools program. And it is an application process. It was passed in the General Assembly in just 2022, and it gives schools things that they must do, and an application process which we will design here at MSDE that schools can apply to be recognized as Purple Star schools. That application is very aligned, the regulation is very aligned with the amendment, the COMAR is very aligned with the legislation. And it says you've got to have an individual in the school who is going to be the liaison, a definite designated staff member, that you have a website, that you have transition programs for students, that you engage other students, particularly other military students, in that transition program, and you can partner with others. So this would recognize those schools, and they're excited. Our schools that serve a lot of military schools. But I want to make just a really quick point, and then we'll move on. There are Aberdeen, Fort Meade, where there are a lot of military. They're very used to having military students. But you also have schools that have a small number, and it's just as important to ease the transition. Thank you. Thanks. Just as important that we provide a transition for them. So today I bring to you COMAR 13A.06.10, Purple Star Schools program, to establish this program here in Maryland, and asking your permission to publish this once it comes back and it's developed. One of the things we'll be doing in the meantime is develop the exact application procedures, which will be aligned with this. I'm happy to answer any questions.
The floor is now open for clarification. Seeing no clarification, the floor is now open for a motion.
Move we grant permission to publish.
Mr. DeShield, motion, and then seconded by Ms. Morrow. Floor is now open for discussion. Seeing no discussion, we'll now move to a vote. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Abstain.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. That's all of the COMAR for today.
Floor is now open for board member committee reports and updates. Mr. DeShield?
Yeah, I'd like to just give you a quick update on the strategic plan. Our subcommittee met last week to review feedback from the board in regard to the vision, mission, values, priorities, and enabler statements of the strategic plan. And I want to thank each of you for providing feedback. I think we had 2 good sessions and got some very valuable comments from board members in regard to the plan, and so thank you for your input. We have made revisions based on the comments that we received from board members, and the subcommittee has approved the final language for each of these statements in our strategic plan. The superintendent's team is putting together the narrative that will further explain the implementation of these statements, and we hope to look at that narrative at our next meeting, which will be next Monday, a week from today. So I think we're in a good place in the process. We have more to do, certainly, but I think we're well on our way to setting forth our plan for transforming the educational experience of all Maryland students. And we're looking forward to rolling out phase 1 of the strategic plan in Washington County on October 25th. So thank you all.
Tomorrow.
So 2 quick notes. I have continued to visit some of the local school boards around the state of Maryland. I think in the last month I made it to Montgomery, Dorchester, Caroline, and Calvert. And it's been great to get to know some of the local board members and see discussions about things. A lot of them have mentioned the Maryland Leads Grant and the work that they're doing and how kind of our grants, our policies are shaping local school boards. So I'm taking October off because I'm visiting MABE and then have the national conference, but I will try to catch up with some more districts hopefully later in the fall. Also wanted to share from the NASB side, we had our quarterly meeting for the early literacy work group. Maryland is one of 9 states represented on that committee at the moment that is working towards a report on early literacy that should come out, I think, in the late winter or early spring timeframe. And one of the things at the national conference in October is we will be doing a site visit to talk some more about early literacy. So I was able to share the list of everything that we are doing at the department in moving early literacy efforts forward. So.
General Sumter.
The governance committee was asked to look at the recommendations that came out of the virtual meetings with local boards of education. And the committee is comprised of myself, Dr. Amelia McCarthy, and Senator Bates. And a lot of good comments in there, but they kind of kept circling back to just a few items. So our recommendation is, from what we gathered from the local boards, just very simply, the first thing is partnership and dialogue. That was very strong. They liked the fact that we communicated with them, and so that needs to continue, and we recommend that you establish at least a quarterly regional meeting, or it could be an in-person, between the local boards and the state board instead of just once a year at May. We, in conjunction with that, we would recommend that there's a compatibility from what we are saying in our meetings with the locals, that it somewhat matches what the superintendent is telling the local superintendents, because they need to have that same continuity. So we need to make sure that we are sharing with the superintendent and he with us kind of what the gist is that comes up at your meeting, so that we're in sync and we don't get the local boards and their superintendents or ourselves into a position of who's saying what. That was just an editorial comment on my part. The next thing is timely information. There are many unknowns with the state board and local boards as we continue the implementation of the blueprint for Maryland, while at the same time we're working with the Accountability and Implementation Board. So there's a lot of concern as this information comes out, that it's shared in a timely fashion. So as we know, for those things that are a really short-term requirements, that we just make sure that we that we get that out immediately to the locals. As soon as we know, we have to make that known to them, and they will appreciate it a great deal. Some of the other things might be much further out, but as they become clear, as we all the three entities work together, that maybe at least quarterly we put out, repeat what we've already given them if it was immediate, but also put the information out that nothing happened or we didn't get anything, so that it's a positive. It's not, did something come out and I missed it? That we would always let them know that, yes, here's a summary of what we've given out, or there has been nothing. The third and last part of it was specific concerns. There were a few of them, and we really focused on just one priority issue. And I know it's already a priority for us, but it is for the locals, and that is teachers' shortage. And we need to work with them, continue and address, listen to what they have to say, because there are a lot of good ideas, and explain what the way is the state board and the superintendent is looking at this. And then for moving forward issues, the items were that MSDE, the way the president, our data is presented, they would like that to be a little more user-friendly, and we can all look at that. And I know you're redoing it right now, Superintendent, but that was that one came through a couple times. And then something that I don't know if it's possible, but they would like to have a way to use the data or manipulate it themselves, or if we can do it, to look at comparisons that are regional or demographic in nature. Is it Western Maryland, Southern Maryland that share a lot of the same issues, or is it small jurisdictions or the big ones like Montgomery, Prince George's? And then the last thing that came up was there's a real critical measurement that's needed for the learning years of K to 2 before we do the third grade assessments, and especially focusing on emphasis of reading. How we do that, I don't know, but that was another issue that came up several times from the local boards. And I've provided the president with a written copy. And that is our report.
Very good. I think those are reasonable things to look at and to do as we go forward. We heard about the communications. One thing I was a little bit surprised about was, at least from some of the local board members, was they were not always aware of decisions that were flowing naturally from MSDE to the superintendent. So they were just, again, asking just to make sure that as those decisions are being made, is that we figure out a way to keep them in the loop. But I think what we've outlined, what's been outlined here, I think is a reasonable way forward for us to pursue. Yes?
I meant to ask if Dr. McCarthy had anything additional.
No, I think
Or Senator Bates.
you reported that well. It was just interesting that some of the things on the list were things that were very specific to MSDE and superintendents versus things that were very specific to boards. And so, I want us to be very, look at how can we as a board communicate with local boards, and what belongs in MSDE's lane to the local superintendent. So it was interesting. The comments kind of like had feet in both camps. So it was just interesting that we have to really see ourselves as communicating with local boards.
Absolutely. So I think it's really critical as we look at the blueprint and the strategy. We have to engage the local boards and the superintendents, they've got to feel ownership and part of this. They cannot feel like somebody's doing something to them. So working with them and continuing what's been started, I think, is the right thing to do. So I don't think we necessarily need a vote, but I think a concurrence that these are the things that we want to continue to do as we move forward seems to be a reasonable thing to do. That's great.
And Dr. McCarthy is very correct. Every time we came to one of these issues, most of them are a lift by the MSDE, not us. And it's, as we make decisions on this, as I said, can it be done on some of the things with data? And when can it be done? Because they're doing a lot of other stuff right now. But I think it is important where we can, we need to be responsive to the local boards.
Absolutely, absolutely. In that regard, as you know, we'll have our October meeting will be in Washington County. We have a call, I think, with the Western Maryland County board leaders tomorrow. They're excited. We're excited. We're working on an agenda, and we'll be sharing that. Our initial thinking is that for October, we'll meet in Washington County. And board members that can come to Washington County, that's great. We are testing, MSDE is going to be working with Washington County to test their hybrid situation so that board members that may not be able to travel to Washington County, no need to come here. You can just join us in a hybrid virtual remote mode. So we're testing the technology this week to confirm that that will work. We will be sending out more information to determine which of the board members can come. The plan right now is that our official visit would start on that Monday. There would be a visit up to a local school, and then we would have an opportunity to talk to the 3 local boards. And then on Tuesday, our board meeting, we'll have a standard board meeting. We'll do part 2 of the apprenticeship. And as Mr. DeShiel said, we will roll out the first phase of the strategic plan. So that's going to be in large measure what we anticipate. There'll be, as the superintendent says, a wall walk, so we'll get a chance to really look at some of the data as it relates to Western Maryland, and we want to be able to do something similar in other parts of the state and conclude that by, I believe, early February. So we've got a lot underway. There'll be a lot of opportunity for engagement, and it is really critical that we continue the great efforts that we've started. Have been started over the last few years. So I think we're making good progress, and I want to just thank everyone. Let me now continue. Are there any other board member report outs, comments, or anything? Yes, Dr. Getty.
I'm going to go back and comment on General Sumter's report.
Yes, please. Absolutely.
I sort of didn't know we were moving on so quick.
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
That's okay. When you say that you would like more reporting about the K through 2 reading, I would like to assure the board that every local school system knows exactly what's going on with K through 2 reading. They develop their own benchmark tests. The teachers are doing running records, and the benchmarks are math and reading, and they have their own individual definition of what is on grade level. And so to have the board request some kind of information about K through 2 reading, it would not be aligned every county to every county. It would be a hodgepodge of information. And I think this school year is not the appropriate time to say to MSDE, please create a reporting system for K through 2 reading for our better understanding, and it would not be appropriate for the school system to be required to do that at this time. This year is for Blueprint, and we cannot distract from that when I am very positive that the local school systems have a grip on it. Thank you.
Okay.
I would hate for that to somehow translate itself into some new testing initiative, standardized testing initiative for our youngest learners. I think that the locals have it in hand. The teachers of our youngest students have it in hand. They're already, as part of the blueprint and making sure that everybody is on track to read by grade 3, already know those benchmarks, and they already know where students need to be. They're already doing the assessments to find out which students are at risk and putting supports in place for those students. And I would just caution us not to go on to some sort of standardized testing route for that when the teachers have it in hand.
It's just another clarification. Were you saying the feedback you were receiving from other boards was that they wanted more insight here?
Yes, and they're not looking for testing, they're looking for data. They're just wanting what's happening with these children in that area. And it's hard. We receive something that's synthesized from all the meeting. So what I got out of it, just with what was given to us, is they want to be able to compare and know, are they being successful for those children at that age? And then probably from that, what are you doing different than I'm doing? So we can talk to them. We're going to be with May. That's the time to maybe where we say, once you start some people in your area or through May and start sharing that information. Who's successful? And then I've got person. But it was more that there's no testing at that time. Are we being successful? And I think everybody, the other piece of it, the way it was, I remember I was, if you can't, if you can't read, you're not going to be successful. So do we really need, they weren't saying do we really need to know who these kids are from K to 2 each of the year. So it's the first time you see it is when we test them.
Superintendent, do you want to say something?
Sure.
This
Yeah,
early literacy
on
is amazing
K2, I'm not surprised with that feedback because when you have local versions of assessments, you get local versions of presentations. So at the end of the day, they're getting whatever version of reporting they're getting on the ground. Like, it's not something MSDE is standardizing, whereas I can give you third and the entire MCAP system and organize that and everything else. And we're going to continue to make that platform better, responsive, faster, etc. So I'm not surprised by that. That makes sense to me. And every county's capacity in how they present data is very different, and how deep their bench is. The back office, our research office leans in more to one county versus the rest. And so I'm not surprised with that feedback. And so I can imagine why folks feel like they may be in the dark. However, on literacy, and I think this is one of the more later fall conversations I want to have as we continue to roll out parts of the strategic plan. let's all remember the Ready to Read Act, right? That was passed prior to the pandemic. Every child is required to be screened multiple times for reading deficiencies, and ultimately they are supposed to be guaranteed. They're supposed to publish the number of students that they've screened, the number of students that they've identified. They're supposed to report that data out to MSDE, and then they're supposed to act on that data. The missing piece on the Ready to Read Act was the teacher prepared, or is the teacher prepared to deliver high quality instruction aligned to the science of reading? You can screen all day, but at the end of the day, if you don't provide the right intervention, the child won't remediate or catch up. So right now, there is a mandate in state law that every child has to be screened. Every local education agency has to have a screener, a high quality screener. They have to publish that information on the websites. MSD should keep that current, but ultimately they're supposed to publish that. Every website is not created equally. And so I just want you to know that there is something in place there, but I'm not surprised that the local boards are getting that data in different ways, because we would also get that data in different ways because they're all using different screeners. What we have talked about, it is not a mandated assessment, is having K2 assessment tools so we can have a statewide screener that's available for free. We have talked about building that. We're not anywhere close to doing that, but I do want to do that. But that's where we are with K2 in terms of reporting and such. But I'm not surprised that they're getting different versions, because they're getting different versions because that's what happens when you decentralize, right? So.
Any additional report out, Dr. Gay?
And I think that Maryland Leads with the Early Literacy Initiative is going to be the key to more information, more remediation, more support and help.
Absolutely. You had to do three things: adopt high quality instructional materials, train all K3 teachers, elementary principals, special education teachers, other relevant staff, and make sure you adopt a high quality screener and use that systematically. All three need to happen. We threw a lot of dollars into that. I mean, it is a foundational investment. We will not back off of making sure the results are there for that one. I mean, that is a timeless investment for everything else to come. So, yes, on that.
Okay. At this time, we'll move to adjourn to executive session. I'll read the statement. Pursuant to Section 3-305B, 7 and 13 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 5 appeals, 1 draft order, and the 2024 budget estimates and requests. That's it. The budget information is embargoed information, cannot be disclosed publicly, but the board needs to see this, ask questions, and be in a position. And then when we come back, we will vote on to approve the 2024 submission to the governor's budget. The floor is now open for discussion. Seeing questions, seeing no questions, the floor is now open for a motion to adjourn. Ms. Morrow, motion, seconded by Dr. Wilcox. We'll now vote. All in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? No, Senator Bates had to drop off. She was feeling ill, so she said she had to drop off. And we will reconvene in 90 minutes. We have a number of topics to cover. Or less. That's the goal. Yes, I like the less part too. goodness, almost good night, good evening. I guess we're reconvening. We actually came back, and what we'd like to do at this time is, the floor is now open for a motion to approve the budget request from MSDE to the Department of Budget and Management.
So moved.
So we have General Sumter.
I'll second.
And seconded by Ms. McCusker. Seeing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Okay. The next order of business would be any discussion of future budget agenda items. You can share them now, or as we do our normal monthly calls, you can tell us or just shoot us an email if anything comes to mind. Okay. Seeing nothing, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Howard. Okay.
And there was comments about the corner school year, and I'd be interested in what that looks like for if we provide these aren't like urgent things on the agenda. I know there's lots of things that are competing for time on the agenda, but I thought basically these things I'd like to understand.
Okay. All righty. And I think the superintendent was also researching that one particular case too. I don't know if they have anything, so we'll hear back from him at a point, but looking into that one case in particular. So I have those. If anything else comes to mind, just shoot us a note, and we'll take that. So now we go to opinions. Mr. Schoen?
Thank you, President Crawford. Afternoon, members of the board. We have one matter that carried over from the August board meeting. That was Mamie Benjamin versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. That was the teacher termination matter that there was the oral argument on. That is opinion 22-18. The state board reversed the decision of the Office of Administrative Hearing and remands to the local board for further proceedings. For this month, I report that LC and Casey versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This was a magnet IB program denial. It's decision 22-19. The state board affirmed the local board decision. And CI versus Montgomery County Board of Education, also a magnet program denial. It's decision 22-20. The state board affirmed the local board decision. In Craig Dunkelberger versus Carroll County Board of Education, the state board affirmed the local board decision. That is decision 22-21. In Mary Proctor versus Prince George's County Board of Education, this was a reprimand of a teacher. The state board affirmed the local board decision. And in NS and BJ versus Montgomery County Board of Education, also a magnet program denial. This is 22-23. The state board affirmed the local board decision. Those are all the decisions we have for you today.
Very good. Seeing no additional items for board consideration, the floor is now open for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Go ahead, Dr. Getty, and then General Sumter. No discussion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained. Thank you. Outstanding. You guys are outstanding. Great day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So the rest of the week,